will come to the podium at the right time. We have a very tight program, at least the morning part, and we'll use the opportunity to catch up with what's happening. We are gathered here today because it has become necessary for us as the public service, especially ourselves gathered here as practitioners, to reflect deeply on issues of employee health and wellness. Especially post-COVID, we seem to be encountering a lot of typical workplace problems, but they keep getting worse and worse. And yourselves as practitioners are gathered here today because you need to inform us as the administration, as the leadership of the public service on how we should tackle this, what the latest opportunities are post-COVID, and how we can improve on the well-being of our employees. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to ask the MEC for Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs in the Mpumalanga Provincial Government, here on behalf of the Premier of the province, to come and open the session for us and to welcome to the province of Mpumalanga. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Thank you. MEC Busishiba.
Thank you very much, DG, Program Director, DG Makuku, Mampuru. Let me greet you and also to greet the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration, Mayor Dr. Chana Pilane Majake, who joined us on a virtual platform. Let me also greet executive mayors if they are here. We are supposed to have executive mayor of City of Mbombela, as well as executive mayor of the district. Let me also take this opportunity and greet a Director General of DPSA, Mayor Liswa Makasi, as well as the DDG, Mr. Mabunda. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also greet few as you commence the public service and wellness in Indaba. It is gatherings of this nature that afford us an opportunity to deliberate frankly and in the interest of the provider engines that enable us to deliver services to the people of this province and the nation. In too many instances, we tend to easily forget how the person who serves tea, the people who clean our offices, the security officials who ensure our safety, a nurse in public health, a teacher in a school, our men and women in blue uniform are critical and inalienable components to the engine that makes this government work. It is through gatherings of this nature that we celebrate the value of our civil servants to our communities. This gathering affords us an opportunity to entrench the ethos of a model public servants. This public service Indaba afford us an opportunity to make an assessment of the quality of services being rendered by government for the benefit of our people. This assessment must be informed by the selflessness of our forebears, such as Oliver Tambo, Adelaide Tambo, Utata Nelson Mandela, who placed the interest of all people of South Africa ahead of their subjective interest. This giant of our liberations must be foremost in our understanding of what it means to to be a civil servant. All of us gathered here today must dedicate ourselves anew into prioritizing the improvement of the lives of our people and ensuring that we put our people first as we deliver services. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot overstate the importance of ensuring that we strive for a professional, accountable, and development-oriented public service. One of the fundamental elements of a functional democracy is ensuring that people advance their rights and access opportunities through access to quality governmental services. To this end, our people require well-run and strategically coordinated government institutions with skilled public servants who are committed to serving the people with pride, professionalism, and relentless commitment. I urge all public servants to stand up and be counted among those that seek to advance the development of the people of Mpumalanga. Inasmuch as we strive to ensure that we have an efficient, fit for purpose civil servants, we are also cognizant of the fact that we as the employer have a concomitant responsibility to address your grievances and ensure that we create a work environment that is conducive for the development of world-class public servants. I commit the Mpumalanga provincial government to continuing to strengthening relations with strategic partners such as the Public Service Commission, the Department of Public Service and Administration, as well as organized labor in order to promote the advancement content productive and people-centered civil service. Inevitably, there will be disagreements, but it is imperative that we ensure that as these are being addressed, all strategic partners join hands in order to ensure that public servants continue to do their work diligently and effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, another key component of the ideal civil servant is ensuring that we are capacitated with a skilled workforce that is committed to the constant delivery of high quality services whilst remaining cognizant of the developmental objectives of the nation as outlined in the NDP and of the province as outlined in the Mpumalanga Vision 2030 plan. The fact that our province and indeed our nation is facing uncertain economic waters must be seen as an opportunity by the civil service. Passionate public servants must use this economic landscape to be innovative and develop with interventions and programs which promote innovation in the delivery of basic services for our people. It is therefore essential that this Indaba ingrains a mindset with public servants that is premised upon them seeing themselves as change agent, enablers, and facilitators of integrated good governance and administration towards Vision 2030. Another key element that will determine if we are truly on a path towards sustainable development is our commitment to gender parity and specifically the issue of female leadership within the public service. For many decades now, our country has recognized and acknowledged the fact that the emancipation of women and gender equality are some of the defining features of our democracy. We must celebrate those women who are heads of departments, senior managers, municipality managers, and CEOs of parastatals. We must, however, not rest on our laurels. More still needs to be done to increase the number of these women occupying senior management position in public service, and Mpumalanga must lead the way. As I conclude, Program Director, let me remind all civil servants to remember that public service in our country is premised upon Section 197 of the Constitution, which stipulates that within the public administration, there is a public service for the Republic of South Africa, which must function and be structured in terms of national legislation, and which must loyally execute terms of national legislation, and which must loyally execute the lawful policies of the government of the day. The fact that the public service is regulated by the apex law of the Republic is an indication of the critical nature of civil service. I urge all of you gathered here today to introspect and ask yourselves, are we living to these values and principles of a public service as enshrined in the Constitution? When future generations and scholars of public administration reflect on the history of public service, will they positively note that as the custodian of public service in the country, we lived up to this constitutional mandate? Allow me to stress that Public Service Month should continuously serve not only to celebrate public servants, but also as a renewal of commitment by public servants to serve the citizens of our country with utmost dedication and professionalism. We therefore call upon public servants to remain committed to serving communities beyond the Public Service Month. Let it be a daily exercise premised upon delivering services to our people. With these few words, I wish to welcome you all to the province of the rising sun, a province defined by its unity in diversity, a province whose natural beauty is matched by the beauty of the people who call it home. Thank you very much, DG, for an opportunity.
Thank you, MEC. I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm now going to invite Deputy Minister for the Public Service and Administration, Dr. Chana Pilani Machake, to give us the keynote address. The Deputy Minister will be connecting online. Thank you.
Connect to Lee. Good morning. Good morning. It's echoing terribly. And I can't open the camera, host. It says you cannot start your video because host has stopped it. Program Director, in the interest of time, I'm going to continue without the video. Am I audible?
We can hear you clearly, yeah.
Thank you very much. I will continue without the video. And to say good morning to you, Program Director, and to also greet the member of the Executive Council for Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Administration, Honorable Busisiwe Shiba, DG of the Department of Public Service and Administration, Mayor Yoliswa Makasi, HOD for Mpumalanga, Mr. Makuku Mampuru, Senior Management and Public Servants present, here at the venue and virtually. I hear that Alexander Forbes is actually also there. Let me acknowledge their presence and all other entities that are related to the work that DPSA is doing, GEMS. I'm not sure if the NSG is there too, the CPSI. Program Director, allow me to tender apology from the Honorable Minister, Notolo Kivit, who would have loved to be with us in attendance today, but cannot be here due to prior commitments. Workplace well-being is paramount. For the right or satisfactory performance output or productivity, every employer should therefore prioritize mental and physical well-being of its workforce. The government of South Africa has made it its duty to prioritize the well-being of public servants with a view to make public service a career of choice. Public servants are constantly faced with challenges that, if left unattended, may take a toll on their mental well-being and performance. Consequently, cognizance needs to also be taken in of catastrophes that includes and are not limited to frequent pandemics, explosions, storms, floods, fires, and other common trauma experienced by public servants, which requires galvanizing support in the background of noting the not so static but ever evolving society in the 4IR era. Program Director, the post-COVID world has brought a myriad of physical and mental challenges for public servants, which I am informed that this Indaba will seek to address as part of improving employee experience for effective service delivery. As government, various measures have been put in place towards promotion of employee health and wellness, such as GEHS, that is Government Employee Housing Scheme, towards improved access to housing for public servants. And GEMS, towards improved access to universal health. Believing in people also enhances their self-worth, contributing positively to their well-being, thanks to the work that is being done by the Center for Public Service Innovation that allow and encourages public servants to be part of the solution to the challenges experienced in public service. All those solutions up until now, a number of them have actually really seriously made a lot of what would have been devastating challenges in the public service to be a thing of the past. And the example will be things like queues in a number of places through innovative solutions. They've actually been reduced. I'm sure lately you were aware of what was actually launched about the biometrics for deceased people because of the number of dead bodies that government mortuaries had as challenges. Also to note is that through the NSG, National School of Government, the capacity of public servants is developed for enhanced performance in delivery of services to South Africans. All of these services are being provided in government just to improve the well-being of public servants. The gains that COVID-19 has brought, such as virtual meetings and interactions, should not be overlooked, because we at times talk about COVID-19 as if it was just only devastating, but there has been positives around COVID-19 experience. And we must actually capitalize on such gains. To this end, Program Director, as we commemorate and take stock of the milestones and achievements of public servants in contributing to achieving goals set out in the National Development Plan 2030 through service delivery over this Public Service Month, we must also consider what impacts negatively on the happiness and well-being of public servants to foster improvements on measures introduced to support well-being of public servants. The Indaba is critical as it convenes for the first time critical national and provincial role players as follows. We have now with us the policy developers at DPSA at the Indaba, the health risk managers that assist with the maintaining and healthy workforce, and most importantly, the practitioners implementing policies, especially in the departments with direct interface with public service delivery points in such as health, police, social development, and education. This gathering is creating a platform for participants to share their lived experiences and make concrete recommendations towards improved support for public servants. Prior COVID-19, research shows that 1 in 6 South Africans suffer from anxiety and depression. About 60% of South Africans are suffering from post-traumatic disorder, while only 27% of South Africans with severe mental disorders receive treatment. The source that has been quoted in terms of the statistics given is South African College of Applied Psychology, 2018. Post-COVID-19, the statistics might have drastically changed. The fact that only 27% of those living with severe mental disorders receive treatment is a subject of concern that requires urgent intervention. In addition, data from GEMS and health risk managers has shown that mental illness in the public service is one of the top 5 leading medical chronic conditions among public servants, a worrying factor. It is for this reason that the Department of Public Service and Administration and the partners through this Indaba remind us about the need for active awareness of mental illness in the workplace. I'm trying the video again in the meantime to see if the host has actually corrected it. It's still problematic. It is important for this for this gathering to consider the importance of well-being at work for sustainable and healthy workforce or sustainable employability. Sustainable employability refers to the ability of workers to participate in the work and the labor market during their lifetime. Program Director, traditionally,
Okay, I think she might have been cut off by mistake. Yes, she muted herself. Okay. So we are going to try and see if we can get the Deputy Minister back. In the meantime, let me acknowledge our partners in the Indaba government employees medical scheme, the people that are supposed to keep us healthy and away from PHS. Brand SA, there's a few others that are not on this list that are automatic partners to this health and wellness Indaba. Consider yourselves acknowledged, and we look forward to working with you, if not only today, but into the future. While we wait for the Deputy Minister to connect back in, maybe we can explore some placeholders in the form of comments, not only on the opening remarks of the MEC, but also because we have practitioners gathered here in attendance to get indications of your expectations of what we should come out of here after the 2 days of the Indaba. I don't know if we've got roving mics. We'll just take one or two while we wait for technical people to give us a sense. Are there any takers in terms of expectations? Or even comments on what has been said thus far? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, and our ministers and MECs, our DDGs, and all the attendees and our stakeholders. A very good morning to all. From the presentations that we had, colleagues, thank you very much. We really appreciate to know that DPSA is recognizing the issue of the mental health illness in the public service, that it's taking its toll. From here going forward, we are expecting, as the minister indicated, that the public service need to be the employer of choice. We're expecting to have strategies to have the mental health illness that is taking its toll in our provinces and in government. There are a number of things that impact to that. One of those is the overloading of employees. You find one employee having a lot of activities in the department. One employee overloaded in such that they can't even sleep, they can't even breathe. At the same time, they must deliver. How do you expect a person to deliver under such circumstances, where you have to head this function, this section, and you need to head this section, and at the same time you are serving people? You need to ensure that people are getting the services that are expected to be rendered to the employees. So thank you very much, colleagues. We hope we'll come up with strategies to ensure that the mental health it's going down. Thank you very much.
Let's take it from the top. My name is
Tembisile Ndleboya from Public Works, Roads and Transport in Mpumalanga, heading EPILA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There any other taker on expectations? No. Have we got the DM back online? No. Can we move it forward? No one there. Okay, thank you. So I think we'll jump the body break. I think we need to catch up, and then we call the next speaker, Tumi Kumede from Brand SA, on public servants as good ambassadors for South Africa when traveling abroad. Is it okay? Can I move on to the next?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, we apologize, colleagues. She's yeah, no, the DM is not back. We are having a problem with connectivity.
Okay.
So
this is the real program director. I'm just the face.
we're trying to have a pretty face dealing with but there are technical issues. Apologies. My name is Nyiko Mabunda. We do have a problem. I've spoken to the Deputy Minister. She'll try to join and finish her speech, but if she's not able to, we'll be able to also distribute it to participants that are in attendance. In the meantime, what we are going to do, we're going to, they're just uploading, there are some very interesting videos that Brand SA has come up with and a presentation. Once Ms. Kumede has finalized that, she'll be able to come through. We also requested to announce that we have, as part of our partners, GEMS, as well as Proactive Health Solutions, they have put up stands outside. We can check our your cholesterol. Yesterday we had fun running and walking at the walkie-talkie. DG Makuku was able to walk many kilometers, yes, and lots of them. Even the watch couldn't keep up with the recording. DDG Linda was not able to finish a number of kilometers, as many as she wanted to, but she also did lots and lots of them. So she will be required to be the first person to go and check all those type of things. But when we deal with employee health and wellness, one of the key important part of it is about pre-screening. So that you can check whether you have any markers as in the health space that are called. And if you are able to detect some of the challenges that may come up later on in the health space, you will be able to handle them. They say prevention is better than cure, but sometimes it's also when you detect it as early as you can, you are able to solve it at that level. Madam Tony, are you ready? Okay. I try to.
Thank you, placeholder. This brings to an abrupt end my small job of making sure that you are happy here. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your Indaba.
Good morning, colleagues. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time with the real program director to have all of the details in order to acknowledge the protocol correctly. So I would simply wish to greet and acknowledge all the leadership that is amongst us, representing the different state organs, the departments, as well as the partners that are amongst us. My name is Tony Kumede. I'm from Brand South Africa. And perhaps before I start, let me just share with you a short video to introduce the presentation. Can we move to the next slide, which plays the video? That's too far ahead. I think the technical team is moving faster than I am. Okay, colleagues, yes, I think let's proceed this. In any case, the material will all be made available to everyone in attendance afterwards. So as mentioned, I'm from Brand South Africa. Can I just ask, perhaps by a show of hands, who here is aware of Brand South Africa or the work of Brand South Africa? Okay. Okay, no, great. That's fine. I just wanted to understand how much detail I should be able to go into during the presentation. So Brand South Africa is the nation brand entity. We are a state-owned entity established in 2002 by the former President Thabo Mbeki. At the time, some may be familiar with it having been called the International Marketing Council. Now, to simply explain the evolution of what we do now and the rationale thereof. The International Marketing Council, who Brand South Africa was at the time, was purely focused on promoting South Africa to the international market so that we can position South Africa as an attractive and competent and competitive destination in order to attract trade, investment, academics, and all the good things, tourism as well. However, over time, it became very clear that you cannot be attracting the world to South Africa only for the world to arrive in South Africa and find a South Africa and a people that is not sold on itself. And that was what necessitated the domestic part of Brand South Africa's mandate as we know it today. Some colleagues, I don't know if there are any colleagues from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We also report there in terms of our domestic mandate, which falls under social cohesion, because as part of the domestic mandate of Brand South Africa, we are part of the voices that encourage and inspire patriotism, build facing. we can move. I had hoped that I would be able to move this. So if you forget everything else that I'm going to share with you in this presentation, I would simply like for you to at least remember what the vision is, because it is not an institutional vision only for Brand South Africa, the entity, but it is a country vision in terms of, as a nation brand, competing against other nations to attract the best of what the world has to offer and bring it and attract it to our country. We have a vision that we will become a nation brand, one which inspires its own people, as well as one that is admired globally on an international front. And we do this. I have tried to summarize the program for the purpose of this presentation. So this may not be exhaustive, but it is high level work. And on the domestic front, our work speaks to brand alignment. And when we talk about brand alignment, there are two aspects. It is the reputation, the image, as well as the messaging. It's very easy for work to be done internationally by 1 or 2 or 3 entities. But with such a big nation brand, where you've got multiple public servants going outside of the country to execute their own mandates, one of the most important things in being able to get ahead in building a good reputation for South Africa is that we are aligned, that we speak or sing from the same hymn book, so to speak. So brand alignment is very important. Otherwise, we will not be able to gain any return on investment for the work of promoting South Africa, because if we are not consistent, we are almost a brand that is seen to be very scattered, not preaching the same message, and thus the world cannot identify us or associate us with any one single thing per sector, which is what we need in order to be able to attract the attention of investors. We have stakeholder collaborations, and this nature of work requires that we work with and through stakeholders, because there is no one entity or no one person, regardless which office they hold, that can be able to do the work of nation branding and building a good reputation for South Africa by themselves. So it does require all of us. In fact, not only the public sector, but it requires ordinary citizens to be consistent as well, because it takes very little to break brand building work, reputation building work that has been done. And it can be done by anyone representing South Africa, whether in their personal capacity or in their official capacity. So it is important that we work with all stakeholders. And some of the programs that you may have seen or been exposed to, especially at international platforms, is that we collaborate as the public sector across government departments, as well as entities who have a role to play, but also with corporate South Africa, because of course, all of us as public sector, we get paid to do our job, we get paid to represent the country well. But what is more important, and it enhances building credibility for South Africa, is when the private voices are also echoing our message, which is why you will see corporate South Africa will be alongside the South African delegations to such platforms as World Economic Forum, as BRICS, any platform that speaks to African free trade, continental free trade area, and any of those kind of platforms. So wherever South Africa has a voice is to be represented. It is important that we have an alignment in how the country is presented in its image. And that is why you see at the top of the screen in the middle, that is not a Brand South Africa logo, the institution. You probably don't know the Brand South Africa logo. And for us, it's not the most important logo. What is important is the visual that represents South Africa. And that's why it says South Africa and not Brand South Africa, so that it does not get confused with the entity. And so at any platform where a South African entity is, a South African government department is operating, even at the international missions, we then all use this image so that we can be able to associate with the country and benefit from whatever work has been previously done to build the identity of South Africa in that market. Another strategic program is the Nation Brand Forum, which is an annual program where we collaborate with multiple stakeholders, have stakeholders in the room, one, to get insights from across the country, across entities and across the government, to get insights on what are the interventions that are happening in different spaces to address the challenges that the country is facing. We cannot do the work of promoting the country without being able to also defend the country in as far as when there's a negative narrative, regardless how true it is, ours as a job, and I believe any public servant then as your job, it is to speak to what the interventions are that the government is putting in place in order to address challenges. I think we all, the top challenge in everyone's mind that we experience every day, for example, is load shedding. So when we are doing the work of promoting the country, or you don't have to be away beyond the borders of South Africa to interface with an international audience. Colleagues from Home Affairs, who we also work very closely with at ports of entry, are faced with interacting with people coming into this country every day. It may not be a long session. It could just be one moment of interacting with someone that will build their perception about the rest of South Africa. So, and I often say the truth is, when you are in an international interaction, whether you are housing someone or hosting or processing their passport or their documents for investment, whatever the reason, all of us in this country, we stand on your shoulders in that one moment and how you conduct yourself in representing South Africa, because investment decisions can be made in a moment of stamping a passport, in a moment of a conversation, even in a moment where you have guests and you're standing around a bright stand, because that illustrates and reflects who we all are as a country. I won't go too much into further detail beyond mentioning that we also have domestic focus programs that are also intended to mobilize South Africans around South Africa, to be active citizens, to be part of the change they hope to see. And you may have come across this program, Play Your Part. It's a domestic program, and this program cuts across, it's whether you are an individual, whether you are an entity, whether you're public sector, civil society, whichever sphere of society, we believe that everyone has a part to play in contributing to a better South Africa, the one we hope to leave our children and their children with one day. So what we have then in that program is an aspect called Play Your Part Ambassadors. So we identify people. It's not a celebrity or influencer-based program. Ordinary South Africans doing extraordinary things in different sectors. It could be a teacher in whichever community who takes the extra time to assist learners beyond the learning time that she officially gets paid to assist them to do better in whatever the subject that may be a challenge. It can be ugogo somewhere who is looking after child-headed households or children without parents in a community. It could be those who focus on environmental sustainability by planting trees. And it could be other people like entrepreneurs who help others to do better in their businesses. So Play Your Part is for every South African, every entity and every organization. And I encourage all of us there, if we are to identify for our own areas where we operate, any possibility of collaborating, that is a low-hanging fruit, simply because what we do with Play Your Part is profile what you do, put it on our platforms. One, it enables you to be able to get attention and potentially support for your initiative. But two, we also use it to inspire other South Africans to do better as well. One of the programs that we have as well, which it's called the Nation Brand Masterclass. And we have this program, it's much more focused, and its purpose is to prepare South Africans who have a role to play, whether it is project-based or someone is going to be posted somewhere out of the country. But we do that masterclass across the country to empower people to understand, one, their role, and give them tools on how to then do the nation brand alignment in terms of imaging, how to access updated messages about the country, the challenges that the country is facing. And that is called the nation brand masterclass, and that is available. So I've just referenced it in the presentation because it's not for this purpose. I can give you an example. On Monday here in Bombela will be a nation brand masterclass for various entities who are available and interested. So we go around even to the provinces, even at the missions when ambassadors are going to be posted internationally, we do this version of masterclass with them. And so without laboring that point, the entirety of the principles that we try to express and share with people is so that they understand, just like any other brand that is commercial, that is trying to sell themselves against competitors, we believe we need more and more to see the country as a brand, because other nation brands treat themselves this way, and this allows them to make cohesive, intentional, and proper effort into presenting themselves as a brand. And this allows them to position themselves as more attractive to the world for investment and all of the good things, as I mentioned, tourism, education, etc. So we know if we are to treat the country then as a nation brand, and we understand that a brand is a set of expectations, memories, stories, relationships that when put together account for any one consumer's decision to choose one service over another. So we want everyone to be able to choose South Africa, or at least South Africa to be at their top 3 of their list of countries to trade with, to invest in, to visit, and to come and study in. And so the most important thing is not necessarily what our guests say when they are here in the country, but based on their experience here, it's based on what we want them to be saying when they are not in front of us as South Africans, because that will give a credible reference for someone else to see South Africa as a country to invest in. So we need to be, as a country, a focused brand. We need to have a unique promise, and that can be quite difficult because we know one of our unique features of our identity as South Africa is that we are simply a diverse nation, whichever way you look at it. When you look at our economy, we have a highly diversified economy. When you look at our communities, we have diversified communities, demographics, interest, prowess. We are good at sport. We are good at music. We are good at so many different things that the value proposition has always been diverse. However, it is important to refine that, have at least some central idea. If you remember, colleagues, at some point, we had the country's slogan was, actually, maybe I should ask, does anyone even know what the country's slogan was? We don't. Rainbow Nation was an identifier. It was a unique feature of our country. The country's slogan was alive with possibilities. Now we remember. So we were alive with possibilities, colleagues, but it's also very important. It was a good slogan, right? A lot of South Africans could relate with it, but we were at an early part of our democracy. There was so much freshness. It's like we were waiting to burst with opportunity to offer the world. It was an exciting moment, but it is a possibility to be alive with possibility. In my view, similar to a lady who is pregnant. You can't have a possibility beyond 12 months in your body. You have to move. And that is why the slogan has evolved to inspiring new ways. At some point, this baby must be born. So South Africa cannot be a potential forever. We have to show, and we have reasons to believe, factual reasons to believe as to why this country is now in different sectors, in different areas of life. We are inspiring new ways. And I will share just some snippets of that with you later in the presentation. I won't talk to this too much. It's background theory to a lot of what I've mentioned already. It's about the nation brand. And the reason we engage in nation branding is so that we can compete for our share of voice and attention from the world, simply put. So without laboring this slide either, this was just to illustrate the difference between a commercial brand and a nation brand. The difficulty with it, I think I remember a few years ago, it was Ford Cougar, if I'm not mistaken. I hope they're not one of the sponsors. Ford Cougar, they had cars that there was some malfunction technically, and they used to burn. I'm very grateful that I never got one at that time, but they own the product, it's theirs. They simply recall it from the market. That is the difference between a commercial brand. If it's not working, you can recall it. You have total control in the market. A nation brand, there's no one who has control, because anyone in this country can further South Africa's agenda in how they interact, but also equally anyone can damage it. Over your holiday in December, when you are in Mauritius or wherever you go, you can speak damaging things about this country, and you may be speaking to somebody who will have an opportunity to make an investment decision to South Africa. So all over 50 million of us have that control. And that's why it's so important for us to have interactions at a community level, which we do as we speak. I think we've got a team of colleagues in Hazy View doing a constitution awareness campaign to promote constitution values. And as I said, again here, on Monday, we have Nation Brand Masterclass. So we have different kind of, if you want to call it, products that are geared towards addressing different audiences, engaging with different audiences to help them see that we all have a part to play. We all have a responsibility in a better South Africa. So this was just to illustrate the fact that there is a difference. It's easier for commercial brands. They can just take the product off the market. We can't take South Africa off the market. So how we do this is very focused. It's not guesswork. It's not frivolous marketing work as it is sometimes viewed by people, but it is through applying a science. So we subscribe to the notion of nation branding, as has been developed over 2 to 3 decades ago by one Dr. Simon Arnold, who initiated the intentional studies on nation branding, which is basically summarized a theory that puts forward that the sum of people's perceptions about a country are formed on the basis of interaction with one of these 6 things. And that is what solidly gives an outcome that says, this is the nation brand reputation. These are your nation brands associations. It's perceptions. It's not even reality. And I think for me, I find that quite a scary thing, because we are working on people's perception. Tourism. The thing is, tourism is the low-hanging fruit. We have a beautiful country, God-given. There's so much offering before and beyond even the work that people do. And there's a lot of work that goes into it from all of our tourism entities. So the attractiveness and the economic contribution of the sector is very important. And people's interaction with tourism, tour operators, be it a shuttle that took them from OR Tambo and brought them to the Kruger National Park, that experience feeds into what the perception about South Africa is to that person. And investment and immigration, investment potential and attractiveness to outsiders, we know here, and remember, with each of these pillars, there are multiple stakeholders who contribute to it, who shape people's perception. It's not just one entity. As I mentioned with tourism, it's not just South African tourism. They do the work. It's not just Mpumalanga Tourism Authority. It's the tour operator, a guy who owns a shuttle, who transports people. They contribute to that perception. Investment and immigration, multiple stakeholders here as well, including your Home Affairs, Invest South Africa and the likes. Exports, also very important, because the country or the government does not have control necessarily of what business people produce, how they conduct themselves, and what quality of exports they give to the external market. So I tell a slightly mischievous story here. I grew up in KwaZulu-Natal, and at that time, the only access I had to understanding anything about China, the country, was through a stereo that was breaking every 3 months that my father bought. So I had no exposure to the country. But through this little stereo, those ones where you pull the aerial, I had perceptions about that country. So a business person selling socks to a person sitting in South Korea through the internet, That experience and the quality of that product will determine the person's perception about the country. I'm going to skip through because of time. These are just some case studies that I will skip through. The presentation will be available to see how other countries have repositioned themselves based on changes that require them to, so that they can be more attractive. I made a lot of examples here. I think what's important collectively, the job that needs to be done, we need a cohesive storytelling of our country's success and achievements. We need, even at the provincial level, at cities level, we need to elevate the competitiveness. All of this data and information is available, packaged by Brand South Africa, and it's available for any entity to use when they prepare themselves to go and do their business that they want to do wherever, in whichever part of the globe. So I've mentioned brand alignment. So ultimately, this is about a South Africa that has one story that is well told consistently by all different parties. This is just a link to the online masterclass as well as the toolkit. These are the next few slides were to give you an understanding of what, when we look at our challenges, if somebody says in South Africa, you've got energy security, high level of corruption, high crime rate, unemployment, socioeconomic challenges and inequality, yours and my job are not to reflect back and talk about the problem. We already know the problem, okay? We are not there to promote our problems, but on the far end are the interventions. So I encourage all of us to empower ourselves. This information is readily available that you can be able to factually speak to what is being done to address and progress being made to address each and every single one of those challenges. I've indicated nation brand enablers. Those are the good things. Those are things that we don't have to work too hard for. They work for us as a country. I'm going to skip through, and also I think insights based on research that is available that we do. We commission a study on the nation brand performance to understand South Africa's global reputation. We do it in various markets. This information is available so that as you go into any market, you can empower yourselves with understanding with what are the perceptions based on different sectors? How attractive is South Africa in this particular market? One thing I can simply share that one of the many lessons we learned was that where there are not ideal or positive perceptions of South Africa in that market, what we definitely see is that those perceptions change for the positive when people experience the country, which means perceptions are more negative than the reality that people experience when they come here. I'm not going to do this. This is just a cloud map of top of mind associations that globally people associate with South Africa. And there's a lot of good things. It's 65% positive. So I think it simply says we know what to use to leverage to position our country better. I'm not going to go too much into anything else, but we have here, I think it's not just Brand South Africa, but other entities as well in their business strategy that must speak to addressing in their operations a better Africa and a better world in terms of trade relations. We have, we've tried to summarize the information to make it easy for any entity that wants to access it to see what are the initiatives in each one of the areas. How good is, say, for example, BRICS for us and that and different platforms. These were videos. I'm not going to play them now in the interest of time, but it was just to illustrate often and you may find this as well, I believe you likely do when you're operating and interfacing with South Africans. People look at big platforms, whether it's BRICS, World Economic Forum, or AFCFTA, and they say, so what? For me, the ordinary South African. I wanted to illustrate with this that it's not just the big corporates that do well when they go to other countries that were birthed in South Africa. And we've got a lot of good stories to tell there. MTN is the biggest company in Uganda economy. It is a South African company. That is something to be proud of. It is an employer. They're respected as contributing to that society. But I'm not here promoting corporates, but I'm illustrating that this is the capacity of South African corporates and what they do. Beyond that, even small businesses, and this video was talking to small businesses who have benefited through trade relations with other countries in terms of growing their operations from a shoemaker to a business that does transformers to a business that repairs potholes, operating in other African countries. South Africans don't know all of that. So colleagues, in wrapping up, I'm going to jump straight to the end. As mentioned, I'm not going to talk to. So this is just to give you then lastly, an indication of some of the assets that we have put together, reasons to invest. These are booklets. We don't print them anymore, but they are available for yourself as tools on the internet and on our website as well. So when we talk about a skilled workforce, exactly what do we mean? So people know that we don't just promote slogans, but we have reasons to believe, factual things that we can put forward for our country's proposition and being the best country. So I'm going to leave you then with, remember, you are South Africa to the world when you are interacting. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Tony Gumede. Yes, I'm correct. Thank you very much. I think some of you may be wondering why we're talking brand South Africa when we're dealing with issues of wellness. The point is simple. We are with public servants here. So the messaging is that you are South Africa. And you must remember your responsibilities as South Africa. How you carry yourself, how you serve people. You don't even have to go overseas in order to be a good servant to the people. It starts with the people that you serve locally in South Africa. So it's really a reminder and to focus on the do's and the don'ts, if you like, in your responsibility as an ambassador of South Africa, to South Africa and to the world. So my name is Yoliswa Makasi. I'm the DG for DBSA, and I've been forced to come here on stage because my name was put in the program without my, without me agreeing to it. I was not consulted. And on top of that, the DG from Mpumalanga who was here earlier just abandoned the stage and left because of other duty calls, of course. I didn't realize he was making a goodbye when he was making a goodbye. It was a very sophisticated goodbye. So I kept on asking, where's the DG? Somebody says, I saw him walking out. That was the end. So I'm supposed to take you through until lunch. Yes, I have 2 items until lunch. And I've been advised now that Tony is done to give you a body break, which will last for, according to Nico, 10 minutes. So Nico is my boss here. So Nico is saying I must give you a body break from 10:50, which is, we're only using my watch, 10:50 to 11. That's 10:50 to 11. It's 10:51 now to 11:51. And then we'll come back. I would request when you come back that Dr. Vuyokola and Brigadier Linono to be on stage. Colleagues, please go and enjoy your body break, whatever that means. I hope no one will be smoking. Your wellness is important. influencers of the public service. Abanye bathatha ama-selfie papandle. At least those ones who are testing for high blood, it's fine. I can forgive them. Nico, can you please bring your people along with you who are outside? The high blood is all right. Colleagues, don't forget during lunch to check if your pressures are still in order. Is Dr. Vuyo here? Hey. Yes. Wasn't in a program got day 2 up, I got day 1. Yes, please can I belong to day 1? Yeah. Brigadier Lenono. Is she here? Anybody seen Brigadier? Was she here in the morning? Okay. Nico, is the Brigadier here? Is the Brigadier here? Okay. You know, I'm trying to get everybody settled because the walking up and down is going to be disturbing to the speaker. This is a small venue. So if you don't mind, guys, we're supposed to be seated at 11. So please sit. Is the phone off? Eh? Okay, I think the majority of us is settled now. Thank you, colleagues, and welcome back from the body break. And we have 2 speakers now after lunch, after body break. We have Dr. Vuyo Gola, who is the Chief Healthcare Officer at GEMS. So all those of you, can we get a sense how many people are GEMS members here? So I'm a client. So if you have any issues to raise about GEMS, not here, not after she speaks, you will stick to the topic. After she speaks, I'll give you time to raise your issues. You'll stick to the topic. Then during lunch, she has a team here. She's not alone. But firstly, you must go and check your blood pressure and other things. And then you must come to her and her team. They must, if they're deducting more money from L8. In fact, even the people who work with them and support them are here. I'm not going to mention them, but they are here. So you sorted, all your problems must be answered today by James. So we have Dr. Vuyokola, who will be speaking on management of chronic diseases, health screening and mental health in the workplace. We also have, we're trying to locate Brigadier Linono. Apparently she was here in the morning, according to somebody. Anybody seen her? Animals. So Nico says she was here in the morning, but for some reason, I'm not trusting Nico that Brigadier Linono was here. Why it's only you who knows that? But so we don't know where she is. Is she working at SABS? Then we are going to report her that she went AWOL. We'll report her as missing first in the nearest police station. And then we'll report her that she's gone AWOL. But let's hope that she'll rock up. In the meantime, we're going to invite Dr. Vuyokola, who's going to speak to us about management of chronic diseases, health screening, as well as mental health in the workplace. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Kola.
Program director. I'm gonna mention, excuse me, I'm gonna mention DG from Mpumalanga, Mr. Makuku Mamburu. Thank you. I was fine, and now all of a sudden when I have to speak, my throat is acting against me. Thank you, DG Yoliso Makasi. DG of Mpumalanga, Mr. Makuku Mamburu, MEC, Ms. Busisiwe Shiba, all the DDGs in the house, and all the senior management and senior colleagues in public service, as well as from the stakeholders. Good morning to you all. I think DG has already said I am Vuyokola from GEMS. I am in charge of healthcare at GEMS, and I'm also a GEMS member. So I'm also a member, and as DG said, I'm not alone. So at lunchtime, please find the people that also have, they're wearing the GEMS T-shirts or logos, and don't just attack me. But hopefully we can have good conversations. So I've been asked to talk about the management of chronic diseases, including mental health, as well as screening in the workplace. And thank you very much for having me here. It's a really great privilege, and it's always a good opportunity for us to talk about health and wellness. So this is just the outline of my presentation. I'm not going to go through all of that, and I do hope that the presentation will be shared at DG. In the interest of time, some of the slides I have hidden, but I think it would be good for the colleagues to see the slides, all of the slides. So I'm going to start with GEMS demographics, just so that we can all get orientated, and some of the issues that I highlight will be clearer to you as I go through the slides. So as public servants, currently there's over 826,000 registered public servants at GEMS. This is just the public servants alone. But if you include all of our beneficiaries, GEMS covers over 2.2 million lives. This amounts to 1 in 4 private medical aid patients in South Africa, just to give you an idea of how how many lives GEMS covers. The average age for the principal member is 49, and then the average age for all the beneficiaries is 32. If you look at the percentage of chronic lives that are registered at GEMS, is 21%. So 21% of all the people registered at GEMS have got a chronic condition. Out of those people, if you go to, when you have a chronic condition, you have to go to a pharmacy, you get treatment from a doctor. So there's an average of 3.7 items per patient. So it means, let's say, around 4 prescriptions or medication that you get as a patient. Now, what's even more important about that is that 23% of all the people that are registered on chronic programs have got more than 3 conditions. And so if you think about us here, that means around 23% of us here will have more than 3 chronic conditions. It could be diabetes, hypertension, and depression. Now, what are the top 5 chronic conditions that we see? You will see that under each of these conditions, there's something that says registration. So it means these are the people that actually have registered with a chronic condition. And the reason why we talk about registration is because there are people that are on chronic or have been diagnosed with chronic conditions, but they are not registered and they're not taking their medication. Some are registered and they're taking their medication, but the relevance of registration, I will speak to a little bit later. So the most prevalent is hypertension, over 318,000 GEMS beneficiaries. This is now principal members and their beneficiaries have got hypertension. Then it's followed by HIV. GEMS has got the largest HIV program outside of state. Then hyperlipidemia, that's high cholesterol, diabetes, and then asthma. I'm going to be talking about mental health a little bit later, but I just want to focus on these ones. So you look at hypertension, for example, 318,000 members are registered. So those members have actually been registered by their doctor, or they themselves have called to say, I have hypertension. My doctor has prescribed this medication for me. Why is it important for us to register, colleagues? Because we need to unlock special benefits that are there. If you're hypertensive, if you're diabetic, whatever it is, you can get your doctor to register you, or you can actually call the call center and register. A few years ago, we used to have this long chronic registration form that doctors hated. Tabile is nothing. You remember, ne? That long one. We don't need that anymore. Your doctor just needs to give you an ICD-10 code. That's a diagnosis code. The doctor will know what that is, give you the medication that you're on. So all you need really is that prescription that the doctor will write up for you. Sometimes some of the doctors will call and register you, or you can actually call yourself at the call center and register yourself. Now, why is this important, colleagues? When you have a chronic condition, whether it or a flu, you want to use your day-to-day benefits, those are protected. You can use them for your day-to-day expenses, or if you want to go consult. The chronic benefits are separate. And what you will get, and I hope a lot of us or a lot of people in this room that are registered with a chronic condition would have looked at their email, because then you're going to get your letter saying, Dear Vuyo, you've been registered on the chronic program, for example, for hypertension. It will tell you the medication that you're on, but more importantly, it will give you your care plan. Your care plan will be catered to the condition that you have. This is how many times you need to get blood tests done. It will say which blood tests. This is how many times you need to go see, let's say if you're a diabetic, an ophthalmologist or a podiatrist. So what's important about that is that it actually guides you. And then what it also does is that if you don't go for those tests, you're going to get another email that will say, we've noticed that you haven't gone for your test this year. What's more important is that, as I said, these benefits are paid from the risk benefit, but we call it from chronic. If you're registered on chronic, then you will be able to get all the tests that you need. We are busy also training doctors to make sure that even for those that are registered, sometimes the doctors will use the wrong ICD-10 codes. So what will happen is that then this is when people end up paying for pathology tests that they shouldn't have been paying for because the doctor used the wrong code. There's something that we call a Z code. It's a general code. As soon as he enters the wrong code, then it goes to the wrong benefits, and then your benefits are depleted. When you have your day-to-day benefits, then they're not there. So registration is important, and I'm really appealing to those that have not registered to please register. Keep your care plan, look out for your emails, read up on your condition as well. Then I've also just indicated the compliance there in terms of medicine compliance. GEMS does make a lot of effort to work with pathology labs, and there's a lot of data that we use to check who's actually getting their medication. It's one thing to be registered, but some people will register and then claim for 1 month and then they never come back again. That also is something that we actively do. You will be called, whether you get an email or a phone call to say you've registered, but you have not claimed for your medication in a while. Remember, a chronic condition is a condition that you have to manage. It's not going to go away after a month or 3 months. It's going to stay with you, so you need to make sure that that is managed. The reason why the specific tests and specific specialists that will be in your care plan is because we need you and your doctor to manage the condition effectively. So just a plea, we would like to get those compliance numbers up. HIV, for example, before 2020, we spoke about reaching the 1990 targets. GEMS was able to reach the 1990 targets in early 2021. So what is 1990? It's 90% of people with HIV know their status, 90% are on treatment, and 90% are virally suppressed. So if you're virally suppressed, it means your HIV is well controlled. 2025 is coming up. The new target is it's 95, 95, 95. So if you look at HIV there, you see that the medicine compliance is at 89%. Now, we've been struggling with that for the past year or so, where we used to have that compliance for HIV at sitting above 92, but now it's dipping. And we know that COVID also had a lot to do with people not getting access to medication, lockdown, but COVID is past us now. So it is a plea for everybody who is registered. Please make sure that you're compliant with your medication and you visit your doctor regularly. Please make sure that you register. Now, I deliberately decided to speak about mental health separately because we know mental health is a huge issue. And I'm just going to compare some of the numbers that you saw with the chronic conditions, the top 5, and what we see with mental health. The DM mentioned that according to studies, only 27% of people with mental disorders are actually receiving treatment. That is a really, really concerning number. And I'll tell you why. So if you look at any general population and whether we look at, let's say we look at South Africa as a whole, you'll find that the most common mental health conditions are more or less the same. It's always depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia. You've got other mood disorders associated with depression and bipolar. You've got PTSD and eating disorders. The most prominent or the most common are always depression, anxiety, personality disorders, bipolar disorders, and schizophrenia. In any population, there's 20 in, there's about 20% of people in any population that will have some kind of mental disorder. But let's look at the GEM stats. The GEM stats say that approximately 84,000 members have a known diagnosis of a mental health condition. That means, remember I said GEMS covers over 2.2 million lives. So only 3% of GEMS members have a known mental health condition. Now, remember, if we looked at hypertension, and you see the numbers, the 318,000. And there's a lot of people with hypertension that are undiagnosed because GP kept saying, how's the BP? Go and check BP. We've got Nurse Abby there. Please go and interact with Nurse Abby, that robotic nurse under the GEMS, in the GEMS tent there, please. But if you look at mental health, I shouldn't have reversed because now the slides are not moving. Okay, there we go. If you look at mental health, 3%. So that's a concern. It means there are a lot of us going around here with undiagnosed mental health conditions. And it's not a bad thing, colleagues. It's not a bad thing, and we need to remove the stigma. We need to remove the stigma of mental health. DG, you were not at the women's event, the one that we held in Centurion. And I said something there, and I said, we need to stop this thing of, it was a women's event, so I was talking to women. And I said, we need to stop this, these strong Black women. Let's just, we're not saying let's not be strong, but sometimes we are strong to the point of not asking for help when we need help. And maybe I think I was misunderstood a bit, because some people don't like it when you say, let's not be strong Black women. No, we can be strong, but let's also be vulnerable. Let's speak to someone to say, I'm not okay. Let's speak to someone to say, I'm not sleeping at night. My heart is beating so fast, I feel like I can't breathe. I've got problems at home, or I've got problems at work that are really affecting the way I work and my mental health. And it's okay. But sometimes, and this goes for men and women, if you look at the GEMS graph, colleagues, guess what? The blue is the females, and the dark blue is the males. So there's more women that are diagnosed than men, even though the numbers are low. But it doesn't mean men don't suffer from mental health. It's also this thing of men are strong and we don't ask for help when we need to ask for help. So let us destigmatize this thing of mental health. It's a serious problem. These are some of the warning signs. And maybe one or two might resonate with you. Guess what? Speak to someone, speak to your wellness practitioner, speak to your doctor. Feeling sad and withdrawn for more than 2 weeks. You know, we all have this thing. We will go home and, hey, things are not okay, kubi. And kushubile nje khaya. And you know you're not okay. You're not okay. Even the way you speak to the kids, you shout at the kids, or you are withdrawn, you're always sitting in your bedroom. Then you come to work with that smile. And everything is okay, because we tend to compartmentalize and we know we're not okay. We're not being productive at work, but we know something is not right. I'm just feeling sad. I'm not okay. I'm feeling down. I think people have this tendency of thinking that everybody with depression is somebody that's thinking of killing themselves, or that's crying all the time and sad all the time. That's not true. There's also risk-taking behavior. What do we do when we're in pain? Sometimes we want to numb the pain. So we'll numb the pain with that glass of wine that turns into 2 or 3. It goes to from once a week to twice to 3 times to every day, because that's the only way we can cope. Or other behaviors, right? Significant weight loss or weight gain. Some people will say, yeah, you must be happy. Gandhi, you don't know. Some people gain weight and other people lose weight, right? So sometimes don't see, because I'll say you don't know what's happening inside, right? So but you know yourself. You know yourself, and you know your colleagues, your loved ones, your family. So look out for people, bring the subject up. I've noticed that you are not okay. Us as senior leadership, it's also our responsibility in the workplace to say to our teams, I've noticed that, you're not meeting the deadlines, you're not paying attention, you're missing a few things. Every time you submit, my team knows I have this term about sloppy. If you're always sloppy, then sloppy doesn't, if you don't want us to get along, then you're going to be sloppy. But somebody who's a high performer, all of a sudden, they are very sloppy in the work that they submitted, in the thing that they do. Talk to them and find out what's happening. I've mentioned alcohol and drugs, but just drastic changes in mood, in personality, in your own sleeping habits. You know yourself, you know your family members, you know your team members. And I'm not going to read through all of them. Hopefully the slides will be circulated, but just let's look out for all these warning signs. And let's talk about mental health. Wouldn't it be great if at every wellness event, we not only check the blood pressure and the glucose and the BMI, but we also, let's talk about mental health. And let's destigmatize this thing of mental health, where it's almost like we think about, I'm going to use this example again. Someone who has a mental health illness is, when we grew up in the communities, and they talk to themselves with unkempt hair. No. Mental health looks like you and me. There's a lot of us in this room that have depression and anxiety. The problem is, are we on treatment or are we not? And there's no shame in that. So let's try and let's continue to be strong Black women. I don't want to be in trouble again by saying we need to let go of the statement, but let's be vulnerable and let's ask for help. And I'm spending a lot of time on mental health because it is something that affects our ability to work, our ability to function at work and at home. It contributes to significant absenteeism in the workplace and presenteeism. Some people are there, but nobody knows what they're doing, but they're just there. They come, you just know, whatever they do, things are just going to go wrong. Are we gossiping about those people, or are we actually asking or talking to those people to find out how can we help you? What is wrong? Is there something going on because you're here, but you're not here? So it also affects productivity. And I'm going to say the last part is that as leaders and as people that lead teams, we also need to make sure that it's not only about what people are suffering from at home, it's also about how people are treated in the workplace. One of my favorite words is creating a psychologically safe environment in the workplace. Whether it's in a meeting, whether it's just in the work environment, meaning somebody must feel they are safe. They must not be verbally attacked, bullied, shouted at. They must feel that if they have something to say, if they want to contribute, if they want to make a comment, they can make a comment. Psychologically safe. Psychological safety is very important in the workplace, and it's our duty to make sure that we create that. And we actually it's not easy, colleagues, but let's call up those people that create a very toxic work environment, because it does contribute to mental health. I think we all know about the treatment options and the reluctancy of a lot of us to actually seek help for mental health issues. But the options include psychotherapy, so go to a psychologist, talk to your psychologist, medication. Some people will need medication, other people may not need medication. And it doesn't mean, by the way, that once you're diagnosed with something like depression or anxiety, you're going to be on medication forever. At some point, if your doctor feels that you seem to be doing okay, they can actually wean you off that medication. We need to make some lifestyle changes and make sure that anything that contributes to improvement in our mental well-being, we do that. Whether for you it be a walk or meditation or talking to someone, please let's do that. And then there's peer support. I've spoken about peer support enough, so I'm not gonna speak more about that. So we do have access to, there is access to mental health benefits at GEMS. GEMS has got tariff agreements with mental health facilities, all mental health facilities, whether it be an inpatient or outpatient program. There's a new thing now in the mental health space where there are facilities. One of the most prominent facilities, for example, in the Gauteng area is Ivexia. And there might be others. And by the way, no disclaimer there. I work for GEMS, so the only thing I engage with Ivexia on is on tariffs and payments. So I'm not promoting Ivexia, I'm making an example. What's nice about that is some people don't really need to be in an institution or admitted. What you can do is you can go there every day. Go there every day, get your psychotherapy, you do group work, same as in an in hospital or inpatient facility. It works for some people because then you go there every day, but you can always go back to work. But it helps a lot in terms of getting the therapy that you need. There's group therapy as well. There's art therapy. There's a whole lot of things. So these things are things that are available and that GEMS pay for. I've highlighted, if there's anything I want to highlight about this slide, is that these conditions are subject to PMBs. So when you are told that you're all and ask, can I get my PMB benefits? And there will be in one of the last slides, I think I hid it, but hopefully if you go to the website even, you will get all this information. So that those PMB benefits can be unlocked. For medication, it's automatic. Once the chronic benefits are depleted, it will automatically kick in as PMB. So speak to your doctor, speak to the facility that is treating you to say, no, but why don't you call GEMS and ask, or what is the process? So call the call center, what is the process of unlocking PMB benefits? Often, mental health is accompanied by drug and substance abuse. GEMS pays for rehab for alcohol abuse or drug abuse. There's also tariff agreements there. Some of them are subject to PMB as well. So please make use of these services. And just to say that this will not affect your day-to-day benefits. All these are funded from risk. So what are the challenges? I've spoken about most of the challenges, and I think I'm running out of time. So I will try and speed up, and I'm almost done. I've spoken a lot about the challenges as I'm speaking, so I'm not going to go through in detail. We need to be aware of our benefits, colleagues, as GEMS members, what is available to us and what is not. We need to know where to go for help. We need to make sure that we take our medication so that we stay out of hospital. There's a high rate of hospital admissions for mental health and for chronic diseases because people tend to default on their treatment. So please, can we work together to make sure that we are compliant in terms of the medication that is provided to us. In terms of preventative care and screening, I'm not going to go through all of these conditions, but the thing that I wanted to highlight is that preventative care and screening tests are funded from risk benefit, again, meaning it will not affect your day-to-day. You can go to a pharmacy. How many of us have been to a pharmacy that is a small clinic there with a nurse? You can get your blood pressure done there. You can get your blood glucose done. You can get all your screening done there. You can also get your vaccine, flu vaccine, or pneumococcal vaccine. These are available at your GP as well. And there are certain tests that are available for specialists, that need to be ordered by a specialist. For women, ladies, please get your mammograms done. After the age of 40, please get your mammogram done once a year. GEMS will pay for it. Please get your pap smear done. GEMS will pay for it every year. For people under the age of 65, please do a bone density test. Speak to your GP about that. Male colleagues, please check your PSA. That's your prostate. Get it checked. The doctor can actually do, I know men don't like to have a prostate exam done, but there's also a blood test, especially over the age of 55. I'm not going to go through all of these because I'm really in trouble now. But there are a whole lot of preventative and screening benefits that you can do. And GEMS deliberately funds these from risk so that your day-to-day benefits are protected. I'm not going to spend too much time on these slides, except to say, if you compare us to the international benchmark, even the national benchmark, we are falling behind on screening and preventative care. So there's all these tests available and we're not going for them. So please, let's go for our mammograms, let's go for our pap smears. We are really falling behind. We are way below the benchmark, and these are tests that are available and they can help. Because the sooner you catch a condition, the sooner you can actually manage it and actually prevent long-term complications. Flu vaccines are available for everybody at GEMS. They are very controversial. Some people believe in flu vaccines and other people will say, I will never have a flu vaccine ever in my life because I've never been that sick. If you want to have a flu vaccine, please do. If you suffer from a chronic condition, it's highly, highly recommended that you get your flu vaccine every year. So in conclusion, colleagues, I'm not going to go through everything. What I want to say is that we really need to partner and talk about how we improve the health outcomes of us as GEMS members as well as our families. GEMS sends quarterly reports. I'm not sure how many people actually read those reports. Wellness practitioners, I'm challenging you. Let's engage. Let's try and work together and see what are the demographics of my province. What can I do? What can I concentrate on my wellness days to make the members, the lives of public servants better? As well as their families, because whatever you learn, you will go and inform your families. Everything else I have spoken about. And before I get into serious trouble, thank you very much.
We are likely to get into more trouble from Deputy Minister than from me, because she's been on standby to finish off her speech. Colleagues, thank you, Dr. Vuyo. We will pick up a conversation later with Dr. Vuyo, but we have an unfinished business from the morning. So hang on to your notes. Remember earlier on, I said I didn't trust what Nico was saying, that Brigadier was here. I was correct. Is she here now?
Am I?
In spirit. So The brigadier is still driving somewhere. She was never here. So Nico was misleading me, and a progressive discipline is going to take place on that note. Deputy Minister, over to you, madam.
Okay, tell them to do the video.
Deputy Minister, can you hear us? Please.
DG,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can hear you. Yes.
I asked them to sort out the mic and the video. If they don't, they're going to receive warning letters, DM. Thank you.
Okay, the video is still not on. The mic, I think, is on.
Apparently, it's not on from your side, DM, the video.
No, from our side, it's actually disabled. Which
Okay,
means
so
the host has disabled it. We can't
who's the host,
actually,
Nico?
we can't open it.
DM, are you with Angie?
Yes, I'm here, DG.
Nico is saying I must ask you to switch on the video from DM side.
It's disabled.
We are trying to do that. It needs them to allow us to do it. I just spoke to
They
Chava
said-
now.
Okay. Please come and address DM on the mic, Nico. Oh,
DG,
remove this one on the screen, guys. Yes, yes, DM.
I don't know whether you would like me to continue to speak without this.
There we
Okay,
go.
there it is now. Finally.
Have you taken the presentation of James from the screen? It's still on my screen. Okay. All right. Thank you. Over to you, DM.
Okay. Now I can continue. I'm not going to begin right from scratch. I will just continue from where we stopped. And I must apologize profusely. This is not how we work as a department. Under normal circumstances, when we have meetings, we get properly connected and nothing of this nature ever happens. It's only for today. I don't want DG for this impression to be carried into the department as if our systems are not working, which could actually be detrimental to the wellness of the public servants who are with us. Program Director DG, the Indaba is critical as it convenes critical national and provincial role players, the policy developers and the DPSA, the health risk managers that assist with the maintenance of healthy workforce, most importantly, the practitioners implementing policies, especially in the department with direct interface with public at service delivery points, such as nurses, police, social workers, and educators. And I must actually say to the Indaba, please bear with me if I'm going to be repeating some of the things that might have actually been said by speakers that were actually supposed to speak after me. It's a pity this has happened. This gathering is creating a platform for participants to share their lived experiences and make concrete recommendations towards improved support for public servants. Prior COVID-19, 1 in 6 South Africans suffered. Prior COVID-19, research shows that 1 in 6 South Africans suffer from anxiety and depression. About 60% of South Africans are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, while 27% of South Africans with severe mental disorder receive treatment. The source is the South African College of Applied Psychology 2018. Post-COVID-19, the statistics might have drastically changed. The fact that only 27% of those living with severe mental disorder receive treatment is a subject of concern that requires urgent attention. And I'm happy, as I was listening to Dr. Kola, you were really endorsing this, that this is a real serious subject of concern. But actually what worried me more was the figure that you actually indicated of the number of public servants who are actually having mental disorders, 84,000. In addition, data from GEMS and health risk managers has shown that mental illness in public service is one of the top 5 leading medical chronic conditions among public servants. A worrying factor indeed, but what was good listening to Dr. Kola is the kind of provisions that you've got as GEMS in order for you to be sure that such public servants actually receive treatment accordingly. It's quite encouraging to see that even the systems that have actually been put in place are such that they are friendly for use by doctors, unlike the long forms that you say were there in the past. It is for this reason that the Department of Public Service and Administration and the partners through this Indaba should remind us about the need for active awareness of mental illness in the workplace, in the world of work. It is important for this gathering to consider the importance of well-being at work for a sustainable and healthy workforce or sustainable employability. Sustainable employability refers to the ability of workers to participate in work and labor market during their lifetimes. Traditionally, conceptualization of sustainable employability was mainly based on a medical and performance perspective, focusing on absenteeism, sick leave, and performance related indicators. However, with the emerging subfields of the future of work and positive organizational psychology, there is need also for public service to consider measures that positively affect the well-being of officials at work. It is important, Program Director, to ensure that public service introduces necessary conditions that will allow public servants to make valuable contributions through their work now and in future, while safeguarding their health and welfare, specifically their mental well-being. Issues such as gender representation and protection of the rights of women, and I've put in brackets, bullying and sexual harassment, they need to actually get attention. Also creating a conducive environment for people with disabilities, LGBTQI+, and an environment that is inclusive of young people should not be overlooked. All this requires that the employer create a conducive work environment by facilitating a balance between productivity and good mental well-being. Some of the important factors to note are good opportunity for promotion, good retention strategy, good incentives, opportunity to learn and develop, and teamwork. And I've actually put that teamwork in parentheses because it's very important for people to have the sense of belonging at the workplace, and even for them to manage to infuse into the work culture. It will depend on the team effort that exists within a workplace. According to the World Health Organization, the average person spends at least a third of their adult life in the workplace. It is thus important that workplace should be conducive to happy life and personal satisfaction. And that will depend on the kind of measures that we will have put in place as public service to ensure that public servants are happy at work. It is therefore of importance to reflect and influence those policy decisions that are designed to improve accessibility to employee health and wellness programs so that we may effectively deal with low productivity level, burnout syndrome, increased sick-related absenteeism, poor work quality, and even compromised workplace safety. Supporting employees or public servants is not an option, but an imperative. Program Director, there have been great strides since the launch of the Employee Health and Wellness strategic frameworks in 2009. The Employee Health and Wellness Program in the public service is designed to address the need for healthy work environment through provision of psychosocial support for employees and their immediate families. We are duty-bound to ensure that employee health wellness is accessible, effective, and responsive to the needs of public servants. In conclusion, Program Director, I wish to congratulate the department, private partners like Alexander Forbes, James, and Mpumalanga Provincial Government for hosting yet another successful Batupili walkie-talkie and the Integrated Sports Day yesterday. I could not join due to prior commitments. The health and wellness of public servants is a precondition for their ability to deliver services to the public. We must ensure that employee health and wellness is accessible, professional, and effective. I hope that this Indaba will stimulate the conversations among the experts, implementers, and stakeholders for improved strategies to manage the well-being of public servants in the workplace without leaving any gaps, as stated above, issues of gender, people with disability, the LGBTQI plus community, and so on and so forth. Let us continue to promote awareness also on programs for public servants that will be based on the kind of policies also that will be coming out of our engagements as we amend what we have already, in order for public servants themselves to be fully aware of these provisions, because if we have policies and programs that have been put in place, but the public servants themselves are not fully aware of them, it will therefore become difficult for them to access them. And this might not actually have the desired effect in terms of the intention of this Indaba. Let us also continue to promote a happy environment at all times. The minister and I look forward to a workable outcome of this Indaba towards improved wellness. And I thank you, Program Director.
Let's thank the Deputy Minister for the opening or for the keynote address. And we're going to move to, where is Mr. Kelimanzini? I was told he's ready to. Please to call him, because I was told he's the next speaker. Can't you? Hey. Where is Robert from? Dr. Robert from? Eh? No. He's been put by people there for sure. Drama. So I'm keeping I'm holding room. Wasn't here. Agna order. I'm going to start with the program. Robert Foromo, doctor. How these guys. They didn't prepare him. Yes. Yeah, again. Intoni, please take your space on the stage, Kelly, Mr. Kelly Manzini. He was supposed to speak after lunch, so let's forgive him a little bit for the time lag in between. I blame that one from my office because he said he'll be ready. I said after DM, and they decided to chill there. I guess they were preparing final touches to move him earlier. He's going to speak on work-life balance in the workplace. I've always wondered on this thing of work-life balance, but maybe today you are going to liberate me, Mr. Manzini. Are you not ready, guys? Because I see Isaki, you are still chatting to him. Okay, we'll give you time to do it. Let's give them a few minutes to do it. Who wants to say something? Whatever you want to say. There's a lady there whose hand is up. I know, that's why I'm gonna ignore you.
Good morning, DG, and good morning to everyone. Let's start it on top. My name is Conin Sani. I'm the Wellness Manager in the Department of Health. Let me take this opportunity, DG, to congratulate your office for this Indaba. We thank you so much. Dr. Vuyo, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm happy that you highlighted the issue of mental health, which is actually a thorn, and you highlighted that we really need to partner with you guys so that we resolve these issues that are affecting the public service so much. Dr. V, you spoke about the undiagnosed mental illnesses. I remember when I did the stress assessment in my department with the EMS officials, it was said that 7.5% of the people are living with the undiagnosed major depression. Would you say that based on the analysis and the presentation that you made, would you say that is it possible that it's hidden in other chronic diseases? Thank you. DG wanted someone to say something. I just broke the ice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, but I'm gonna ask Dr. Vuyo to note that question. Are we ready? Mr. Kelimanzini, would you like to see your picture on the screen, your video, or you happy with your picture? Guys, I'm giving my panel options. Would you like to see yourself on the video? Or you want to see the presentation, not yourself? Okay, so they are not ready. The service provider, we must penalize. Asukbhatali bhuti. You know, Dr. Vuyo, talking about this thing of role of managers and leaders on issues related to mental wellness, to supporting employees. One of the things I struggle with personally is that I'm not a trained, and I said this at the office. I think I can say it in public, Linda. I said it in the staff meeting, we're not there. So the issue is that I am not a trained social worker. So problems of people also burden me as a DG of the department. So everybody wants to come, speak their problems. But I also have my own problems that I'm struggling with. Sometimes you feel like running away when certain people are approaching you, or just getting into the office and not coming out. I hope this will not come back to bite me. Even if it does, you know, it's fine. So support mechanisms, even for us at this level, for managers, because now many managers say this person, I know they are not working, they are not doing their job, but I cannot manage them. I must tiptoe around them because everything I say is wrong. You know, and I always make the way this type of life that we live in, the way everything you say is likely not to create psychological safety for anybody, including your own children at home. You know, I don't know if you watch TikTok. There's these Xhosa mom videos on TikTok. And then there is this mother, the child went to the doctor and the child is depressed. The child feels not welcome at home. So mama is struggling to deal with this issue, but she's making it more worse because she's talking about it and telling friends. Baye kaloku udepressed akafuna ukwenza into apha endlini and udoctor uthi masimyeke angaphathwa because une-depression, you know, type of thing. So we grow up in certain environments. I mean, some of these things I can see my own family, my own environment where I grew up. When I watch some of these TikTok videos, I make an example. As a parent at home, I'm a teacher in the department, I'm a parent at home, I have children at home. I say to my child, hey baby, be careful, you are taking too much sugar and it's not gonna be good for you into the near future. Because my child is a doodler and then he says, Mama, you are body shaming me. So how do you deal with this psychological safety environment? I have a teenager. I say to my teenage boy, you need to make sure that you take a bath at least twice a day. If you can't do twice, once, let's agree to once when it's holiday. Let's live twice. Because you are a teenager, you have body odors and you need to attend to them. Mom, you're body shaming me. This house is very toxic. There's toxicity here. So how are we supposed to deal with life, guys? When you talk about this thing of psychological safety, how are we supposed to speak to each other to ensure that everybody is psychological safe? And I'm getting confused, Dr. Vuyo. So I'm just asking, I'm throwing this question to say, what is it? How do we navigate? Because we say all these things that you've said, but you don't teach us how to navigate this space, because I'm never going to be an expert on wellness because that's not my area of training. My area of training is something else. You know, it's in public administration, it's in public policy, but I have to deal with, and it's not just about me only. I think every teacher goes through this, every leader goes through this, every manager goes through this. So please, when you come back on stage to answer, I would really like to hear from you. How do we leave these things, these many things that we have to deal with? Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Manzini.
Thanks, DG. Good afternoon, colleagues. Sani Bonani. My name is Kelly Pumzile Manzini, and it's such an honor and privilege to come and speak to you today. Firstly, thanks to the DPSA, the DG for the invitation, and Mr. Mabunda for the extending the invitation for us to share some of the best practices and insights that we picked up in the industry in terms of implementing effective health and wellness programs. Now, I must say, just scanning through the room, I see a lot of gurus and experts and a lot of people I look up to, people that I grew with in the industry over the past 25, 30 years. And DG, a big challenge is, what do you teach your elders? You know, and fortunately, I'm not here to teach, but I'm here to facilitate a reflective conversation, particularly because most of you have been part of this journey of implementing health and wellness programs for many years. Most of you were reminding me during the tea break about the many moons ago when we had the public service in Indaba at Beachwood and so forth. And when we actually discussed and designed or contributed to the development of the 4 pillars of health and wellness. And the key question is, what have we done? What has shifted since then to date? And I'm hoping that this presentation will help us, you know, with an honest reflection of where we are and where we're hoping to be and how we can get there. Okay, I'm trying to press. Do I have to point this way? To the screen. Okay, there you go. So there's many versions of wellness, and I thought let me start the presentation just with this opening slide to say what is wellness. And most of us are intimidated by wellness purely because, and I'm sure most of you can relate. When you go to gym, you always find this very fit guy who's very muscular with a six-pack, who does multiple reps when you cannot do simple 10 push-ups, and you get intimidated and thinking, sure, this is not for me. And most of us stop there, unfortunately. Some of us do benchmarks and comparison. You work in the public sector, you think about what needs to be part of your health and wellness program. You go to Momentum, you find our big fancy gym there. And you go to the public service, you go to a department, they say, we don't have budget. The best we can do is to support you with small aerobic classes on a Wednesday afternoon. And you're thinking, okay, so there's no budget, there's no infrastructure. Does that mean you should stop there? The same applies to personal health and also making the changes in terms of nutrition. A lot of people think eating expensive eating clean is expensive. So I usually play spy. And so I was looking at the food out there, I was looking at the options that we had. And I realized that if you really wanted to trim down and you wanted to be well nourished, I'm not a nutritionist, so don't hold this against me. There's little variety, DG. So those are some of the small things that we need to pay attention to. And I'll show you how all of this relate to the workplace. Now, traditionally, we all know the 4 pillars of an integrated and effective health and wellness program. One of the biggest challenges and emerging trend in the workplace now is the emergence of the need to focus on emotional, spiritual, and mental well-being. Earlier, Dr. Kola spoke about the stigmatization of mental illnesses and how mental illnesses are not really incorporated in our offerings. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we're facing and a huge missed opportunity. Therefore, one of the big reflective thoughts or reflections that we need to embark on is how do we start looking at incorporating mental health and mental well-being in the design of our programs and making sure that our solutions and services to our customers, which is our colleagues in the public service, receive the support they require from a mental well-being perspective. Now, fortunately, there's a lot that has happened in a country, fortunately and unfortunately so. COVID-19 has taught us a lot of things. One of the things that COVID-19 has taught us is that the definition of a traditional workplace program needs to be rethought. It cannot be business as usual. How we deliver the program, how it is consumed as a product, and how it is measured from its effectiveness needs to be rethought. There's also a new dynamic around working from home, the hybrid working model, which now brings an additional stress and strain in terms of how we're designing our workplace programs to say, how do you reach people who are working from home? How do I then assist and support an employee in an environment that I cannot control, because a workplace is usually a private space? Now, there's many opportunities that we have picked up, and I think some of the reflections that we need to do is just to step back and look into how, for example, COVID-19 has forged the change and forced us to think differently. For example, remember the days when there was hard lockdown and most of us were frustrated. You can't go to gym, you can't walk about. And the most you could do was to do stationary runs in your balcony if you have a balcony, or in your garden if you had a garden. It sounded as if it was a pure madness, but it showed us that actually it's such small incremental steps that builds up to bigger impacts. Remember how COVID-19 actually helped us to start thinking differently about food and the type of food we eat. During lockdown, when you went to a Pick n Pay or a Checkers Hyper or a Boxer store, wherever you shop, you wouldn't think about taking a packet of Simba chips. You thought about the essentials in terms of packing up your basket. And those are some of the changes that were forced upon us by COVID-19, and it actually helped us to reset our thinking and how we are behaving. But sadly, as soon as the hard lockdown was lifted, we went back to the old traditional ways of doing things. Now, the same applies to the working environment. During the hard lockdown, we are very much cautious around safety, hygiene in the workplace. Now that COVID has been lifted, you are comfortable pressing the lift without sanitizing, you are comfortable sharing cups and sharing mugs. And again, the level of sicknesses and ill health that comes with it is increasing. Now, the purpose of this talk for me is to drive one key message, to say, when we are implementing our solutions, we need to make sure that our solutions are comprehensive. And by being comprehensive, it means we need to focus on mental health, physical well-being, and also embracing technology. One of the biggest challenges we have as wellness practitioners, and DG, I am a social worker by profession, so I also can be a little bit traditional in terms of adopting technology. But I've realized as well that, you know, we need to embrace technology because almost everything is done on an app today. If you look at one of the tools, which is one of my favorite that James has out there, is called the AB machine. It does screening in less than, is it 8 minutes, Dr. I think it's less than 8 minutes, full screening. And that is the type of technology that we need to introduce in our workplaces, in our work environments. The old days of sending out a nurse and subjecting people to long queues of screening, it's no longer appealing, especially if you look at the type of generations of employees that we are employing. Now, why I'm zooming into mental health, because statistics don't lie, numbers don't lie. As you can see, one of the studies that we conducted indicates that over 232 billion is spent annually managing and treating, dealing with lost productivity emanating to mental illness or mental health challenges. As you can see, there is about 57 days that is lost from people not being able to be fully productive in a year due to mental well-being and mental illnesses. And that, for us colleagues, we can translate that and put it back into the work environment and look at the number of people that could have been productive, that could have helped us in terms of delivering the service, the much needed services to our citizens and to our customers, that are unavailable because of mental illnesses. And now the big question is that I would pose is, what are you doing individually as a practitioner to make sure that you are addressing mental illnesses? One of the things that I picked up often when I ask that question is you're going to get a response around eventing solutions. And eventing solutions is bringing a Kelly to come and have a talk. Yes, that's good and important, but how do you measure that? How do you make sure that the support is effective in terms of behavior change? How do you deal with the issue of stigma around mental illnesses? And those are some of the challenges that we need to deal with. Of course, my view or our view as a business is that when you are dealing with issues around mental illness, you need to be comprehensive. And in this slide that you're seeing here, there's key two aspects that I'm introducing in the conversation on the bottom of the slide, which is nutrition and fitness. You'd be surprised how much good food can do for your mental well-being. You'd be surprised how much little movement can do for your physical well-being. And some of the things that we have seen, for example, with nutrition and food, is that to avoid issues of body shaming and to deal with issues of self-esteem, you often need to manage how you look and how you arrive and how you present yourself. Now, most people, and DJ, I like using this example, and a lot of people don't like it. I say, if you choose to eat amakwenya, ulekwenya, you know, and that's the sad truth. I've been told to apologize. I am bold enough to repeat the statement, teaching, purely because you are what you eat. Indeed, you are what you eat. So if you're going to focus on good food and good nutrition, then you're going to have better well-being and better presentation. And all of that has got its own effects in terms of psychological well-being, your image and your esteem. And that's where the relationship is. Now, not only do we need to measure the success of the programs, or look at the impact of the wellness program only from an element of physical well-being. We also need to look at aspects that speaks to the environment as well. So for example, environmental aspects such as hygiene, accessibility of buildings, econometrics, and all of that. Those are some of the key aspects that are very important in making our wellness program successful and impactful. But often we work in silos. We're comfortable to say, I'm an EHWP practitioner. There is a hygiene department or environmental department, or it's, if you like, it sits within the facilities department. The same applies with incapacity and disability management. Is often ring-fenced to a small division in another corner in the department. And that on its own is really limiting our impact and influence in terms of driving well-being within the workplace. And I think those are some of the steps that we need to start dealing with. We often don't pay attention into certain aspects such as the number of time people spend behind screens. We take it for granted that whenever I call Ritabile, she will answer and set up a Teams meeting. But you do not take into account the impact it has on her well-being. Her sitting alone at home, being on a screen continuously, the impacts on her eyes or his eyes, and the impact on her mental well-being. So those are some of the things I think we need to challenge ourselves as health and wellness practitioners to start thinking about and ask ourselves to say, are we part of the conversations to make sure that these matters are addressed comprehensively and in a manner that is very progressive? One of the benefits of paying attention to that, for example, as you can see in the slide, if you pay attention to making sure that, for example, your employees in a hybrid working environment get the maximum benefits, is the results. You can see that people working in a controlled and well-managed hybrid environment get an addition of 71 additional hours of sleep. A lot of people tend to frown at this number to say, actually we work extended hours because of boundaries which are often not maintained between working and knocking off. But you also need to pay into attention of what other people do with their time, which easily could have been spent driving, going to drop off the kids or going to pick up the kids. So it allows a lot of people to have more time to be able to invest in their sleep and good sleep. And we're not talking just about normal sleep where you just close your eyes. So there's many opportunities that we can look into in terms of driving a well-balanced wellness programs that looks at the workplace as a traditional place where you wake up and go to work, as well as the workplace as a hybrid environment where you can work remotely in the comfort of your home. Now, these numbers are all exciting, but the key question I think we should also be asking ourselves is, what are we currently measuring as practitioners for us to be able to confirm that our wellness programs are impactful and are giving us the results that we are desiring? And one of the things that we have picked up, which is a very unfortunate situation, is the fact that we tend to be activity-based and we're measuring events. So we'll measure the number of screenings we've done, we'll measure the number of sports days we've had, we'll measure the number of talks we've had. Well and good. That's good from a compliance perspective and a reporting perspective. I'm sure when you submit your monthly reports on the implementation of the framework, that looks good. But the real question is, what is the impact of all those interventions? What are the health outcomes that you're deriving out of all those interventions? And I think most of us struggle with that question. And I think as part of this Indaba, we need to walk away with that resolution, at least in our conscience, to say, we need to start asking ourselves those tough questions to say, are we measuring the right outputs? Because if we're not, yes, we're doing compliance reporting, it looks good. The report goes to the DPSA on a monthly basis, our numbers look good, but what is the impact on your population? What is the impact on your workforce? What is the impact on your department achieving its own strategic objectives? How aligned is your program to your departmental strategic objectives? Those are some of the questions we should ask ourselves. So these are some of the back to basic measurements that we need to establish. Of course, before you start measuring all the fancy things, at least have your benchmarks. At least be in a position where you can do a comparative analysis to say 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 6 months ago, and today, this is where we're at. And that analysis is important. And colleagues, it doesn't need an actuary to do that. It's basically doing a comparison between what was your baseline, what were you solving for, what have you done to try and solve for it, and what are the outcomes that you have achieved. And it's okay, sometimes you might not have the positive outcomes, but at least you are looking into it. You're looking at the impact and you're measuring and testing whether if your impact is driving engagement or productivity or employee satisfaction. The ladies who spoke earlier from Brand SA spoke about us representing South Africa as a brand and public servants being the face of the country, because tourists and anyone else who consume the services of government interacts with us. The question is, are we then positive brand ambassadors? Those are some of the questions we should be asking ourselves. If working in Home Affairs, I actually enjoyed the example around Home Affairs to say, when you walk into OR Tambo and you stamp your passport, how they look at you and how they interact with you determines how your perceptions around the country. So those are some of the measurements we should look into. But the measurements go beyond that. And I want to share with you some of the measurement scores that I think are very valuable to use. For example, as health and wellness practitioners, we often shy away from asking our clients whether if they are satisfied with the services that we deliver. You know, DSTV, I'm sure most of you do have DSTV. Every time you phone them and you finish your call, they'll always send a survey. And they say, stay on the call so that you can rate our service. I think as health and wellness practitioners, we need to get into that mode of operation where on case completion and case closure or intervention completion, we should be bold enough to go back to the user of the service and ask them, are you satisfied with the quality of the service? Are you satisfied with myself as a practitioner, as a professional who helped me? Did I respond timeously? Did I respond to your needs? And this doesn't matter whether if you have an in-house program or a combined program or you have an outsourced program. These are some of the things that we need to look into in terms of making sure that we become impactful and we can learn from some of our gaps and the mistakes that we possibly have. That way you can still the scale where you can reduce the cost of not addressing ill health and improve the outcomes by understanding how your consumers and your users of the program respond and the feedback that they give you. It is also very important when you do that, you also pay attention into the multitude of variables that affect the assessment of your service and how your service is being interpreted. Some relate to generational differences, some relate to environmental differences, and to a limited extent to also gender differences. So we need to pay attention to all these facets when we are measuring the impact and how our programs are being received by our users. Now, all that said and done, we might be good to go, but there's also other issues that I spoke to earlier that I think the slide is trying to demonstrate around our competing priorities in terms of implementing health and wellness programs. And unfortunately, this is one of the set truths that we have established, where you find that a particular space or the disability management space, we tend as practitioners to compete for resources because we want to make our empires bigger and bigger. And the more budget you get, the more people you have that report to you, the more likely that your division will be turned into a directorate, and maybe if you like a chief directorate, and then that's an opportunity for some of us in the room to grow and move. And unfortunately, that breeds competition amongst ourselves as practitioners, particularly in the public service. And I've seen that quite a lot. And it is very evident in some of the discussions and focus group I've had with some of the professionals sitting in this room. And we need to bridge those silos and work much more collaboratively, because we are servicing the same client with the same output, and we just need to leverage our resources much better. But it doesn't only end there. Some of the complications in designing and implementing effective programs is the issue around the basics, such as the qualification of a practitioner. For those who are part of the EAP space and the EAP Association of South Africa, and I see ex-president Tish is in the room. I nearly said in the house, you know, and it would have sounded so hip hop. You'd know that there is EAP expert, there's EAP practitioner, the various levels. And there's a new title that I've started hearing doing the rounds, saying there's elders, you know, within the EAP. I'm not sure whether if the association will consider that. But when you look at those various categories, they are clearly formulated in terms of who sits in there. But there's little to minimal adherence to it. In certain departments, DG, I'm not sure if you're aware, and I remember this when I worked for the Department of Labor, when I started the health and wellness program for the Department of Labor in 1999, 2000. One of the directors there said to me, Kelly, you need the resources. I said, definitely, I cannot run this ship alone. We have in excess of 10,000 employees. He says, okay, tell me who else do you need to form your team? And I defined the criteria, and some of the recommendations that were made by my leaders then was, maybe you should consider Usisconi. And I said, why not the Sisconi? There's another Sisconi. Why Usisconi? And they said, no, but you see, every time there's a memorial service, she's the one who organizes. Ne? And I said, but that's not the criteria of what we're looking for to have a health and wellness practitioner. You know, and unfortunately, we're still stuck with some of those individuals who found their way into this space and who are tasked with the responsibility of championing the driving and implementation of health and wellness program. And I think we need to find a way of fixing that. Yeah? Either you do RPL, or we make sure that they develop, or we make sure that they attend Indabas like this so that they can at least understand best practices and they can also ideate to those standards. The same applies to issues of capacity. Capacity remains an issue, to say we always will feel overwhelmed. We'll always feel that the demand for our services is more than what we can service. And I think that's where now caring for the carer comes in. So we need to make sure that as part of having these Indabas, we also take a step back to say, what are we doing for ourselves as practitioners and professionals in the helping profession, to avoid the feeling DG had earlier, where she said she also get overwhelmed and feel as if when she sees someone coming the corridor, she could take a short left. And it happens to all of us because we are all human. And that's a sign to say we also need to take care of the carer and do debriefing. Now, DG, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I know we're good with time. But I just want to remind ourselves to say sometimes to get a very effective program, you need to do the basics right. Like home exercises, guys, you don't have to go to fancy gyms. These are things that we should encourage our staff members to do. You know, do your sit-ups, do your squats, have a week where you switch off the lift, you know, and force people to take the stairs. They might not like you for the first month, but guess what? They will thank you at the end of the day. They might not have the smartwatches that they can track their steps, but at least if they are consciously moving, and I'm sure you can all imagine the benefits. Yeah? And even for those who are working from home, and I've seen this, sometimes people forget to switch off their cameras. Yeah? You're lying in bed like this lady and you're in a Teams meeting. Yeah? It is both embarrassing and also very bad for your health. You cannot sit in an hour, 2-hour meeting with your laptop on your lap and you're leaning very heavily on your neck against the what do you call the wardrobe, what is this thing? Headboard. I nearly said wardrobe, against the headboard. You can't do that, you know, and these are small changes, colleagues, as health and wellness practitioners, which need to champion and foster, and at least create the consciousness and make sure that people can change. So again, technology. Spoke about technology and how we can use and embrace technology. Technology, colleagues, is our key. We cannot traditionally rely on always having people in a room having a conversation or having physical assessments. We need to be able to do remote assessments, remote monitoring, remote coaching, as well as remote peer support. You know, you need to create those communities of support where you have a group of people who are interested in walking or running, where you can manage them, even if you start it with WhatsApp. You know, it's small things like that. You don't have to get a very fancy tool. You can do it via WhatsApp, you can do it via an email group or an SMS group. And those are some of the changes that we need to implement. And then, of course, pay attention to return to work and focus on mental health challenges within the workplace. So basically, we need to go back to basics in designing our programs. And we need to remind people that, yes, it's good to be sophisticated and come up with innovative ideas, but at least let's get the basics right. Let's walk more, let's drink more water, let's think twice or thrice about what we dish when you put together your plate for lunch. You know, you've got lots of options, but think twice about what you're putting in there, because some of it you really don't need it, ne? Honestly. Think twice about it, because some of it you'll regret when people reveal their summer bodies in December. And some of it you'll regret when you go and visit the PHS or the gem store for your HRAs, because it will tell you that half of us in this room, if not more than 80% of us, are obese. Sadly, and I'm part of that number as well, so I can speak freely. We can make a bet. I'll go for an assessment lunchtime. Ne? You will be surprised. We hide it differently. So there's also best practices, ne, internationally and locally, that we've seen. So, for example, one of our programs that we have that with our very successful health and wellness clients is an incentivized wellness program, where we're saying you don't have to do much to get your rewards. People react to rewards. Ne? People come to your wellness days because they want the water bottle. They come because they want the stress ball. Ne? They sometimes come and forget to do the test, take the water bottle and take the stress ball. Sadly. So people are driven by rewards. We cannot walk away from that. Ne? And I'm not going to speak about big rewards programs that you know out there that are driven by various medical aid schemes out there, because we know people go to gym because they want those smoothies that they get from those schemes. And we need to learn from that to say the reason why those programs are successful, because there's incentives at the end of the behavior, whether if the behavior is driving the right outcomes or not, but at least you can have comfort that people at least came for your wellness day and they did walk, and at least encouraging them to walk much more. My favorite is a case study that I recently researched, and I've been studying very closely in Japan, where in the workplace, they actually make it compulsory to have a 3-minute morning workout in the workplace. Now, as a team, we can choose to whatever you want to do for 3 minutes, whether if you do squats or you say, let's walk around the building, let's go out and in and out, or you do stationary runs, it's up to you. But it is compulsory and it's driven by government to say, employers, you will have a 3-minute workout. Now, I understand the dynamics in our country. Now, you might have unions knocking at your door and it would be a very ugly conversation. But guess what? We need to bring them to the table as well to help us, because we're servicing their members as well, to say, can we look at such requirements? A very fun one is a free ticketing system in Russia. So basically in Russia, when you want to go into the tube or the train, if you want a free ticket, there's a machine where you scan your height, and then it takes your height and you do 30 squats in front of that machine, full squats. And after you do 30 squats, it gives you a free ticket and you get a free train ride. If you don't want to do the squats, you buy a train ticket. Now, those are some of the incentive and innovative ways of making sure that people are compliant and people move and are much more active. Now, I don't want us to spend a lot of time on what other countries do. I also want to speak a little bit, DJ, I know my time is up, about the journey that I am personally embarked on. So I actually love the picture that I put there. Ne? And for those who remember me, this was the old chubby Kelly before I had a beard. Ne? And why I am sharing this picture, because I've picked up a lot of practical and useful tips of what we can do as practitioners to at least effect the change in us before we encourage other people to change. Now, I always challenge my team to say, we always want to go and behave like wellness champions, but unfortunately, we do the contrary. We tell people drink more water, but every time lunchtime, they find us with a 2 liter of Coke. You know, who's going to listen to you? You say walk more, but every Saturday, you are the first one at Chisanyama with a big plate of food. You're not encouraging. We need to be positive role model. So we need to start. Some of the key lessons that I've learned that I want to share with you is you need to start small. You need to try and eat clean as far as possible. Drink more water. Think much more consciously about what you want to have in your plate. And also just keep it simple and keep it fun. And pictures like this for me reminds me of the journey. This is basically the before and after picture to say, you firstly need to have a personal story to want to change. You need to look at yourself and say, you know what, I don't like this guy in the mirror. Therefore, I need to do something to change my life. You need to have the internal desire and the will to change and have the end state in mind to say, I'm hoping to finish there. And of course, part of that journey also to set attainable small goals, you know, to say, for example, some of my small attainable goals there was to run the Two Oceans Marathon, to run the Comrades Marathon. It is a small goal, trust me. It started with a 3-kilometer walk from my house to the corner and back, and I slept for 2 days. And that's how it started, honestly. And then the next day I walked and ran back. Then I ran to and fro, and that's how it started. Eventually, then you end up being able to, thank you, you end up being able to achieve so much. And why I'm sharing all of this, colleagues, is because we need to be the change we want to see. And we need to make sure that we are, I saw the signal, Mr. Mahmoud, I'm wrapping up, trust me. We need to make sure that we become positive role models so that we can represent our brand quite positively. And part of doing that is to have yourself accountability partners, people who can keep you honest in your journey. For those mornings where you feel like you don't want to go and run or cycle, someone would remind you to say, I'm waiting for you. Get people who are better than you at doing something to encourage and coach you. And also have people that to celebrate your successes with, who are like-minded, to say, you might come last at the end of a race, but at least I have my medal around my neck. Out of the 3,000 people who ran, I might have been the last person that I crossed the line, but at least I did finish. So those are some of the tips that I would like to share with you that I think we need to try and inculcate in the mindset of the people that we are encouraging. But again, for them to change and improve, the change must start with us. Thank you.
Niyibonile la vacation medal. Getting into meetings in bed is exactly when what you're talking about happened to me. I was no, actually I fell asleep. It was a cold winter afternoon and I fell asleep. And then apparently the people who were meeting kept on calling my name, but I wasn't responding. So somebody calls me who was in the meeting. They are calling you, where are you? I'm like, hey, my connection is having problems. I fell asleep. So I learned my lesson. Electric blanket on in a cold winter day and meetings in bed, no, out. So please take that advice that Kelly is giving you, colleagues. It can be very embarrassing. I always wonder, what will people in wellness and government to do the day we say stop events? What will you do, guys? You will be doing what you are supposed to do. Why are you not doing it now? Eh? No, but you still do events. Why are you not directing that capacity you are doing events with? No, guys, this is a session for reflections, and we must be honest. We must be honest to ourselves. Why is everyone who is in wellness in government is doing events? Why are you not having the measurable indicators that he's talking about? Why are you not measuring quarterly, annually impact in terms of interventions of wellness? So I'm throwing these things for a discussion. You don't have to answer them, but I would like you to use this moment to reflect on some of these things. The other thing I want to talk to, we've issued, Cabinet last year approved a framework for professionalization of the public service. And I think that it's important that we professionalize this sector. Part of professionalizing this sector means we assist those who are in wellness who do not have a clue of what wellness is about. And there's many of them, very, very many of them. We need to assist them to have an understanding of wellness. Because it is a profession. It's not a place where somebody from the political office who no longer has a job must be dropped at, or from any other unit from who is not wanted in this office or that office must be dropped. It is a profession. So even if a person is dropped there, because maybe the DG has no other way to put the person, can we make sure that person immediately when they land there, they get training? They may not be trained to be an expert, but they may be trained to be a practitioner or something like that. And can we partner with relevant associations that do this work and improve? And I hope this will come out very clearly in the strategy, in the review that we're working on. What do we do about people who are not qualified to this space, in this space, who end up in this space? There's many of them. And it doesn't mean maybe because you're not qualified, you should not be here. But what do we do about you when you find yourself in this space, whether you want to be in this space or not? What support mechanisms do we have in place? Because honestly, wellness in government is almost like non-existent. Wellness support in government is like non-existent. You spoke about silos as well. How do we deal with these silos? DPSA, how do we deal with the silos of people who work on wellness, separate from people who work on leave management, separate on people who work on long-term illness? How did we get here? Even starting with DPSA, how did we get here? And why are we surprised now when there's no integration? Because each one is in another unit doing their own thing. There's no defined platform where they meet and engage and share ideas around these issues. Can we go back to our departments and sort out these issues? Because if we don't, these are just basics in my view. If we don't, we are not going to be able to reach that stage where we're measuring impact. And we're able to come back and say, even our reports, we are able to come back and say, out of the interventions that we have done, we have managed to influence the drop in, this particular kind of behavior that we have noticed in the department and in government broadly. So I'm looking forward to what's coming out and how we can take it forward. And let's use this opportunity to reflect and be honest to each. For once, we think about what is it that I can do differently other than what is it that government is not doing? Or what is it that my senior is not doing for me? What is it that I can do differently? Understanding that there are things that should be done to support you that are not done, but what is it that I can do to take this work to the next level, to intervene, to build and ensure that we get to the next level? So colleagues, there's comments that have been made, but I'm going to open up I hope, Nico, I'm still in order. I'm going to open up for some comments. I couldn't stop people, Nico, when they are speaking. I think the discussion itself requires people to be allowed to, to take us through to the conclusion of what they wanted to say. So I'm gonna start this side. Oh yes, online. Do we have any, if we have any hands online, actually I would like to start with them, or if there's people who have comments. So please, the guys who are online, please check for me online. If there's anyone who wants to make a question or to ask a question rather than make a question. English is going now. Yes. And remember, it's time for lunch. Think about your plate, what you're gonna put in your plate. Yo kutwa if ujama kwinya, uli kwinya,
Did you?
I can't deal with that statement. I'm still processing it. Yes, where are the hands online? Please, Red.
Yes, ma'am. There's one question from Kabelo Chuma. Wanted to ask James measures they put in place to assist in health screenings, because we have really experienced many challenges this year where we book online as advised and a day before the event they drop us. Uncle.
Okay, James, they are complaining about your services there. Is that the only question? For now, okay. So I'm gonna start this side. I'm gonna take 3 hands. Please, short and straight to the point. 1, 2, going, gone. Okay, 3. All right, in that order. Please introduce yourself, colleagues, before you speak.
Thanks, DG. I'm Tlakalenka Dimeng from Limpopo, Office of the Premier. I'm responsible for transversal EHWP. I also wanted to raise the same concern that was raised on online for James not showing up. My office is really having problems. Whenever there are advocacies at departments, we receive calls because they would have got confirmations that they will come. The next thing, there's no show. So it's a problem to us because we're really relying on James for those screenings and massages. Can we please go back to our good olden years, doctor, where when we got confirmation, we show that you'll come? Because that's the only incentive, because we don't have money as government. Can I please just take this moment to brag as the province? Rena and Limpopo, I'm happy I saw PHS here. PHS is a good partner to us. It's really doing well. Wellness and HR in Limpopo, we working closely. We always have 2 combined workshops where we share whatever challenges, whether pillar related or what. PHS supports us. They take us to Bela Bela. I'm happy I saw, yeah, every year. That's the incentive. You know, when you're taking, we don't have money, people. So to go to Bela Bela, PHS pays for everything. It's an incentive. But Dr. Nyati brings professionals. They empower us. We're so empowered. And what do we do as transversal? Whatever we do, we share with everybody who is in management of EHW. So Reina in Limpopo, our people knows exactly what is done in EHW. If they don't attend, it's because they don't come, they don't want to. We invite them, we extend invitations because we cannot leave them alone. Because if they don't know, then we'll have a problem. I'm happy Mr. Wenda Motsu is here from Public Works. I haven't seen others, but I've extended invitations. Even during the Edu Week, Kelly, they knew. So we are happy. And DPSA, can you please just introduce the 3 or 5 minutes walk every morning that was proposed? That might assist us as well. Please, whatever is coming from DPSA, if you send us letter, we will deal with it in the province. All departments will comply as long as it's coming from DPSA. Please, thank you.
Thank you. I think that the reason why here is to review our strategy. So those ideas must also get into the strategy so that even for DPSA, it's easier to take them to the next level. I will keep on saying the delegates who were gathered at Ndalo Lodge in Mpumalanga said this and this and this. So please make sure what you think must be done, you must speak about it here. It must get in. Thank you so much, Madam. Yes, there was a hand here.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity, DG. I want to sort of respond, not really respond, but to add to the issue of screenings, but in a positive way. And that is to thanks James for the intervention of the EBI machine. I am one of the few, I'm Bridget Kainoveve from Eastern Cape Provincial Treasury. So we were one of the few departments who were fortunate to have the EBI machine with us for a number of days. And over 50% of the employees got screened through that. And it really gave us a lot of information concerning the health profile of the organization. So just a plea to James, if they maybe can strengthen that kind of intervention in the absence of physical nursing staff. And then my question to James is really about the James stakeholder report that Dr. Vuyo touched on. We also talked through Kelly's presentation about measuring outcomes and all of that. And that report is very important to us because it gives us an indication of where we've been and where we are now. But the issue with the report is really the timing of the reports. For example, we have received a report in September for January to March quarter, the fourth quarter for us, which now is not really applicable in our current reporting tool for the quarter that we are in. So we really just want to appeal that it be given attention in terms of the timing of the reports. Thank you so much.
It looks like at least you have one person who's reading those reports. Thank you. There was another hand here, this lady. Here. Agabod.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon to the rest of the colleagues. My name is Ntabise Mahlangu. I'm from National Department of Small Business and Development in Pretoria. Okay, my question goes to the doctor. While presenting, you spoke to, while you were under the chronic medication or chronic illnesses, you spoke of one of the benefits, which includes paying for rehab. So my question is, does that also extend to the dependence on our medical aid, or is it only exclusive for the member, the paying of the rehab? And lastly, I'm not sure, but I don't think there is client liaison officers from GEMS to assist each and every department the same way GPA or GPF has client liaison officers, because you'll find that we've got, or the official have issues with GEMS, and they would come to HR and would normally refer them to say, no, you have to engage with GEMS yourself, the same way that you join GEMS directly. So sometimes you'll find that colleagues are frustrated and they still come to us to intervene. I think the client liaison officer would actually assist. Also, sometimes I'm from HR, not the employee wellness.
So sometimes when we have those inductions, we would like to invite invite GEMS. So we have situations where we've invited them, but they did not come. So I think if the outline liaison officer, it will also help the department. Thank you.
Thank you. We're done with that side. We're moving to this side. I see there's a hand there, number one, number two. I noted him. Or number three, in that order. Is put Madlisa that one?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fundi Lenyati from PHS. Okay, I did not bribe tax. Thank you very much. All right. I think I need to just share some information around this EHW that was launched. I mean, the strategic framework was, I think, launched around 2009. So it's been some time. Now, yes, we're saying all the good things, but I think a meeting like this one should also be looking at not so good things. So I had an opportunity to do an audit, really, of how EHW was being implemented in one of the provinces. And I must say that, firstly, it was good that the biggest employer in the land launched this framework. It actually helped, I think, the industry to grow. All right, so that's a positive. But I must also say that following the launch of the framework, department was supposed to have policies and procedures and make sure that all 4 pillars are implemented. The truth, though, is that many departments are still at infancy so many years later. You'll find out of the 4 pillars, maybe 1 pillar, is well developed. Usually the one that has got pillar, that is the health productivity management. But the rest of the pillars, there's hardly anything. When it comes to matters of the pillar on SHEC, it's almost non-existent. All right. If you look on the first pillar around infectious diseases, yes, there will be some screenings here and there by GEMS, but generally there isn't much. But if you look back and say, do these people take EHW seriously? I'm talking about the departments. And the only way to know is to whether they are resourcing EHW, and what you find is that they pay lip service. Most departments, I mean, we're doing work in 4 provinces. Most departments are paying lip service to EHW. They'll have 1 person for a department, let's say, like health in the Eastern Cape, which has got so many people. There's hardly anything happening because they are constrained. You then come with pillar and you expect them to assist. They don't have the capacity. So for me, it's nice and well to sit here and talk as if things are happening. Most departments in the most provinces I work with, EHW, it's a nice to have, it's not resourced. So I think we should start there. Why is it that the leadership of these departments are not actually putting their money where their mouths are? On World AIDS Day, they'll stand and say, our employees are the best. Should be putting resources behind that which you want to do. So for me, I'm sitting here with mixed feelings because there are truths that are not being said. And we'll end this day and say it was a successful, Indaba, but the truth has not yet come out. So for me, now that there's even COVID that has come and changed things, things are worse. There's issues around long COVID. There's employees who are unable to function because of long COVID. There's no guidelines. There isn't things to help departments to know for how long should they check, whether this person is going to recover or not. So they sit with people who are not productive and they don't know what to do. Some of them who are in senior positions who have got cognitive deficits, there's no clarity as to what you do with them. So I just wanted to say, I'm happy to be here, but I think people must speak the truth. And then lastly, for GEMS, I was happy that you talked about health screenings from a mental health point of view. There's a lot of tools that are available. When you send your guys to do screenings, I think you guys need to look at tools for stress, tools for burnout. They're available. There's electronic tools for for burnout. There's electronic tools for stress levels. And the same way, not just, the same way that, the physical health is being, screened, I think you need to screen more people on mental health, not just talks, screening people to early identify problems. Yeah, I think for now, let me stop there.
Thank you, Pudmadlisa. So the first issue, bring the mic this side. The first issue that you raised, I think that, again, we need to think about innovation around our structures and our capacity, because in the current period, and I know that when people talk about capacity, they're talking about employing more people. You're not going to be able to employ more people. But how do we innovate around capacity, around how do we leverage, for instance, from the long-term illness interventions that we have put in place, amongst others? And generally, how do we, looking at our structures, how do we innovate around that? So those are the conversations I'm hoping you're also gonna look at. So don't fall into the trap of demanding for more posts, because you're not gonna get them. There's no money. I think everybody knows there's no money. So that one, you can raise it if you want. I'm not saying don't raise it, but just know is that is one of those things you're going to raise and nothing is going to happen because there's no money. Even me at TPSA, even if they come and say they need 3 more posts, there's no money for them. Online, do we have any people? Please, just before I give you my brother, let's just check if we have people there. Just one person online maybe, and then we take him.
Oh, okay, there's, let me allow to. Kabelo, you can speak now.
Kabelo, over to you.
Good afternoon, DG. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, DG. DG, I'm Kabelo Choma from the Office of the Chief Justice. My portfolio is employee health and wellness, employment equity, and OHS. My concern is that there are no structures where we can sit and liaise. We are missing opportunities in engaging and networking because they are not available or known where they are. Maybe for myself, because I struggle to find networks where I can sit and interact and discuss and unpack issues of wellness in the department. But over and above that, those platforms are extremely crucial because they allow us to share information, create new ways of doing things, sharing ideas. But my biggest concern is I attended one 2-3 months ago in the Gauteng province. It's a provincial structure. It was mainly discussing provincial issues. For somebody who's at national office like us, we could not relate to things they were discussing. But also the compliance, we seem to be more focused on the report, complying with ABC, let's do this, but we are not actually doing the work. That's where my concern is. We are not actually saying, hey, let's sit down, reevaluate and restructure or find innovative ways. We are all about numbers. Is this making sense? But we are not really sitting and analyzing to say, are we making an impact in the day-to-day the smallest things. Are we making an impact in so and so's life? Are people going for therapy? It's in the smallest things that changing one person impacts on changing the bigger group. But we are not there. We are so focused on the reports, due date for reports. We must submit this. While that is necessary for monitoring purposes, but we are not sitting and doing proper analysis in order to make impactful interventions. Thank you, DDG.
Thank you. The issue of reports, one of the work we've been doing is we've reviewed regulations, the public service regulations 2016, we've reviewed them, and we are now reviewing our directives. The idea is to reduce the red tape. The idea is to reduce the compliance burden so that you don't have to report all the time. I think wellness, you report on a quarterly basis or monthly? Eh? Yes.
Unfortunately, it's combined with transversal gender. Now we are considering.
It's like monthly. There's reports that come to me that I must sign monthly on GBV. Whose reports? Whose reports? Or those are from the presidents, from women. Okay, but the point, I think the point you are raising, Madam, over the virtual is noted. And I was just saying there's work that we're doing to just manage the compliance burden, especially in HR. We've seen that HR officials spend lots of time instead of thinking, instead of innovating, they spend lots of time trying to put together a report and get DG, DDGs and whoever else to sign the reports. So we're working on that. We definitely are going to reduce the number of, I can't promise you that we won't need reports, but we are going to reduce them significantly. And we will issue those directives before the end of this financial year. Nico? Thank you. Thank you. There was a hand here.
No, thank you, DG. My name is Kateko Matebula.
Can we listen to him, colleagues?
I'm from the Department of Science and Innovation. I want to talk to Doctor in the issue of psychosocial benefit that we have as employees. This is what I have realized about it. In the departments, we have got service providers, but we have employees who maybe sometimes doesn't want to use the services inside the counseling services. They want to go to their private social workers. Unfortunately, social workers didn't give them the privilege to get a walk-in. They have to go via the doctor. It means we go to the doctor to be billed to get a referral letter. So to me, it's a fruitless expenditure because these people are professionals. So I think it's something that we need to look at.
Colleagues, can we listen to him there in the corner?
In the remote areas, we don't have psychologists where, because psychologists have got the privilege where they accept walk-in. But social workers who can deal with mental health, that today we are crying for, they don't have that privilege to get a walk-in. So, and some doctors, when you go to them, because they want you again next week, they won't refer you to the social worker again, because they are in business also. Because if they will always give you Panado, of which that stress, it needs social worker to deal with you. So they don't refer us. So can you please revise that and give them privilege to have a walk-in without getting a CD code to process with the with the sessions for counseling. So please, can you look at that, doctor? Because we're having a fruitless expenditure for going to the doctor to request a letter to go to social work. It's plus or minus 500 that we are losing. Thank you.
Thank you. There was another hand here. Where is it? Okay. Yeah. Are you still taking your notes?
I didn't forget to thank you.
Taking your notes.
Good afternoon, DG Thiloshni Govender from the Eastern Cape Department of Health, but also wearing the hat of the Employee Assistance Professionals Association here today. My comment was about the professionalizing of employee wellness practitioners in the public service. And it goes beyond just those that don't have those social work or psychology qualifications. Even those that do have those qualifications, are not confident enough to be able to do the kind of case management required to do proper intervention that has definite, intentional outcomes. And I think that there's a lot of work that we need to do as a public service to capacitate our practitioners as well as to monitor what their practice is doing. And I think here is an opportunity for DPSA and the departments to partner with professional associations such as IPA-SA to ensure that there is a system of monitoring and supporting the practice of employee wellness on the ground. So there are associations such as IPA-SA there, and I think DPSA would go a long way to prescribe to wellness practitioners more about their professional obligations and responsibilities. And for those that do not belong to a particular statutory body, there are RPL processes in place to groom them towards particular professional designations, also within the IPA-SA space. So I think there is a room and a big opportunity for closer working together and partnering in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like what I'm hearing, and I am hoping that as part of the outcomes of this engagement, we will have those people who are going to take out that conversation. Because also remember, guys, not everything is going to be done by DPSA. In fact, we are all DPSA, isn't it? You are DPSA. You are government, you are DPSA. So for you to get directives from DPSA that talks to the issues that you want to be addressed, you have to influence those. What's the better way of influencing other than being part of the processes? I don't know. You want a small group of people, you want Foromo to sit there in the office alone and type directives for minister to sign and then they come to you. No, you should be involved in that process because you are on the ground, you are practitioners. Foromo is a policy person. He spends more time at the office, researching, thinking. You are on the ground, you are implementing, you bring the evidence, you bring the lessons, you bring the insights and reflections from the ground because you are on the ground. So don't let such opportunities go away to partner. It's very important. Thank you very much, Madam. I think we will note that and make sure that we follow up on it. I was told there's 4 hands and 4 comments. Can we read the 4 comments and can we take the 2 comments and then I'm gonna take the speakers to come back and report. We're done with the roving mic now. No, I'm not giving you again.
Okay, we have a comment from Grace Nozipom Charlie. Can DPSA consider enrollment with Tanzanite 1 GEMS option as a compulsory for salary level 1 to 5 as long as they are no dependents in the medical scheme? This will help with disease management program. And we have another one from Irene Mutapo. The morning walk will be beneficial to those closer to the workplace as they will have some showers. Those far will sweat and going to the office with sweat. One may not be comfortable. How about doing that 30 minutes walk in the afternoon, at least around 3? Good afternoon, DG. DPSA, there is still a lack of resource within departments. I am in a Department of Employment and Labor, but still only 4 EHWP had to be provided services to 9 provincial offices. How could DPSA influence departments in having a standardized EHW structure that are responsive to a workforce of above 9,000 employees? Afternoon, DG and colleagues, please can we explore pre-employment screening? If we do not have a baseline, how do we access if an employee enters the workplace with a pre-existing medical condition and the impact there on the IOD?
Can you take up your volume a little bit, red?
Okay. This is a comment and a wake-up call to all EAP professionals throughout provinces that we must go back to the drawing board in terms of the role modeling our profession. If we want to instill change in our employees, then we must start with ourselves for our clientele to take our professionals seriously. Dango. Thank you.
And then
One hand.
there were hands. Are the hands still there?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
3.
Okay, can we take the hands? I don't want people to say we close them out. I feel sorry for you, Dr. Kola, because many questions are for you, but you will survive. Can we have the questions?
Yes.
Colleagues who want to ask questions, sorry, I can't see you on my screen. But if you have your question, your hand up, please, you have an opportunity to say one thing you want to say.
Grace.
Grace? Grace.
Good afternoon. Good
Yes,
afternoon. Yes. I had put one question. Hello. Yes, I had
Proceed,
put one
Grace.
question. Yes, I had put one question on the chat box regarding GEMS Tanzanite. Then the other question that I want to, in fact, it's a comment or a request to say, can we see DPSA and the Department of Employment and Labor working closely in terms of the legislations that come from them and that gets implemented through DPSA? Because there are a lot of things that come from employment and labor that do not really get to be emphasized. Because DPSA maybe has not issued a directive or whatever. I'll make an example of a code of good practice in prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. There were workshops last year done by employment and labor, but DPSA did not know about it. We have to implement it in the departments, and really it's still difficult because there isn't that synergy that comes from that level. So all that I'm appealing for is for DPSA to increase their working relationship with employment and labor. Thank you.
Grace, before you leave, Dr. Vuyo wanted to get substantively what is the proposal around Tanzanite and GEMS members. She was asking me, and unfortunately, these things I don't know them. So
Okay.
if you can please just summarize what you're saying.
Okay. With Tanzanite, one is 100% subsidized option for salary level 1 to 5 employees, as long as they join with 4 members or 4 dependents. So at our point, this side, from where I come from, we advocate for employees to join earlier because we want them to have access to quality healthcare. But now, if DPSA is also not really emphasizing it, employees don't really fall for it. But I'm looking at an example of SAPS. If a police officer is appointed, they go straight into a medical aid because they know the risks that are there. But in our case, this is a free benefit. Why can't we have it as one of the directives? Because it's a free benefit that is subsidized by the employer. I hope my narrative gives an understanding.
Now,
Thank you.
it's very clear, very, very clear. In Xhosa, we have a word that we use. Icaceca oko. Umva wekati. Thank you so much, Grace. Doctor, I think it's a policy issue really for DPSA. We can only take it and note it as a proposal that's coming out of this process and take it back to the office. The thing about GEMS, there's a lot that gets negotiated at the bargaining council. So we will have to go and do our checks, but it sounds like a great idea to me. Any other
Tabele?
hands?
Yeah, Ntabele?
Tabeleng, over to you. I see some hungry eyes here. Shame. Tabeleng? Who else after Tabeleng is there?
Isaac?
Isaac? Maybe Tabeleng is on lunch.
Okay.
Isaac, are you in?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm in. Yes, I'm in. Can
Please
I
go
speak?
ahead. Please
Okay.
go ahead, yes.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, colleagues there. My name is Isaac Koto. I am from the Department of Justice. Already some of my comments have been taken, but then I just wanted to say something with regards to the presentation that was made by James. No, it's just a reflection that something is missing, and I'm appealing to the colleagues as they will be going to the breakaway sessions. I think there is a shortage of what you call BPI or maybe business intelligence under wellness. No, we've got data, but you can see that the data that was presented by James on mental health is missing. Few things, let me give you an example. There are some members who are in public service who are not on GEMS. That's number one. Hence, maybe we see the mental case as reported there, they are less. But at the same time, remember, health and wellness practitioners, they deal on day-to-day basis with mental health issues. Maybe the statistics as reflected by GEMS there is so low because proactively so, the practitioners manage to deal with some of the mental health conditions, preventing them from becoming chronic, even to consult a doctor. So my request is that, no, we can see there's a lack of business intelligence under wellness. We need a nerve center, maybe within DPSA, whereby all this data will be analyzed. So that when we have gatherings like this, we have a comprehensive information as to what is happening about the health and wellness. So please, colleagues, as you are going through the breakaways, look at that. The last one, in terms of professionalizing the public services, I think my past president, Ms. Tilashik has mentioned a lot, but what's important, I'm appealing, DG. Public-private partnership is very much important in this regard. So I'm appealing that as DPSA, as government, let us really look at working with other partners in the private sector. What I need to add also, maybe did you don't know that, okay, by next year, we as IPSA, because I'm a member, we are trying by all means to acknowledge the fact that in South Africa, we are part of the global community. We need to benchmark with what is happening in other countries. By next year or 2 years to come, some of the people who belong to IPSA don't be just like our colleagues to America, whereby a person will be a certified health and wellness practitioner or an AP practitioner. Currently now in Africa, we don't have such. They only exist in America, but by next year or 2 years to come, we'll be having what's called certified EAP or wellness practitioner. So my appeal is that such resolutions or discussions as we're having them, let us make them to be solid and become reality so that we can really professionalize their public service and particularly coming to the issue of health and wellness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Let me also apologize. I was invited to the EAPSA conference and I had booked looking forward just to get out of Gauteng amongst other things. And I booked to stay there until the end. But as you know, life happens. Copa called me and it messed up all the plans and I had to go to Cape Town. So I do apologize for that. But I did send a colleague. And I think Isaac will take the comment that you are making and the feedback. And yes, let's start with ourselves first and accredit ourselves as EAP practitioners within those timeframes that you are talking to. So we need people to work and define what it's going to take for us to get there and how do we get there. I think that's all. The one that we passed, I'm not going back. I saw Constance had a hand, but I see she's in the program later. She will try and smuggle her things when she's participating in the program later. Otherwise, she did make some comments earlier on. Sorry, my sister, I have to cut you out. Otherwise, We're in peace most. Sharp. Over to you, Dr. Vuyo, then Kelly.
Thank you, colleagues, for all the questions. Yeah, indeed, most of them are for GEMS. My colleagues, I'm looking at my colleagues there, Beckham and David. Can, through you, DG, can I ask one of them to come and assist with answering the questions on the wellness and the CLOs, please, the wellness events? I'll start and then they will assist with that. I'm gonna ask with start with Sis Connie. Your question was on mental health and under other conditions or other chronic conditions. Do they coexist? And the answer is yes. If you remember in the stats that I showed, I said over 23% of everybody that is registered for a chronic condition has got 3 or more conditions, chronic conditions, and one of those is mental health. So indeed, there is an increased rate, and this is from studies. This is not something from GEMS. This is from studies that have shown that there's an increased risk of depression when you have other chronic conditions like diabetes, cancer, epilepsy, HIV. And I think you can understand a diagnosis, any chronic diagnosis will, it's not an easy thing to accept a lot of the time, especially depending on the seriousness of that condition. So there will be symptoms of depression that will be manifested through that. But also, it's also the other way around. So the reverse is true that stress-related disorders, lack of sleep, abnormal stress hormones, metabolic changes, and all of those things are also as a result of depression as well. So the reverse is also true. So there are certain chronic conditions that will lead to the development of depression, but depression can also lead to several chronic conditions. So Kelly, it's not always because only I was triggered by that. Depression leads to when you are depressed, you don't sleep. When you don't sleep, you're going to gain weight because it messes up your metabolism, messes up your stress hormones. On top of that, ladies also have hormonal changes, especially starting from the age of 35, but most women from age of 40 upwards. Those hormonal changes, if they are not taken care of, they will also lead to that. So it's not always a makunya. There are other things as well. I had to I still would like to know what the vacation medals are, but maybe we can talk outside. I don't think that's part of the questions. DG, psychological safety. You're right. Sometimes you see some people coming, they'll say, oh, they see you in the past, I want to come to your office, but you're okay. They're going to tell you all their problems. I think we're all faced with that. And in reality, colleagues, is that we don't have all the time in the world. We have to get going. Sometimes what I do is if people have overstayed their welcome, then I will start looking at my laptop, maybe just as a sign, and it's not necessarily a good thing. But yeah, you can listen. But like you say, not all of us are professionals. I am a professional, but at the same time, I'm not there to look after the health and wellness of employees. I'm there to look after the health and wellness of GEMS members. But my question is, where are the EAPs? Where are the health and wellness practitioners? Because if somebody is in your team is not okay, where do we refer them to? It's not for us to now sit and counsel those people, because we are not social workers, we're not psychologists, but even if we were, we're not there for that reason. So my challenge would be the EAPs and the health and wellness practitioners should really I think, be visible maybe to divisions, to departments, various units within departments to make sure that we are able to refer those people. So DG, refer those people. Tell them and be, you know, be nice about it and tell them, I do think you need to get help. There was a mention from the gentleman earlier about some of the people may not want to be part of an employee assistance program, and they may want to go to their to private practitioners, which is okay. That's also okay because they're not forced, whatever people are comfortable with, as long as they get help. I think that the issue is they need to get help. Then I'm gonna jump to your question about the where you were saying that there needs to be sorry, Matebula. Oh, sorry, I thought you said Katleho. Okay, Katleho, sorry. The fruitless expenditure and the referral to social workers. You know, this question was asked to me before. In the out of hospitals, GPs are trained to treat. So a GP would be able to prescribe medication and refer in the case of a referral, but it doesn't stop someone from going directly to a psychologist or a social worker. It has to be a registered social worker, though, a registered counselor, because remember, we also have to abide by the rules of the Council of Medical Schemes. There might be an issue somewhere because this question has come up before. It's only in the in-hospital space where if you need to see an allied healthcare professional, any professional, you need to be referred by the doctor that brought you in that hospital. And the reason for that, which I don't want to get into here, is because of the fraud that we're experiencing. But in the out-of-hospital space, it shouldn't be like that. Thank you for raising that because it's something that we need to go back and look at because it shouldn't be the case. There might be something wrong. So it's something that we'll have to look into and provide feedback on that. DG, I'm gonna go back to you, the psychological safety, the kids, I can't help you there. I'm also facing my own problems. Kids nowadays are very, 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 very opinionated. Yeah, everything is like, yeah, I know the boys and the body odor and not wanting to wash on holidays. And then people feeling like you're impinging on my rights. It's my rights. When I know, I will call you. when I get advice on that one, I'll call you. I'm struggling with that one too. David, I'm gonna leave all the bookings to you and the CLO ones. I think David, you can come. Sis Bridget, thank you for the comments on the AB machines. And I think the colleagues have heard, Beckham. We need to deploy more of the AB machines, and we're really excited that they are really making a difference. And what's nice about the AB machine is that it actually gives you a full report. You punch in your email address, it gives you a full report. So it actually empowers you in terms of what you also need to do. And there's information there that is more detailed than information, frankly, that you would get from a nurse or even your GP, probably, even in the wellness days. So please make use of the AB machine. Ms. Mahlangu, chronic illnesses and benefits for rehab, does it extend to beneficiaries? Sorry, does it extend to public servants only? The answer is no. It extends to everybody. So everyone, every single beneficiary of GEMS has got benefits for rehab if they need to, and also mental health treatment if they need to, whether it's in hospital or out of hospital. Then there was a issue about the CLOs that need to assist because now people are going to HR instead of using the CLOs. I will leave that to David to also just answer that one. I'm gonna jump the ones that were directed at DPSA, because I think the DG has dealt with that. And let's see. I take the note, Sis Grace, thank you for online. Thank you for clarifying the issue. I think it was really for DPSA. But we're happy to James to engage on the Tanzanite one issue and advocating people to join early. I certainly agree with you there. And then Untabeleng spoke about the need for BI to make sure that all the data is there. I agree with you, Untabeleng, but when I was talking about there's definitely an underreporting, and I know there are public servants that are not GEMS members. That would be up to the employer then to see how they get that data. But when it comes to the GEMS data, remember what I said? I said GEMS covers over 2.2 million beneficiaries. Only 3% of those actually are known to have mental health conditions. So even that data is just it's not from taking into account the non-GEMS members. We're talking about GEMS members. So there's still a huge issue there in terms of mental health not being diagnosed or people not seeking help for mental health conditions and for treatment. That I take your point about the non-GEMS members, but even with that, with the stats that we see, definitely there's a problem there with mental health. There's a problem with other conditions, but mental health is the one that really we need to hone in and focus on. Then there was a question or a request that the mental health screenings, the wellness days should not be just the nurses taking blood pressure and glucose, but also screening for mental health. Correct, that is true. I take the point, sir. But I do think that we need to also, it's important to also talk about mental health. But we take your point, and we will see how we can then incorporate that. And then thank you to the lady, I think I've missed now somewhere, there was a question about the reports. Thank you for the fact that there was a colleague on this side that spoke about the reports. There was Eastern Cape this side, but there was a lady from about the reports, that the reports come late. So because of the way we have to get information for the full quarter before we send the quarterly reports. So it should really be a quarter behind. You shouldn't be getting reports from last year now. If that's the case, then I think we need to go back, DG. There's a problem in the distribution of the reports. Because the reports are being distributed. We would really love, and I'm glad that somebody's reading the reports, because we really would love to get feedback on how we can improve these reports so that they speak to what you would like to see, and so that you can then put in place the right interventions in place. It's difficult for us to be churning in the same reports, not knowing whether they help or they don't help. But I think maybe let's talk, if you can find me, and then we can talk after lunch. But I would say maybe we just need to make sure that the distribution list maybe is wider, DG, with the reports. I don't know. But the reports definitely come at the end of each quarter. I would say though, even if you got a report from quarter 4 of 2022, if you got it today, there's still some relevance in terms of chronic diseases and other things. The stats might be a bit outdated, but there would still be relevance in that. And then from the Eastern Cape, I think I've lost track of my notes now. But wasn't that, I think the one from the Eastern Cape was directed more at you.
That's where.
Have I answered all? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna hand over to David. David, the questions about people book the wellness events and then the wellness events are cancelled at the last minute. And then the other question I think was about the CLOs going to HR. Thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is David Mafalo. I am from GEMS. I think I'll just start on the CLO going to provinces or going to departments. We do have CLOs that are stationed across all of the province. Each and every province has got a CLO. The same officials that you're seeing outside there, they are the CLO from Mpumalanga. So the same thing in Pretoria, we do have CLOs that come to your office. All you just need to be able to do is be able to organize with them to say, I want you to be able to come on this particular day, to our department. So that is basically what you need to be able to do to ensure that like they come to your department on a particular date that like you will prefer. Around the issue of the booking of the wellness, I think we do take note of that. And I think it is one of the challenges that like we have been facing as a scheme in terms of the wellness services that like we are providing. There is a process to be able to more of like review the wellness services that like we have been providing to departments. And it will be important, I think, for us to be able to also look in terms of the frequency. I think the DG spoke to the frequency of reporting, and that also has impact on the scheme itself in terms of like ensuring that like each and every of these wellnesses are taken care of, and that is what has actually been a problem in terms of like us probably being able to honor some of those particular events. But then I can assure you that like that particular work, it is something that like is at a very advanced stage where we will be able to have nurses that we will. I hope we will not be able to have those kind of things where we'll be able to cancel. But then that will also be supplemented by the review. I think if we were to be able to look at how many times departments are required to be able to report. Because if you look in terms of like what we offer, we do offer 8, I think it's about 8 sessions per province per month. And that in effect, it will have an impact because like it will mean that like then the other departments would have basically taken almost all of those. So the other issue for us probably it might be the issue of sharing of your yearly schedule in terms of like saying this is how or this is when we will be able to have our wellness services. I think if we were to be able to work together in terms of like planning for the next year, we can then be able to know that like in terms of this particular province, these are the events that like we need to be able to undertake. So I think if we were to work together, we'll definitely be able to deal with this particular issue. But then we do take note. I think we do apologize. I think for the experience in terms of those particular wellnesses that were cancelled. But then, like I said, I can assure you that like we will definitely work well with the new services that like we are busy with. Thanks very much.
Ellie? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, DG. I think there was no questions directed to myself personally, but I would like to make just 2 comments. One being on the proposal to assist and support the drive to professionalize the EHWP space and some of the initiatives that are proposed through IAPA as a mother body that is setting the standards for practice. And I just want to say that that is the type of work that energizes us, DG, as Momentum Metropolitan. where we enter into partnerships and we can support such initiatives. So I think as and when that initiative takes off, this is an open invitation to speak to us so that you can see how we can support. Okay, it can start. So that's the first one. And I think then the last one is just a comment just in general to say, as I'm sitting here, DJ, I'm reflecting on the journey that the DPS has gone. And I just want to commend you and the leadership for having reconvened this public service in Indaba. And just listening into the inputs, one gets the impression that there has been a great need for engagement. And I think there's quite a lot of richness in the proposals. So I'm actually thinking from the reflections of some of the frustrations that I've also experienced, having been a past president of the AP Association of South Africa as well, it is quite encouraging to see such close collaboration which is forged by the DPSA, firstly within provinces, but internally within government, but also with various stakeholders. So I just wanted to comment and say congratulations and well done on that. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. It's lunchtime, but I was told that somebody's gonna give our speakers something. And where is he? Jonga lo ubambe flowers njani? Sibanjwa kanjalo, sibanjwa. Okay, they want to take a picture. Nico says he's on training to buy flowers first. What is inside here? That looks like something to carry pills. That's another word children likes to use, trigger. You are triggering me, mama. Like, hey, Kanimeni guys. This is when I become my mother. I'm like, so guys, MEC usapumile. So she will get her flowers from Prince. When you're just gonna have to watch the MEC. When you see her, you give her the flowers. You remember how to. Thank you, Prince. Colleagues, thank you. For those who are online, we will reconvene at 5 to 3. I was told to still give you an hour. This is how nice Nico is. If it was me, I would give you 30 minutes. But I was told, maybe let's just convene at 2 to 3. Let's try 2 to 3. It will give us a full 45 minutes for food. 2 to 3, we reconvene. Those who are online, sorry, we don't have virtual lunch. And those who are here, lunch is being served, I think, outside. Thank you very much, colleagues. I am retiring now from this job. I'm handing over to the young people.
No, Dr. Vuyo is not there. Dr. Vuyo, we can start. Oh, okay. And that corner there, what are the names? Sorry. Lerato? Lerato, can we start? Are you sure? I don't want to disturb you. Yeah. We can start. Ah, okay. All right. I think everyone agrees that we can start. Good afternoon, colleagues. As mentioned in the morning, my name is Nyiko Mabunda. I think we are a little bit behind time, but we are still, I think because we have 2 days, we can still push it a little bit. So without a waste of time, I think we can call the next presenter. Portia, you just recently changed your surname, right? So I mustn't use that one. Oh, okay, I must use the correct one. Which one is it? Oh, okay, all right. I thought you sent an email that said we mustn't use the old surname, but so Portia is with Alexander Forbes, and she will be in the morning. We received some presentations on how we should be managing employee health and wellness. We also received some information from GEMS on the prevalence of chronic diseases in the public service. We are now going to be receiving a presentation on the management of the top 10 health conditions and chronic diseases. So those things that were being mentioned by GEMS, we will now hear from Alexander Forbes, the perspective from their side on how we should be going about managing those. Ma'am, the stage is yours. I think we can leave that door open, have some, yeah, it's cold. Yo. All right.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings, everyone. Okay. All right. Thank you. Greetings to the leadership, my fellow health risk managers, my colleagues, public servants that are in the house, and all protocol. So I will not go into too much detail for the sake of time, but the focus will be more on employer strategies. Just a little bit about Alex Forbes. We have been an accredited health risk manager for Pillar since 2003 during the pilot phase together with PHS. So we have come full circle. We are 20 years in the business. Congratulations, Dr. Nyati. We have a national footprint, currently servicing 5 implementation sites. We have health risk management experience in both the public and the private sector. And at the moment, we have 7 offices throughout the country. A bit of a preface. The most important and critical resource for any employer is his workforce. It's desirable for any employer to have a healthy and engaged workforce. And the public service is no exception. Throughout our involvement in the health risk management space, we have noted that unplanned leave or unplanned absences are both costly and disruptive to service delivery. And also, this is not limited to the public sector. Also in the private sector, we have noted the same trend. And what is more of concern is that this trend is continuing. So one will expect that as we employ sophisticated strategies and so forth in terms of absenteeism management, one will expect that there will be a little bit of a decline or rather some curbing when it comes to unplanned absences. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We are seeing that the trend is increasing. most unplanned absences are as a result of personal illnesses, which actually brought about the need for a holistic and scientific approach in terms of absenteeism management. And that is why we have PILA, because PILA employs scientific approach to management of the applications for temporary incapacity leave and ill health retirement, with an aim to ensure that all the applications that are being processed are actually legitimate applications, and those employees that really qualify for TIL actually get the benefit, and those that cannot continue to work actually get granted ill health retirement. It's important to manage absenteeism at normal sick leave stage. If you wait to manage absenteeism at the stage of TIL, then you have lost it. You are not going to be able to control anything, because habits are formed at normal sick leave stage. With some departments, you actually know who are going to be the regular culprits. You know, so by the time it's the 1st of March, so and so are going to be applying. But if we have such information, if departments have such information, then why can't there be proactive sick leave management? Why wait until TIL stage? Because at the moment, TIL, or rather PILA, is portrayed as a punitive measure. You know, they're like, okay, you're finishing your sick leave days. Well, you're gonna go on TIL, you know, and that is not how it's supposed to be. So it's very important to proactively manage sickness-related absenteeism. The illnesses that are affecting the public service, I need to put a disclaimer and indicate that this is only limited to the clients that we service, but I'm sure that most of it is related to what other health risk management to other health risk managers are experiencing. The majority of the applications that we are seeing are due to mental and behavioral disorders. The whole morning we're sitting here, we're hearing about mental and behavioral disorders. It's not a myth, it's a reality, and it's crippling the workforce. Again, if proactive management is not there, we are not going to win in terms of mental and behavioral disorders. The second leading driver is diseases of the respiratory system. You know, those illnesses that are very acute in nature, you know, they affect your respiratory system, your flu and so forth. People will take 1 to 2 days here and there. You know, it's so simple. You're like, well, my sick leave is already depleted. I'll just do TIL for 1 to 2 days, because all I need to do is just submit the medical certificate and the appendix 1. You know, it becomes so easy to fall into that trap. But more often than not, we realize that those kind of claims, or rather those kind of applications, are not necessarily legitimate applications. And then we also have diseases of the musculoskeletal system. These are the diseases affecting muscles, bones, and so forth. And they are the third leading driver. If these conditions are not managed at an early stage, they have a tendency of turning chronic. So it's very important to encourage early management. And then I'm not going to go through the rest of it, but the other important factor that I need to highlight is the unspecified medical conditions. We are getting applications where we don't know what is wrong with the person because the information is not there. And it becomes very difficult for us as health risk managers to actually give information as to how can this employee be assisted, you know, and to even come to an objective conclusion as to whether you want to recommend an approval or a decline, because we don't have the medical information. So those that are dealing with applications, please encourage employees to ensure that there is a medical information on the medical certificate or on the appendix 1, or even an ICD-10 code, which will greatly assist us. The other driver that we are seeing that it's rising within the public service is cancer-related illnesses. We are seeing a high rate of cancers for both males and females. Dr. Vuyo touched on screenings. It's very important that the screenings be done so that these are not diagnosed at a later stage. So in order to facilitate a successful management, it's important that this be managed at a very early stage So you need to do your screenings. I know that most employee health and wellness providers, they will have the wellness days where you'll have people doing screenings. But there are also government facilities which offer these screenings. So we should not only look at for the day where there are wellness activities in the departments, but rather let's encourage employees to also consult at the public institutions, because those services are there. And obviously those that can afford and those that are on medical aids, they can get that service from private practitioners. I'll zoom a bit into mental and behavioral disorders because we cannot ignore it and it can never be overemphasized. Industry studies have shown that mental illnesses interfere with a person's ability to complete physical job tasks about 20% of the time and reduces cognitive performance about 35% of the time. Most of the time, we assume that when a person has a mental illness, it will only affect their cognitive function. That is not always correct. Even physically, those suffering from mental illnesses will struggle to perform tasks in the workplace. Mental illnesses drive longer periods of absences, as well as inability to continue to work. You know, with acute illnesses, you know that a person will be off work for about 2, 5, 6 days, but with mental illnesses, it's so unpredictable that a person might initially be booked off for about 15 days. And then instead of returning to work, it extends and extends because management of mental illnesses is also very tricky. Remember, most of the symptoms for mental illnesses are also very subjective. So if there hasn't been a proper diagnosis initially, it will be difficult to manage it. And people react differently to medication. So sometimes even the first line of treatment might not necessarily yield positive results where there won't be any symptom alleviation. So it's important to make sure, again, I'll emphasize that people are diagnosed early and treatment is started early enough. The most prevalent mental disorders that we are seeing in our space, it's 31% is major depression, followed by 20% post-traumatic stress disorders, bipolar mood disorder at 19%, anxiety at 15%. We are also seeing schizophrenia at 10%. Most of the cases related to schizophrenia are actually related to people going on ancestral callings. Most of this will be expanded during the roundtable discussion. So I'll have backup to answer your questions. Now, what is it that drives such a high rate of mental disorders in the public space? What we have found is that the most common causes of mental disorders are work stressors, stressful working environment. This could be related to heavy workload and so forth. Another common cause is conflict with colleagues and managers. What we are finding is that conflict in the workplace is not managed and resolved. So as a result, people apply for TIL. So when you dig deeper into the applications, you realize that, but this is not a TIL case. This should not even be an ill health retirement application because the problem is at work. If that is resolved, chances of this employee recovering are almost 90%. So it's important that we have managers that are willing to do their job, managers that are willing to manage. Because if we don't have that within the workforce, we are not going to win with mental and behavioral disorders. Another cause is also exposure to trauma and stressors or conflicts in the personal space. We have seen or heard reported high rates of GBV. We cannot ignore it. A person sometimes looks happier at work because they know that when they go home, they are calm. So we should not ignore such. And of course, family history cannot be excluded. Now, what should be expected in terms of management of mental illnesses? We all know PILA, right? We know what the policy says, right? Okay. So you have Annexure G. It's pretty much straightforward. It says all incapacity applications on psychiatric grounds should be assessed and treated by a psychiatrist and a clinical psychologist. So that's the medical TIL. They're not going to have the right documentation. Okay, so we are expecting that there should be an intervention by a psychiatrist. That's the relevant specialist. But most of the time, we find that applications are being endorsed or signed by general practitioners, which is a problem. Because now, at times, we might be forced to go outside what PILA entails. Or you are also going to have disgruntled employees who says, but I have been seen by a doctor. The person who certified me is a doctor. What do you mean I need to see a specialist? The need for a specialist is just to ensure optimal treatment, to make sure that the people are receiving the right treatment. You can be on treatment the whole 2 years, only to find that that treatment is not even working for you. So it's important that you are treated by the relevant people. There needs to be psychotherapy, clinical psychology intervention, OT, and or physiotherapists. In addition to that, there must also be awareness or insight. The employee needs to understand what's happening with them. If the employee is not capable of having an insight, at least those around him should have the insight so that they can assist. It might not be medical management, but it's still part of management because it's important. Resolution of conflict in the workplace. Compliance to treatment. You might be having the most sophisticated medication, but if you are not compliant to it, it's not going to have any effect. You need to be and also support and monitoring in terms of EAP. The health risk manager will assess an application and give a recommendation to say decline or approve. This person has been off work for 6 months or so, and then they return to work. There needs to be sufficient support. And by support in the workplace, there should also be some form of case management because we want to make sure that return to work is successful. We don't want a situation where a person returns to work after 6 months and 2 days later they're back on TIL. That's not what we want. And that's not what PILA advocates for. In terms of the other chronic illnesses that we have spotted, proper diagnosis is very important. That's why it's important to see the relevant specialist. If you are seeing the relevant specialist, then chances are you are getting optimized treatment. Compliance to treatment, very key on all chronic illnesses. If you are not compliant to treatment, then you're not going to make it. There is really no need for such a high rate of applications due to hypertension, diabetes, and so forth, because those are conditions that can be successfully managed with medication. People need to be compliant to their medication. Education and insight. It's important that employees understand what is ailing them. What causes this disease? What can I do to improve my outcome? Self-management, very important. You are hardly going to get someone following you and saying, have you taken your medication? So it's important that you self-manage your condition. But if you don't even understand what is happening with you, what is the nature of your condition, it will be very difficult for you to self-manage. Workplace modifications. that might entail, for an example, ergonomics, reasonable accommodation, and so forth. Those recommendations coming from the HRM regarding reasonable accommodation and other modalities should not be ignored because they are there for a reason. And they came about as a result of the scientific approach which the HRM uses to assess applications. So they're not just there for show. When you get reports from the health risk manager, read the whole report so that you do not miss anything. Don't just rush to see what the decision is. Adoption of healthy living habits, inclusive of exercise and the correct diet. Coca-Cola and Magwinya are not good. But you know, these are things that you as an individual can do to make sure that you take better care of yourself. No one will do it for you. No matter how much your family loves you, this they cannot do for you. It is your decision. You decide to be healthy or to go the other way. Now, yes, the HRM has given you their recommendation. You have the report with you. You need to give feedback. As the employer, what strategies can you employ to make sure that you are fostering a healthy workforce? The first one, there needs to be synergy between HR and the EAP unit. There's no way you can administer PILA and manage everything on your own. You need to work together with the EAP or EWP units. So whatever information that you get from the health risk manager, you need to make sure that you share it so that when EWP plans their year in terms of awarenesses and so forth, at least they have information on what do they need to focus on. And then employee education on medical aid benefits. You know, sometimes employees don't even know what benefits they have in their medical aids. Disease management programs that Dr. Vuyo touched on, very important. I'm sure that in your reports from the HRM, you will get advice that this person needs to register on a disease management programs, because we do not want a situation where an employee says, but I couldn't get treatment because I ran out of funds. The funding is there. Just make sure that you register with the appropriate disease management. Thank you, Dr. Vuyo, for that information. EAP accessibility. These units need to be accessible to employees so that it can be utilized effectively. Confidentiality. We have found that sometimes employees are reluctant to consult with their EAP practitioners because they are worried about issues of confidentiality. And I'm sure that everyone who works within that unit has signed the pledge of confidentiality. So we just need to make sure that we keep people's information confidential. The Papaya Act did not come to be just for show. There was a reason for it. Let's make sure that we all comply so that this service can be utilized effectively. Otherwise, it will just be a decorated service that employees do not find useful. Reasonable accommodation. Sometimes the HRM will recommend that a person be reasonably accommodated because despite the fact that they have an illness or a certain impairment, they can still perform certain functions within the department. So, and they might still have skills that the department can benefit from. And there is no need to lose those kind of skills. So in that instances, reasonable accommodation will be recommended so that this person can keep on being employed in the public service. It's important that the necessary steps be followed to ensure that reasonable accommodation takes place. Of course, sometimes it might not be possible, but at least it should be investigated before it's totally dismissed. Return to work process. What do you do when this employee comes back from TIL of 178 days? We do get such applications. What do you do? Do you say, oh, welcome back, Portia, your seat is still here for you, get on with your work? We need to foster a successful return to work process. There needs to be a discussion somehow between the supervisor and the employee in order to ensure that the employee is ready and able to return to work. We do not want an instance where a person comes back to work for 2-3 days and then they're back on TIL. Enablers for effective EAP integration. The EAP service is very important and it needs to be utilized. From our space, what we have noted is that sometimes employees feel that they are limited in terms of accessing this service. So we have noted a few enablers which we think that will be able to assist in ensuring that this unit is functional and employees are confident that they are going to be assisted there. First of all, employees need to be aware of what the referral process is. Can they directly go to EAP on their own, or do they need to be referred? They need to know that. Employees should also be aware of what services EAP will offer. Because obviously, if I go to EAP, I need to know what am I going for, how am I going to benefit. Education and insights on the benefit of EAP make EAP user-friendly. Employees should be aware of the option to self-referral. It's also important that employees know that being referred for EAP intervention is not a punitive measure, but rather it's a support structure to encourage a healthy and productive workforce. We also need capacitated EAP practitioners in terms of headcount, as well as qualification and skills. These people are working with the health of the workforce, the impact on the lives of the employees that they service. We need to make sure that they're properly skilled and they're properly qualified to perform that service. And lastly, there needs to be synergy amongst pillar champions and EAP practitioners. In conclusion, affordable, effective, and feasible strategies exist to promote, protect, and restore the health of public servants. The need for action on mental health is indisputable and urgent, as mental health has intrinsic and instrumental value and is integral to our well-being. If our mental health is not right, we are not going to be able to provide the right service. Chronic illnesses do not need to be a driver for TIL or ill health retirement applications at such a high rate, as these are conditions that can be successfully managed on treatment and controlled with treatment as well. And again, I will emphasize the synergy between the units managing pillar and those managing EAP. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meti. I thought we're bringing in the brigadier. Yes, so we'll just take a short presentation from the brigadier on in fact, one of the issues that you were just raising now when you were talking about issues of burnout, how you reintegrate people from coming back when they've been out of the system for so long, exposure to trauma and all of that. But I also want to check, as the brigadier is coming in, as the brigadier is coming in, how many of you, I know that you have been crying about resources, about not being fully equipped in terms of the numbers. And I know that in terms of your standards of the professional bodies that you have, you are also supposed to go for debriefing. I mean, we just come and download on you. How many of those in the public service that do this work go for debriefing? Do you have that opportunity? So we only have one, two. So Oh, three, sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay. There's a half hand there. Someone only does it halfway. It's not up or so there are also issues of how we seem to be sitting here and talking about what we need to do as professionals in this space to support all the other professionals that are serving the public. But there's also the other aspect of how does the system support you to be able to support those of us who are outside, who needs to be supported by you. So I hope that in the panel, the future Dr. Matolweni, you will be able to also have and touch on that discussion on that part, on how do we, when we review this system, how do we then also take it back to say, this is how we support each other, the debriefing and all of that. The good brigadier has just arrived and we are not giving her any time to rest or catch any break. I hope they have loaded your presentation. Yeah. It's done. Okay. Welcome. I hope you are not speeding on the road. Okay. But she has blue lights unlike all of us, so she's fine. Please come in. You'll be talking to us about the management of burnout and work-life balance. It will be quite interesting because one of your key, most of your people are actually exposed to trauma in a major way than most of us that are seated here. So, Brigadier, there's some water for you there. You can move this up and then just point it to there.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. I was surprised, Hori, there was no applause as I was walking up. It was making me even more anxious. But thank you so much for the welcome. And I'd like to acknowledge our DM. I know that he's connecting virtually, and our DG, and all protocol observed. You know, when you're in subs, you have to name all of them. Lieutenant General, Brigadier, and everybody. So now I think I am covered if I say all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for being late. SAPS is SAPS. You know, there were some responsibilities I had to really rush to, which is why I am late for my presentation. Am I forgiven? No. You don't have a choice but to forgive me. Okay, for those who are saying no, I will make it up to you. It's okay, we can meet after my presentation. But thank you so much for the invite, and I'm very excited to be here. I hope that you're not going to be falling asleep because I know it is after lunch and most of us this time we want to take a nap, you know. But I hope that I'll be able to keep you awake. All right, so I'm going to be touching on burnout. And before I start, I'm a bit skeptical to ask who's burned out, because I know that as we are sitting here, most of us, as we are sitting here, we are really struggling with burnout. We are tired. We are really tired. We don't want to be here. We don't want to hear anything about work. You know, most of us, as we are sitting here, work is just a hassle. Even waking up in the morning, it's a big issue. You know, so I'm going to be touching on burnout. What is burnout? How do you know that you are burnt out? And I'm also going to be touching on the personality types that predispose people mostly to burnout. You know, to say if you are this kind of a person, or maybe you have these personality traits, you would want to be more careful than other people, because burnout is very, very serious. You know, people get burnt out. They just want to push work. They want to excel, but at what expense? That is my question. At what cost? You know, So I just want to start with this quote. This is by the Dalai Lama. When he was asked about what surprised him the most about humanity, he answered men, because he sacrifices his health in order to make money. Then he sacrifices money to recuperate his health. And then he's so anxious about the future that he does not enjoy the present. The result being that he does not live for the present or the future. He lives as if he's never going to die, and then he dies having never really lived. Unfortunately, this is the reality for most people, because we are in such a hurry. And I ask myself, why are we in such a hurry? Where to? You know, but we are in a hurry. So maybe it's just something to reflect on as we are proceeding. Firstly, burnout is a syndrome conceptualized as resulting from chronic work stress that has not been successfully managed, and it is characterized by the 3 dimensions: feelings of energy depletion or exhaustion, increased mental distance from one's job, or feelings of negativism, reduced professional efficacy as well. You know, there are some of us who go to work, we are there, the body is there, but the mind is not there. You know, we are just present. It's presentism. You are there at work, they cannot charge you, but you are not productive because you are burnt out. Okay, so this is just a condition, isn't a medical diagnosis, unfortunately, but burnout can affect your physical and mental health if you don't acknowledge it or treat it, because we really want to push. When last did you take leave? You know, as you are sitting here, and when you took leave, did you really switch off? Because we take leave and then we still leave room for work to say they might call, you know, I must be on standby. And I say, you know what, the organization will continue with or without you. So when you go on leave, switch off and rest, you know, gather yourself, work will continue. Believe me, nothing will fall apart if you're not there. There are still people who can carry on without you. So sometimes we rob ourselves because we are so committed as employees and we want to excel in our work. And I think it has to do with the commitment that we have for our work, which is why even when you're supposed to be on leave and enjoying the family time, you are still on the phone, you are still, you know, giving instructions or taking instructions and giving guidance. We must switch off. It's okay to switch off. And it occurs when you feel overwhelmed, emotionally drained, and unable to meet constant demands. As the stress continues, you begin to lose the interest and motivation that led you to take on a certain role in the first place. And burnout, it actually keeps you from being productive. Research has showed that the most productive individual is one that works 8 hours, not 16 hours, like most of us. You go to work in the morning, when you knock off, you take your laptop. When you get home, you don't even have time for your children, no time for your husband. Now, what happens to that area of your life? You open your laptop still, you continue with work until 12 o'clock at night, 5 o'clock you are up. How? 1%, right? We don't know. The effects of burnout can hurt your home, your work, as well as your social life. And burnout also happens when your work-life balance is out of sync. So we need to be able to balance things out. Just for interest's sake, when I was preparing, I came across this that said that 54.9% of our psychiatric nurses in government hospitals, they actually experience high levels of emotional exhaustion. And I think it's nurses in general. You know, our nurses are tired. So when you go to the hospital and you get a bad attitude, it's not because they want to, they are tired. You know, but because when you're tired, you just behave anyway. You know, they are tired. So we must really understand each other. And the police, when you go to a police station and you are not being spoken to in the way that you would have preferred, they might be tired, the police. So we need to really understand and accommodate each other. You know, some work environments are more pressured than others. So this research went on to say that 15% of the police officers, there has stress-related problems, while 8.64% have suicidal ideations. And we also see a high level of stress amongst the female teachers. And I was wondering what happens to the male? Why only the female teachers? You know, but maybe that is a point for a discussion some other time. So how would you know that you may be in danger of a burnout? Because it goes to the personality structure of a person. There are those people who are naturally relaxed. Ne? I'm naturally relaxed apart from today because I had to rush, you know, but naturally I have adopted this saying or this motto that says, if no one is dying, then what's the hurry? You know, that is what I live by, to say, why are you in a hurry? No one is dying. Unless if somebody is dying, then you can rush. Because we are rushing all the time. And where are you rushing to? Relax. You know, because the more you rush, is the more you work yourself up, is the more you are disturbing the normal chemical composition in your body, is the more you become sick. So for me, that's how I took it. Apart from today, today was just an exception. I needed to rush to Dr. Foromo. But a neurotic personality trait, that is somebody who easily experiences emotions of anxiety, anger, or depression. There are some people, they are ready to fire. You know those people. You meet them at a local shopping store and you just, you know, touch them, or maybe you stamp them by mistake, or your trolley just bumps them. That is the biggest mistake you would have ever made. So there are some people like that. People who are perfectionists. There's nothing wrong with government employees being perfectionists in our work. Ne? We take pride in our work, but perfectionism and always wanting things to be proper, and you stress if things are not proper, you know, you are at the verge of burnout. You know, I think sometimes we overdo this perfection thing. You know, you get a memo, there's no comma. You take it back. You know, now they fix the comma. They forgot the full stop. You take it back. I mean, the essence of the memo is there. You know, why do we have to be going up and down? Because you want to see things perfect. And you realize that there's one spacing off. You take it back. Alignment. You know, so those tendencies, they are really creating a danger actually for you to be burnt out. We also see that pessimistic people, those are the ones who generally have a negative outlook on life. There are people who are negative naturally, regardless of what you do or how you try to motivate them. And they're always complaining. You know, they can have the most supportive and wonderful managers, but they will still complain. They will still see a problem in a solution. You know, those people, they're always working themselves up. They are making themselves uncomfortable and unhappy about everything. They are always wearing this gloomy face. You don't even know whether must I greet today? Is it today the day where I just pass? You know, or is it is it safe for me to say anything to this person? You know, because you know they are just so negative. They're not happy. You know, and unfortunately, there is a happiness that no one can give. It's very deep that only you can give yourself that happiness. And we also see people who are easily excitable. You know, people who are always excitable, who are always on the go. You know, and I think though that goes, it borders on the bipolar personality disorder, that direction, you know, that personality type. And the type A personality types. Type A, you know, those are the high achievers. They will achieve, you know, those are the people you want to have in your team because they do produce results. But I ask, at what cost? You know, as much as you need a narcissistic personality in your team, because those are the performers as well. A narcissistic person doesn't want to see anything wrong. Ne? They are very good, but they don't want to do the work themselves. They delegate. They let other people do the work for them, you know, and then they shine, they take the glory. But, you know, rest assured that a narcissistic person, you know, will give you excellent. And these top positions are occupied by, yeah, but not in government, you know? Not in government. in the private sector. Yeah, no, not in here. We are not narcissistic. Outside government. That's how they make money. So we are more, okay, apart from momentum as well. But they are such high achievers that they forget about themselves. And these are the people or the executives, when they retire, research has said, they usually go to nice, nane? And nice is nice and is leisurely, there's nothing to do. They cannot cope with that and they die. Because the body is too traumatized. You are too used to working that when it's time for you to relax, you don't know how to do it. It's traumatic, which is where the work-life balance comes in. There must be a balance all the time, you know? People wait for pension to relax. And I say, yo, this is danger. They don't last long because they're used to being busy. So now when you have nothing to do, it's a problem. You know, it's really a problem because in the actual fact, you are really traumatizing the body because you are used to being busy. And if you are poorly fit to the position that you are occupying, you will be burnt out because you won't know what to do. The work will frustrate you. That is why it's so important for us to be conducting psychometric assessments to see if this person fits this job, which is what I was busy with because we are recruiting new police officers. So we are busy with the assessments, entry-level assessments. You know, the program director said it's almost time up. I'm almost there, program director. Okay. Thank you for the protection. I appreciate it. So we really need to invest in the people that we bring into our workspace. You know, it doesn't help to get somebody because you know this person. You know, make sure that the person knows what they're supposed to be doing in their job. Then they won't be frustrated. Those are the people who regularly book off. Ne? They are those people who book off month end, Monday, Friday, you know, there are also those people who, you know, month end, they're not going to come to work because they wait at the ATM. They want to withdraw all the money before the debits go off. You know, we also have those people, but we need to make sure that we are really recruiting the right people into the work environment. And I'm going to rush through this, but we see that work overload, under challenging jobs, because you're not doing anything. You can also be burned out by just sitting, not being productive and not doing anything. It's boring. As much as it sounds nice, it can also lead to burnout. And the neglect, it happens when you feel helpless at your work. You know, there are those situations or work environments where you feel that you are working, but no one is even noticing. No one cares, you know, and you are working hard. You don't even get an appreciation. In the Excellence Awards, you don't even get mentioned. It's like you're not doing anything. You know, that can lead to burnout because you know that you are putting everything into your job, but you don't get recognition for it. So we can talk after, I'll help you. The contributory factors is unmanageable workloads, unfair treatment at work, confusing work responsibilities when your tasks are not clear, lack of communication or support from managers. I think there's a lot of burden that's been placed on managers, ne? Like really. I know that in the workplace, there's that analogy that as a manager, you are the parent. And then, you know, you have children, but hey, it can be too much. You know, my manager must organize this. My manager must book an appointment for me. No, it's a bit too much. People must take responsibility also, you know, for their livelihood and for their well-being and for being at work. Because if you don't do that as a manager, you are a bad manager. You are the worst. It's like you have to take somebody, drive them to the doctor. Then you are a supportive manager. And I'm thinking, but we are all adults here. We are husbands, wives, grandfathers, whatever. But if in the workplace things to change, if there's immense deadline pressure or interfering in other people's work, let's look at what we have to do. You know, mind your own business. Let your neighbor do what they are supposed to be doing. Why do you have to interfere and want to know what the other person is doing? You start to compare yourself, and that is where now you start to complain. You start to be disgruntled, and you start to post also on social media to say the work environment is so toxic. But it's you know, who birthed that toxicity, you know? So let's focus on our work, what we are supposed to be doing. If your help is needed by somebody, they will ask you. There's no need for you to interfere. There's no need for you to really be undermining somebody's capability. They will ask you if they need your expertise, and wanting to be indispensable as well. Those are the warning signs or the factors that are contributing to burnout. I think it's nice if you know that the work cannot cope without you. It's nice, ne? Yeah, it's sort of like it strokes the ego to say, I'm not there, everything stops. You know, they have to call me even when I'm on leave. But I'm thinking, is it necessary? Because you're putting too much pressure on yourself. Teach other people work so that when you go on leave, you can properly switch off, knowing that your work will continue and the organization is not going to suffer. Share your knowledge. No one is going to copy from you. No one can do it the way you are doing it anyway. There's only one you, so don't be afraid to share your knowledge. Don't be afraid, you know, prepare for them presentations. They're not going to deliver it the way you are going to, so it doesn't matter. You know, sometimes we hold on to work because we are afraid that it's going to be taken away from us. Don't let us really move away from that ideology. Give them your knowledge, give them your skills, teach them. There's only one you, and only you can do it the way that you are doing it. Believe you me, you can give somebody all your work and they will still fail at it because it's not theirs. So don't hold on to work, share with them and just let it be. The signs and symptoms, you've got physical signs, cognitive signs, behavioral signs, and emotional signs, headaches, stomach aches, fatigue, frequent illness, and changes in appetite as well. And as you can see, these are the warning signs also for depression. So when you are getting burnt out, you are also en route to being depressed, you know? So let us just be aware of that. And forgetfulness, sometimes when you know that you have a lot to do, you start to be forgetful. You cannot remember even the simple things. Where did you put your bag, for example? You forget simple things. You forget about your children. When is the child's concert? You forget. You forget the birthdays. Gentlemen outside, not the ones that are here. The ones that are outside this venue, they forget, you know, their partners' birthdays. Is because you are carrying too much of load. And feeling helpless and getting decreased satisfaction. I'm just running through this, procrastination and outbursts. Colleagues, when somebody has an outburst, look at it differently. The person may be overloaded. It's not them. You know, there are some people, I know that happens mostly with our men. When they get home, everybody runs away because they know that trouble is coming. You know, everybody goes to their bedrooms because Papa, they heard the garage door opening. They are afraid because they know you're going to have an outburst. You know, you're going to, this pillow was not here. You know, why did you put this pillow here? Where's the food? You know, everybody's afraid of you because you are tired. You know, you are at the verge of burnout. Also, it happens with us ladies as well. When you are tired, you just have those abrupt moments where you just shout. Your child brings homework, you can't even help them because you're overburdened. You just want to relax, you can't. You have responsibilities at home, you cannot fulfill them. You become a bitter person at the end of the day. So those are just the warning signs, and I'm nearing the end. What is it that you can do? Alert your support system. Don't push your families away. Your families are the ones that take care of you when you are sick. It's not your manager who's not going to come. It's not your manager who's going to be there. They will be there just for you to complete the leave form. And then they are gone. I guess they need to comply. That's all. And then there will be WhatsApp if you are lucky. you know, or a random phone call from your manager, but your family will be there. So don't alienate them. Don't put work first. There must be a balance. Work is important, but your family is just as important as your work. You must get professional help. We are here. There's nothing wrong with seeking assistance. There's nothing wrong with you talking to somebody. There really is nothing wrong. And I would really encourage us. I know that most of us, we belong to GEMS. Use your medical aids. Go to the psychologist. Go and seek assistance and offload to a professional. Tell people what you need. Don't assume that people know what you need. They're not psychic. They're not Gogo Maweni or a Gogo Scotty. You know, they don't have those powers, you know, to read your mind. So communicate your needs effectively. If you are tired, tell people you are tired. You know, I'm tired. I need my space. I need an hour for myself. It's okay. Don't get there and then you're all moody so that no one approaches you. You know that the situation, you are just moody, so that everybody can run away from you. No, communicate. Say, I'm tired. Just give me an hour to nap, maybe, you know, so that your needs are clearly known to the people around you. Do things that make you happy. I wonder, as we are sitting here, how many of us know what makes us happy? I doubt it, because we are always working. It's all about work. You have forgotten about yourself. Try different stress management techniques. Eat healthy, magwenya every day, and pap and sparkle, because that's what we eat in town. If you don't have lunch box, you are forced to go there and buy those things, the chips, those slap chips. They are nice, but let's try to be healthy. You know, get your sandwich like a school child, you know, bologna and cheese and lettuce. Take it to work, and a juice. You don't need a lot. You don't need plate every day. Give Voroso and and I'm thinking, where do people get the money to buy the plate every day? But we must try to eat healthy, make time for exercise. Even when we are here in this gathering, before you sleep, you can walk around your hotel, or we can walk around this place just to keep physically fit. Practice good sleep hygiene. You need to sleep. You need to sleep. That is why when you're admitted into a psychiatric institution, the first thing they do is to get you to sleep, because that is where health is. Somebody who sleeps well is not a lazy person. Somebody who sleeps 8 to 9 hours is not a lazy person. It's somebody who's taking care of themselves. That's what you need as well. You sleeping 4 hours and thinking that you are Superman or Superwoman, it's very unhealthy. You can't do that. You need to sleep well. Health is in sleeping. Don't forget about your manager. Forget about your colleagues. Some people don't sleep because they're busy plotting about the next person. You know, they're thinking tomorrow, how am I going to frustrate this person and make their lives miserable? You don't sleep. Sleep, guys. Let us sleep. Forget about the next person. If you are working with an evil person, their evil will catch up with them sooner or later. You don't have to do anything. You know, you are plotting, you are looking tomorrow. How am I going to trap this person? My manager, okay, fine. She said she wants this by 8:30. I'm going to show her. 8:30, the memo is not delivered. You sabotage. You're always thinking. There are people who don't sleep because they're always thinking how to make somebody's life miserable. It's not necessary. You are actually hurting yourself. Let us sleep and sleep well. I don't mind sleeping 12 hours, but I sleep peacefully. You know, I don't care about the other person. They will take care of themselves. Let's sleep, ne? Sleep well. We sleep well. And make a habit of also journaling, you know, so that you don't have to carry a lot of things in your mind. Just keep a journal, note the things that are happening in your life that are important, so that you don't have to feel the pressure to remember everything. Monitor your stress levels as well, and practice self-compassion. Love yourself. There's no one who's going to love you than you. Ladies, you don't have to wait for a man to take you out. Go and do it yourself. Why are you waiting for somebody else to love you while you don't love yourself? Who's going to love you? Because they also want somebody who loves themselves. You know, Then they are comforted, these men, to say, yo, this lady loves herself. It means Lynn will be loved. So if you don't love yourself, and they will run away. You know, so love yourself. Gentlemen, I know the gentlemen that are in here, they're very responsible. They give their salaries to their wives. Ne? I know they are very good men. I know they are good men that are sitting here, and we appreciate you, you know, and keep it up. But don't forget to buy that shirt for yourself. Don't give her all the money. Also focus on yourself. I don't want to say, go buy Johnny what. We shouldn't go there. But go buy yourself that nice suit. You work hard. Reward yourself. You know, your children will grow up. You don't have to give them everything. As long as they have the basics, it's fine. You know, take care of yourselves as well. Don't forget yourselves, gentlemen. Could you find men working so hard? Ne? And you wonder what is happening. It's because they have forgotten about themselves. Their focus is on their wife and the children. Don't do that. You're going to be bitter. Enjoy your money as well. As much as you are giving to the whole family, reward yourself. You work very hard every single day. Next. So work-life balance, you must create boundaries as well. You need to have boundaries. Have boundaries. When you knock off, you've knocked off. That's it. 7 o'clock. Actually, the last hour I take calls is 6 o'clock because I believe after that is family time. Why are you calling me? Why are you calling anybody? So if you leave that door for people to call you at 10, they will call you at 10 because you have taught them to call you at 10. So you need to have boundaries also with your workplace, but I'm not saying be cheeky. I'm not saying that you must now be this unpleasant employee, but have boundaries so that your manager knows that they will get you until this time. There are some managers who don't have anything to do. Ne? At 11 o'clock, they send an email. That's when they start functioning and they expect you to be awake that time. But again, it's not managers in here, guys. I don't want enemies. I don't want enemies, but we need to have boundaries, and you must mind your own business. Do what you need to do. Get a hobby, reserve time for the family, take care of yourself, play as hard as you work. Go spend your money. You know, book yourself, go out. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Have an attitude of gratitude. Let's stop complaining. You know, there's more to be grateful for than to complain about. Look at those things that you can be thankful about and forget about complaining. There's some people, oh gosh, you know, people are running away from you because they know you're always complaining. You know, even in family functions, they don't invite you anymore because they know you're going to be a problem. You know, so let's adopt an attitude of gratitude wherever we are, because that also attracts people to you. You know, unlike you blaming people to say, no one likes me, no one is inviting me, it's because of you. You know, the way you are amongst people, you are a headache, you know. So have an attitude of gratitude so that you become more appealing and more attractive to other people. And also nurture yourself spiritually. Don't forget to go to church. If you need to serve, serve, but not at the expense of your family. Serve, have a relationship with God. Don't ever disrupt that union with God, because that is where the strength comes from. Without that, the burdens of life and of work, they will swallow you up. You need to have that communion with God, whoever you see your God as. Have that communion and that relationship with a higher being. And program director, I am done. I think my last slide was saying that remember that you teach people how you want them to treat you. So if they take advantage of you, it's because of you. So be aware of that. Thank you.
You see, I think DG was very unfair to me She gave me to chair two powerful presentations by two powerful women that are also very beautiful. So it's not fair on me now. No one will be looking at me on the stage. I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'm not complaining. Colleagues, I think that was a very lively presentation. These were very important and informative presentations. I think we can clap for them again. It is one of those things that make I think this last presentation was also more about a pep talk to us. It actually also answers one of the last questions that I asked on how do we offload. So it provides that work-life balance linkage to the next panel discussion. Firstly, I'm asked by the colleagues, you see they're standing up there. I have bosses as well. We have you were asked to do a QR code to scan. There's an exam that we have set for you guys. It is quite extensive, but it's for a reason. Please be patient with us, go through that. We need that information because when we look at how we review the frameworks, the policies, and how we move away from these sessions to the next area, we need that information. So please bear with us. We've only received about 86, and I hope that it has increased since the last time you asked me to remind colleagues. So please do that. Also, those that are virtually attending this, there is a link on the chat box. Please also complete that so that we can see that you have attended as well as given us the information. Kusi, I wish DG was here to hear that. Questions or comments. Maybe we can limit it to 3 this side, 3 that side, and then we can also take the comments from the platform. You'll indicate when you are ready. May we start with should we start with the right wing or the left wing? It's not ideological, it's just a question. We'll start with the right wing. Where's the mic, please? Okay, we have Paula, we have Mem there. Okay, and you, madam. All right.
Portia, colleagues, I'm Paula Harding from DPSI HR. I have maybe a double thing, a statement and a question. In some of our outcome or some of the applications that we send forward to our health risk manager, people make comments like, my workplace is toxic. And out of experience, we can see out of the application, there is either a problem between the individual and their supervisor, or an individual and other individuals. Now, out of my experience, I've seen that and I've heard that happening in the workplace. But my problem is, from my perspective, we don't always know. I mean, I'm not a social worker, I'm not a psychologist. And we see these things, but we don't know how to handle it. So I don't know if there's any advice on that. In DPSI's case, for 2 years, we didn't have somebody at EIP. So that is problematic. We have a person now, which we are very glad about. So this is just something I want to throw.
Colleagues, this is Temsile from Mpumalanga Province Department of Public Works. Let me just go to the pillar presentation. Colleagues, I think the management of pillar
need to be incorporated kuma job descriptions wethu. Because remember, sitting at HR as a practitioner and you have somebody, for example, in a case of public works, local building maintenance, the first person to know the absence of the employee, it's the immediate supervisor who's controlling the attendance register. But they work until there's fire. It's only then that they'll zoom in, HR come in. So why can't they come in? You call information session, the management, it's not there. They are ever busy. They're attending my PMCs and whatnot. They are looking down at the functions of HR and the practitioners were not taken into consideration, yet they want to use the very same pillar processes as a punitive measures, which is really unfair to the practitioners. Because at the end of the day, there's ages, there's what. We need to respond on behalf of the management. And then again, the issue of a reasonable accommodation. As much as we said, management needs to be drawn on board. Reasonable accommodation is used, I don't know, as some to benefit other people. You'll find, let's say, for example, a road worker who's working on the road, and then we are cooler, then they said tomorrow, no, this person must be reasonably accommodated. You take the person, no, go and sit there as a receptionist for 1 or 2 months. Tomorrow, organized labor will come in and say, department so and so, you've used this person as a telecom operator. That means the person qualifies. So change the rank or whatever, or absorb the person in that particular position. We're not definitely using the reasonable accommodation for the right purpose. And lastly, colleagues, practitioners, really, if you can do a thorough check, most of the people who are well overloaded are the practitioners, employee health and pillar practitioners. They are well overloaded. Remember, again, when you in these two sections, you as well deal with all the service conditions matters, be it its termination of service, the deceased cases, they all come to you. I understand the issue of the latter speaker, because somewhere, colleagues, you'll feel, I really need to rest, but you just think of the person behind the death certificate who just sitting there vulnerable. And my mother or my father was a breadwinner. How are you going to rest? There's no way. Some of them, they come, Baba did not nominate, and then una ex-wife that side, ex-wife that side. When they come to your office, you just close your eyes and cry inside. When you get home, you're just tired. You don't want nothing but just to sleep. So the debriefing session, colleagues, if we can be assisted, yeah, it's really killing us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The last speaker is from the side. We're taking 3. We took 3 this side. No, here. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Sani Seletse from Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. My first question emanates from Sister Portia's presentation when she touched on schizophrenia, but the question is actually directed at the PSA. This is where she mentioned that most of the schizophrenia cases are traditional calling related. And my question to the DPSA is the support that you are offering to us as practitioners, because this is part of the operational plan. My next question is on the hybrid model. Some few months ago, we were told that the DPSA is busy with the hybrid model of working from home, etc. And I'm interested to know as to how far that is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I can answer the last one because it will be thrown back at me. I was the person who was working on that. So we have a draft that has been done. Unfortunately, it hasn't been approved because we are unable to answer one question. We were asked by all our ministers. We have had 4 ministers now in the last 4 years. We were asked a simple question: if you can't tell me what one person is doing at a particular time when they're in the office, how do you plan to tell me how they are doing and what they are doing when they're at home? So we are now revising the performance management and development system so that we can incorporate some of those things to check how we can move away from managing time to managing output. And when we have done that part, we'll be able to come back. But there's also the Public Service Act actually empowers heads of department to decide on the working arrangements in the department. But I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying that whilst we are getting questions from the platform, Matluta, you wanted to add? All right. Okay, so some of the questions, the answers that will be given, that will be provided. Please bring the mic, sir. Yeah. Some of the answers will be incorporated into the panel, especially on the indigenous knowledge systems that we have.
Thank you to the two ladies for very powerful inputs.
Oh.
I think Nico is oversimplifying the work of remote working in the public service. Yes, it is about us reconfiguring our performance management systems, but it's also about other legislation that we have in place, because you need to redefine what is the workplace when you go and work remotely. Because remember, when you get hurt at work, you can apply for injury on duty. So when you get hurt at home, when the home has not been legislatively defined as the workplace, so the part of the reasons why the ministers have sent us back is that there is something called policy dependence. So one policy is dependent on another policy. We have the Labor Relations Act. So there's a lot of policies that will have to be reviewed to allow the public service to work remotely. There's issues about our technology, because in other countries that have embraced remote working, they can tell when you are working and when you are not working. So they've got systems that can tell when a person is actively working, even when they are at home. And as public servants, we didn't do ourselves a favor during COVID, because during COVID, we're supposedly working, but if you happen to go to the mall, guess what you see? Wearing shorts.
We're working
going
from the
to
mall.
pubs. So there is a lot that we need to change, even from a behavioral perspective, from an ethical perspective as the public servants, for us to be able to start putting the remote working into practice. Lastly, I also want to say, Guti, as do an analysis. We had an employee health and wellness service provider in the DPSA for about 3 years. And 80% of the issues that people were coming to that service for were personal. They were not work related. But because those things have an impact on the workplace, but we must never create the perception that people are in the state that they are in because of the workplace. Because a person is an employee, is a mother, is a father, is a grandfather, is all those things. So it's not only what happens in the workplace, because I think we put too much pressure on the workplace to sort people's lives out, when we don't realize that there's other aspects of their life that if they are out of sync and out of kilter, they impact the workplace. But we must never put undue pressure on the workplace to sort people's lives out.
Thank you, Madluta. I think colleagues agree with you. May we please have the virtual, I think I'm going to take all the questions and comments, and then I'll have 2 more speakers from this side, those that haven't spoken, please, but we'll start with the virtual comments. Please go ahead, Reds.
The first question,
The best.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Celeste Stefanos from the WS National Office. My questions are as follows. Number one, how do we deal with a colleague who is not a practitioner, but making an impression of being one?
Okay, please continue.
Okay, another challenge from Swongile Mbeleki. Another challenge as public servants we are going to face is that will deal to burnout is work overload. There's bullying in the workplaces, and somehow as much as one might be able to handle and balance themselves, not all are able to. As an HRM manager, believe me, there are issues and serious conversations that are needed by HR.
Okay, next one.
From Topsy Lentombela, thank you so much for such an informative, powerful, and reviving presentation. I heard you saying that we must set boundaries in terms of attending calls from work after hours. How do you start setting boundaries when you are known that you attend to colleagues' calls even after hours? Do you think ignoring calls when you are seen online by supervisors not be viewed as being rude?
We're not online for the DG.
Heading from Swongile Mbeleki. Also, some department structures are not conducive. You have at least 3 employees dealing with both LR and EHW. Sometimes the exhaustion comes from what you were dealing with during the day. I'm a director responsible for OD, HR planning and administration, HRD, PMDS, LR, EHW, and SS. How can one not be exhausted? We really have to have these conversations and really be able to add value. Indeed, you would like to put boundaries, but your commitment in your work kicks in.
Okay. Is that the last one?
Celeste Fanos.
That will be the last one we're taking from the virtual platform.
We also need short courses to revive our skills and also debriefing sessions for wellness practitioners. And how do we fund such institutions? That was the last, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, let's take one hand and then we can come back to the platform, to the venue.
Anna Sibia.
May Anna please go ahead?
You can move.
Continue.
In the meantime, may I note the hands from this side? We have one hand. I want to try to check people that we haven't spoken, Matebula. Is it okay? Okay, there's no one else, so you're fine, Kalamba. It's okay. All right. Anna is not coming through, so we can continue, right? Okay. Please, where's the mic? Thank you. Oh, there. No, start there, please. Thank you. The mic is not on. There.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mawund. Mine is to the HRM.
Name and
Joseph Koza from the Office of the Premier.
in
Mpumalanga
Bumala.
Province. Yes, it's to the health risk manager. Actually, as you're outlining the processes, well, you put it well, but there's complexity in terms of the type of illnesses. You spoke about mental, some are psychic, and there are those that are spiritual. Now, you find that the recognition of attachments, it's not like recognized when you like go to your traditional doctors. Hence, we have this kind of a problem.
Supporting documents.
Supporting documents.
Yeah, so sick notes and all of that.
Yes,
Yeah,
then
please continue,
it
yeah.
frustrates actually that particular process. And on your side, you work through legislation, as I think the DDG was alluding on that. I'm not so sure how are we moving forward, but I think given that DPSA is here, they will be able also to chart their way forward because there's so much frustration. When someone has long-term leave has not been approved, now there's stress there at the work in terms of relationship, how we relate. And I'm not so sure when I go to the brigadier, now in terms of how you avoid that stress, because now we are working with this official has got other issues that have not been resolved. They become your burden now. People are angry. And in most of the time when we are arranging workshops like this, they are not even available where we can address the issue of wellness. You find there's a lot of, conflict at the workplace. And I think you have put it well in terms of your presentation, but I think we need to go deeper in terms of what we are saying. How do I close down? Because if someone switches a cell phone off and the DG needs a report, I'm there, I need that report. You are frustrating me also there because she won't actually be patient with someone who is closed off because that person is at work, is at home by that time. Thank you.
Was that report due now? Please give the mic to Kalaga there. No, not the DG, please. Okay.
Thank you very much, DG, for honoring the mic to me. I want to direct my question to Alexander Forbes. Normally, when we receive applications, we explain to employees that we want to subject them to a second opinion, especially when they give us a medical certificates. And then I'm not sure how do we arrive in a situation where you do a desktop assessment, because when we receive a recommendation, they normally complain that they never been assessed, and of which we have done a desktop assessment. And we have promised them that we are subjecting them to a second opinion. When I go to a brigadier, I'm not sure if I pronounce it very well. You have spoken also about burnout, where you ask this congregant to say, we know what we want. The answer was yes. Number two, you mentioned that some employees at the month's end, they don't even come to the office. Maybe it could be probably the maternity said, I will get you, I'm coming. So then I'm afraid to come. Having said that, I want to say I'm happy DG is back to propose one of the intervention in your presentation next time, especially when you talk to DPSA. We must get constantly our increment every year. Burnout will be gone.
No, please give the mic to DG to respond to that last part. I think we all want to clap for the DG right now, right? Oh, we can clap, everybody. Yay! Annual increments every month. Annual, every month.
I was out, apologies, I had to take a long call. But I think we need to contextualize this discussion about when to call and when not to call. Because if these two work in my office, when I call, they don't answer the phone, they're gonna have to leave my office. Because I also don't have time by when minister must call me or not call me, or by when stakeholders must call me or not call me. I don't say it's after 9. I'm not gonna talk to the minister. If minister phones at 10 p.m., I'm going to take her call and I'm going to talk to her. If minister says we have a meeting at 7 virtually, I'm not gonna say, this is my family time. So context matters. Don't put yourself in the line of danger, especially you two. You will leave my office. So my advice, colleagues, is that remember that we always say that in the public service, we are servants, we are serving. And sometimes we're gonna be required to serve 24 hours. There's floods in Western Cape. There's floods in the Eastern Cape. People who are responsible to check bodies, there were floods in Durban. Disasters, people work around the clock, trying to save lives. So when you can't say, if you're working in that environment, I am not going to go, I'm not gonna take your call after 5 because it's my family time. I think that it would be misplaced if this conference would come out with such a decision. However, it's important that we support our employees to have a work-life balance, where for whatever reasons, an employee who's not used to working in the afternoon, at certain times is required to do so. There must be a mechanism in which the employee gets their time back, as an example. I think there's many mechanisms that can be put in place, but the arrogance of just saying, that's not my time, I'm not going to do the work. We cannot be public servants and not be prepared when we are needed to respond to the call of duty. Then we are not public servants if we don't do that. I just wanted that part, let's contextualize it a little bit. And these ones who are in my office, it is not a threat, it's a promise. They will leave my office.
Now
Where
we
they
have,
live,
we have evidence now.
No.
You know?
where they live too, if something else, but they will leave my office. If I cannot find them when I need them to support me to do the work, why are they in my office? They will go.
And the one next to you?
This one,
Yeah.
the TDG, she knows one of the former ministers said I must take the phone away from her because she does not answer phones, but she's improved a lot.
All right. No, thank you so much. I had wanted DG to allow the colleagues to respond and so that she can close the session. But we'll allow the colleagues to respond because we still have a panel that we think is very important to go through today. We did say it's 2 days, so the work-life balance will start over the weekend. We'll start with you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nico. The first question that I got was from Paula about how do you actually spot that there has been a conflict in the workplace. Obviously, I would not say listen to the corridor gossip, but the same way that we as health risk managers find out that there's actually a conflict is the same way that you're going to find out. So the documents that are being submitted, the forms that are being completed, go through them thoroughly so that you can see whether or not there is a possible conflict. And also, sometimes you might have reports from some of the treating practitioners. If you have permission to go through those reports, you will find that it will allude to some conflicts. And also on the new application forms, there's a specific place that has been allocated for supervisors to include their observations. What do they see? What have they observed? So that part, it's important that supervisors and managers complete it because it will give you a perspective of what's happening with the employee. But I agree with you that sometimes it would be difficult to actually spot whether or not there has been a conflict. You'll only find out after the fact. But even if you find out after the fact, it's still important to resolve that conflict. The second question, I think it was more of a comment from the lady from the Mpumalanga Public Works regarding management of pillar being incorporated in job descriptions. Yes, it is important that people be able to take accountability. We know that we have a habit of saying, this is not in my job description, I'm not gonna do it. So I agree with you that it should be incorporated. And also management of pillar is not limited to HR. Managers themselves, supervisors, they're supposed to manage pillar in their units. You cannot just be a post office where you just receive the application and forward to HR. By the time the application comes to you, you should be aware that there's an application coming, and you need to have done your bit for that application before you can forward to HR. So management of pillar is not limited to HR only. There was also a comment with regards to reasonable accommodation that sometimes it's used to benefit other people. And there's also pressure from unions to actually make such permanent. I think that's something that will also be addressed during the panel discussions. I would like to skip that one. I think we'll attend to it during the panel discussions. I think the rest were merely comments, and so I will not go through that. But there was an important question regarding attachments or supporting documents that we receive from traditional healers and so forth. That will also be attended to during the panel discussion. I think, yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's clap hands for her, please. So, Brigadier, please repeat some of the things about cutting.
I'm afraid. I don't want to lose my job. But thank you so much for the opportunity to deal with a few questions. Let me see. The first one that I noted here is that people are being burnt out. I just didn't capture the names due to bullying in the workplace. And I think, as I think someone also said that there's a lot of pressure placed on the workplace, you know, and my question has always been, when you are saying that the workplace caused you to be depressed, really, or did you come into the workplace with a depression? You know, now the workplace needs to sort you out because you are depressed. And it's because of this toxic environment. You know, bullying yes, it can cause burnout, but we also need to find out the root causes of bullying. We need to really be honest with ourselves, also as employees and the people that we are managing. Is bullying because the manager is trying to instill discipline and you take it as bullying? Because sometimes it's like that, you know? Maybe the employees or maybe us, we try to push the boundaries and there needs to be order. As soon as somebody wants to exact pressure and order, people take it as bullying. Is it bullying? So we need to look at ourselves to say, before you say you are being bullied, what is your contribution to that equation? Because it takes two to tango. It's not only the manager always. You know, the manager may be tired with your behavior of always coming late. And then now you run to the union and say, I'm being bullied. You know, we really need to be honest if we are going to change things. Yes, there is real bullying in the workplace where you feel that you are really being bullied because of the personality of the manager. They are just like that. They are a bully. But sometimes the bullying is because of us, our behavior as well, that we are not willing to really correct. So we just need to really look at things from all angles. And how do we set the boundaries after hours? And the DG has spoken to it. The DG has conceptualized it. Thank you, ma'am, for putting it in context. We will be available. Can I also continue with the contextualization? The fact is, at least a third of the South African population, they have been diagnosed with a mental illness, and they spend most of their time at work. You know, as much as we want to perform, yes, there are those officers that are busy. They are busy naturally. But then the busyness, what I ask myself, is it something that needs to be done now? You want the report now? Can it not wait until tomorrow morning? That's what I'm asking. Yes, there are those things that are needed immediately. They don't happen all the time. but it should not be a norm that, 3 times a week, you are on standby. Your manager's gonna call, they want this. And yes, we do appreciate the offices where we are working, but the things that are urgent, are they really urgent? Or can they wait? Because we are really, as much as we want to perform and deliver, at what cost? That's what I'm asking. Because there's only one you. You have one body. You get tired. And ma'am also explained there to say sometimes you feel sorry for the people that you are servicing, because if you take leave or you're not there, no one is going to service them. But I think it's also a principle in the flight. They say before you help somebody else, put the oxygen mask on yourself first. What's the use of you trying to assist somebody and you are also suffocating? Help yourself first so that you are able to give the best service to other people. But let us not take things out of context. Yes, from time to time, we will be expected to work after hours. It's okay. It's normal. We are expecting that, but not every day. It makes people bitter. It really does work people up the wrong way, and they end up really disengaging from the work, and they start making mistakes because they are just human beings. They are people too, so if they don't get the time to rest enough, they will make mistakes. And even the things that you want them to deliver on is not going to be properly done because the person is tired, so those once in a while emergencies, MedDG once in a year emergencies, we will jump. But then we shouldn't also be too rigid about it. I know I'm on call 24 hours. I know that one is I know that, but I don't get called off every day to say, Brigadier, no, we want this. This is what's happening. You can always wait until tomorrow. Let's deal with it. 7:30, I'm there. Let's deal with it. I'll give you everything that you need, because we are compromising a lot of ourselves and the relationships that we need to build. There's more to life than just work. There's more to life. We need to live, but also work. So let us not be arrogant and let us be available, especially those in the DG's office. All of the time, you must be available. And the conflict and unhappiness of people and how do we detect it? I think it came from that table. As a manager, it's difficult to be a manager. It's really difficult because you have to be emotionally intelligent. You must be available to everybody. And at that moment, nobody's available for you. You're on your own, but everybody wants you. But I think that the most important principle is that as a manager, we need to just keep in touch with our people. Let's know them. Sometimes as a manager, you lock yourself in the office. They only see you when you're delegating work. You will never know what is happening to them. Even when there are those warning signs, you won't be able to pick it up because you are so far away from your people. So, from time to time, there's nothing wrong with you going from office to office and say, hi, Lenono, hello, are you fine? Then you move on to the next one every once in a while so that you can really keep touch with the people that you're supposed to be managing. And there are those who are naturally troublemakers, and wherever they are, there will be conflict. There will always be conflict, no matter what you do. There will be fighting, there will be squabbles. There are people who thrive on conflict, and those things must be managed effectively and at that moment. That is why as a manager, it's very difficult. You need to be a truthful manager. Some managers, they bend the rules because they want to gain people's favor. You are also brewing the conflict because you are not treating people fairly. Treat people fairly. And if your people are going to like you, they will like you for the truth. And there's nothing wrong with that. Not everybody's supposed to like you, but treat everybody fairly to also minimize the conflict that may arise. What else? Okay, this one all right. I'm also waiting for the annual increment every month. Thank you. I think that was all, if there's anything.
No, that's all. Thank you so much. There's a token of appreciation from this gentleman here. He says he brought something for the panelists. So while we clap, we don't have any more flowers. Apparently, we can't be killing plants. Please, let's clap for the panelists. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think you may return, you may remain here while we excuse the brigadier. Yes, you can join, you can sit on that chair. Or you can sit far away from the DG. But I think I must correct something. You know, working with the DG is very nice. We call her the bunny, the energizer bunny. When everyone doesn't have energy, she has all the energy for all of you. So you'll be running around and walking like zombies. You'll be running around like the Energizer Bunny. If you remember that Energizer Bunny advert, that's her. It was Duracell. That's her. On the last week of December, when you are trying to slow down for the holiday, she's busy running around making plans for the next year and all of that. But she's also good at one thing. Non-financial reward. So recognition, trusting her people, and making sure that all of us that work very closely with her are recognized. I don't want to brag, but we organized this Indaba while I was walking up the, yeah, exactly, while I was walking up the Great Wall of China. I had to. You can't be going to China and you don't come back and mention it. But on a serious note, that's what our DG is, and that's how she works with us. I have many bosses. I have a boss who is in communications, who's been taking nice pictures of all of us. It's saying that you don't have to be waiting for tomorrow to have those pictures. You can go to our Facebook page called it's Public Service and Administration RSA. You'll find all your pictures there. We also have Twitter, or is it called X now? Yeah, at the DPSA. All the pictures are there. Like our pages, make nice comments there. How great the MC was, and you know. On the Twitter, on the page, you know, just small things like that, you know. But colleagues, I think just one housekeeping issue. We are really behind on time. So I'm pleading with you, we're not going to take any break, but we are allowing people to go out, stretch, grab some water, some drink, use the ablutions and just keep active. But we have to continue with the program. So if people are moving up and down, we're not going to have a problem with that. We just hope that we keep it a little bit decent. Should I call your panelists or you'll call them yourself? Oh, I must call them. All right, colleagues, we are going to have a roundtable discussion now on the changes that are required so that we can improve PILIR and employee health and wellness. We have a representative from Alexander Forbes. Madam is already here. We have a representative from Proactive Health Solutions. If you can come forward, Dr. Siviwe Miller. Sorry? It looks like, I think they're both on the, okay, in fact, we're going to have one person, it's fine. We'll have the chairman. We won't have Siviwe, so.
No, I just took a few minutes.
Okay.
She's got a case that I wanted to.
All right. So the chairperson and the chairman and CEO will introduce Siviwe Miller, so that Siviwe Miller can then have the correct mandate to be on the panel, you know, protocol issues. And then if we can also have Dr. Louise Mukwena. Did I say it right? Is Louis or Louise? It has to be Lou. It can't be Louise, right? And then from the Mpumalanga Department of Health, I think we have Miss Constance Chane. Did I pronounce it correctly? Nchane. Nchane, please come through. And then we have the Eastern Cape Department of Health. We have Miss Tiloshni Gavenda. If we can come through as well, please. And of course, our brilliant facilitator. I am told that I have to be very careful on how I introduce her because she's a rock star apparently amongst this crowd. But Ms. Retabile Matolweni, she's the head of client relations at Metropolitan Health and Health Corporate. If we can clap for her. So here's the issue is while you are speaking, someone sits down and then you stand so that you don't speak for long. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nico, to the DG, all senior managers present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Retabile Matolweni. I'm an occupational therapist, incapacity and disability specialist, and head of client relations at Metropolitan Health. Just before we start, the lady that just gave us a very beautiful presentation is Brigadier Petunia Linono. She is the head of psychological services within SAPS. She is a clinical psychologist, having worked or working with SAPS as a health risk manager ourselves. I can tell you, and we can tell you that SAPS has got its ducks in a row when it comes to issues of managing employee health and wellness issues under the brilliance of Brigadier Linono. It's always a pleasure to interact with her. So good afternoon, Brigadier. She pays my salary. I must recognize her. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware that there is a determination and a directive for leave of absence within the DPSA, which stipulates that when employees exhaust 36 days of leave within their 3-year cycle, then they go to what we call incapacity leave. Now, let me use my words very correctly. Incapacity leave is not an obvious extension of sick leave, but it is leave that is granted at the discretion of the employer, having sought scientifically proven advice and recommendations from these people behind me. So this is not a limitless benefit of sick leave. It is granted at the discretion of the employer when the ladies and gentlemen behind me have submitted their recommendation. And this process is guided by the policy on incapacity leave, policy and procedure on incapacity leave, and ill health retirement. That is PILA. Sometimes we have to take it back to the basics so that then we contextualize our conversation. Are we there? So PILA is an expensive policy to implement. You can see how these people look, that really PILA is an expensive policy to implement. Now, because it's an expensive policy to implement, we must ask ourselves, are the departments getting their value for money? Is there room to improve the implementation of the PILA policy? Are we having roles clarified? As I'm sitting here, I'm listening to a lot of issues that speaks about role clarification. Now, I have deliberately not been put into the panel because I love the sound of my voice, but to facilitate the discussion. So I'm going to take it to my colleagues and say, Dr. Fundile Nyati, Sorry, because you're just in my, what do you call this? Line of sight. You see, I've got specialists in the panel. To say that the gaps in pillar, for you, what is the most glaring gap? And we'll come to the interventions as you see it. Over to you, Bell.
Thank you very much. So she's asking me to talk about the most glaring gap. I'm not sure if I'll be able to just pick up one. But anyway, just to contextualize pillar. So this is the 20th year of pillar implementation, right? The first 3 years was the pilot project at SAPS, Correctional Services, and the Free State provinces. And it worked so well that from 2006, it was then rolled out to the rest of the public service. So for most of the people here, this is the 17th year of pillar implementation, 14th year since decentralization, and this is the 6th sick leave cycle. Now, you would expect that after so many years, every stakeholder knows what this policy is all about. But the truth is there are gaps. But when one looks at those 4 pillars of EHW, it's the most developed pillar of the 4, because it's been there even before 2008. But it is not integrated to the other 3 in most of the departments. So there's a silo approach. They are removed from the other pillars, but also there's a gap between them and HR administration in most of the departments. So that's a big problem. That's the first gap. The challenges that we've picked up, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk about them, lack of awareness about this policy by the very people who are supposed to apply when they exhaust. And when we had to do the training, the focus has always been on line managers, supervisors, HR people, and SMS, not to the people who are the ones who are supposed to apply. So I don't know, I think there needs to be some effort around empowering the employees. Also, because of the turnover of staff, the training is so infrequent. People move to other jobs, and those who take on this new responsibility to implement pillar, you find that they don't have the foundation of the policy, and that creates problems. There's many things that are supposed to be done by managers from the time they have to ask for the application within 5 days, or additional 2 days, or the applications they sit for months, and there's no consequence management for those managers who are supposed to ensure that there is efficiency in the implementation of this policy, especially if there has to be communication back to the employee and the outcome is actually negative. People are scared to break the negative news. The issue of deviations, the policy does allow for the employer to deviate under certain circumstances where TPSA and ourselves are supposed to be made aware, but they don't do that. They simply deviate, which then creates a problem. Other people don't understand the grievance processes. There's problems with reasonable accommodation, but the one major thing is that there's this problem of cultural syndromes. There is a serious policy vacuum around that matter, despite the fact that the Constitution does recognize, cultures. There's a THP Act 22 of 2007. There's even now a precedent case of Muledi versus Kivitz Kroon. But on the ground, we are faced with problems. Where's Dr. Miller? Can you just that case and then we're done.
Thank you, Pele. I fondly call him Pele, and it's not a sign of disrespect. And you'll appreciate that once you call a person by their clan names where I come from, that's actually the highest form of respect. I will give you the opportunity to quickly present the case.
Very quick.
But the engagement into the case, because I'm still doing intros, is going to follow thereafter.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was told that we were ready. Apologies. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocol observed to all the people that are paying the bills, paying people's salaries in that hierarchy. My name is Dr. Siviwe Mila, and I have been a doctor for a couple of years. And just when it comes to pillar, especially when it comes to the cultural syndromes, or when it comes to ancestral calling or spiritual calling, it has been just some of the cases that I wanted to mention, but it's so sad that, okay, it's not opening. Oh, thank you so much. You can just go to, it's on PDF. Okay, oh, there we go. Oh, fancy stuff. Okay, so this is just two cases with relevant background. So we have seen a number of people that are applying through the pillar. And also this other case was not even in terms of the DPSA mandate. It's a state-owned enterprise that came via a private channel. This person was a financial accountant at one of our state-owned enterprises, and they were experiencing auditory hallucinations and visual hallucinations. And you can imagine for someone that is a financial accountant, they're high up there. It's not that and all of that stuff. So it's people that are quickly functioning. So no puns intended. So this person was treated for schizoaffective disorder for more than 8 months. But however, she knew that she had a spiritual calling. But the nice thing about that, the employer was willing to help and assist in a detailed plan. So that's just case one. But case two is a bit more complex, and it's a case that we're still currently busy with. It's a deputy director in one of the government departments who has been away from work since 2021. So you can imagine this person has been paid. The job that they're supposed to be doing is currently being done by someone else because of their ancestral calling. This person has been experiencing blackouts and misfortunes and is not functional at work. As a deputy director, you need cognitively to be there, but they're not able to do that. The psychiatrist diagnosed them with paranoid schizophrenia, and also the traditional healer, who the person has been attending for the last 2 years, stated that the profound depression, the triggers are all from an ancestral calling. And unfortunately, as I said, this is still a pending case for a secondary assessment, and that's where the deviations a bit on the policy and the stuff that we're picking up. So just a little bit about the background of this case. One of the reasons that we are bringing this forward to DPSA, and also just everybody as we are, it's in Indaba, Siateta, is the imminent that currently there's case law that went as high up as the Supreme Court of Appeals of, a lady down in Cape Town, Moledi versus Kiviskroon. This person said in 2007, I can't come to work for about 5 weeks because I've got an ancestral calling. And they were like, sick leave is finished. If you don't come to work, disciplinary hearing, and then they dismissed. Went to CCMA, they was told to, it was an unfair dismissal. They appealed that, went to labor court. Still the employee is the one that won the case, and the employer appealed that at appeals court, and it went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that both the CCMA, the labor court, and labor appeals court were correct by saying that was unfair dismissal. And also it noted that we cannot run away that we are Africans and people practice cultural beliefs, and also the constitution of the country does allow them to do that. So then how do we incorporate this in the workplace, in a place that it's not unfair for the employer and it's also not unfair from the employee?
So currently, as we say, that there's an issue with policies, that there's a policy vacuum, but we're seeing this on the ground. It's almost like they ask, your practitioners will be like, but what do we do? This is the case, and you do have the application, but it's the implementation of what needs to be done. So in the interim, you do have the interim traditional health practitioners council, and it's been tasked, but in the last 10 years, it's not literally come up with the regulations that we're supposed to come up with. So one of the way forwards, this is my last slide, is that DPSA must convene an Indaba to help in the special urgent matter, just focusing specifically on this. And as Proactive Health Solutions, as also an employee health and wellness, we were willing to partner with DPSA and also the public service in terms of making sure we host this engagement and the discussions, because it is really an issue. And we have also done a lot of strides as in like a unit. Also, this must include a lot, the unions, traditional healers, public service, all the people that are affected by this at the end of the day. And the inputs of these Indaba will be a framework that will assist DPSA in terms of like what needs to happen while we're still waiting for the legislative processes that are still being taken through Parliament. And the rest is to just facilitate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will deliberate, we'll ask questions. Nico, I'm going to ask for a second mic in the interest of time, so that we don't have people from the panel, rather we'll have a discussion. Tiloshni, I almost want your chair to almost face me so that then we have this conversation. My next maybe question or comment would go to Auskoni, as she is moving chairs. I hope she's going to be she's listening to me. Auskoni, what is the role of EHW in supporting Pillar, noting that one of the Pillar objectives is to adopt an approach that seeks to bring synergies between EHW, the schemes through disease management programs, and the employee and the employer. And where my question is coming from is that there is different types of incapacity leave, and then there's also the ill health retirement. We see as health risk managers a lot of missed opportunities, especially from EHW, where there could have been support and cases could have been arrested from progressing from temporal incapacity leave into an ill health retirement application. And you must appreciate that another key objective in Pillar is the issue of reskilling, rehabilitation, reintegration. And it's impossible to implement that if people move from temporal incapacity leave and then they are medically boarded. Where are we missing each other? What role can the EHW play in supporting Pillar? Thank you.
Thank you very much. People were greeting their bosses. Let me take this opportunity to greet the DG and people from Gauteng and say all protocol observed. But let me not forget my boss from Mpumalanga, Senzo. Where is he? Absent, sure. Okay. The role of employee health and wellness in assisting the departments to manage ill health and incapacity leave is, for me, from experience, it's case management, proper case management, which is missing even when the lady from the FOPS, Alex Forbes, when he was breaking down the form, it was not there. So employee health and wellness are the door in my experience, because we are the people that people come and tell the whole story. And we are the people that go and conduct investigations. We are the people who knows the employees and the dynamics within the organization and the policies therefore. And we are able to leverage and assist and support where issues are not handled properly. We are able to advise managers, we're able to advise the HOD, we are able to even advise the DG. Let me give an example. I had a case of a doctor who was suffering from a mental health challenge. And this doctor was going to work. Now he was no longer a doctor, he was acting like a sangoma or a prophet. So he will go to the hospital with a bucket of water and he will baptize the patients. And that case, the manager brought it to my attention. I assessed the doctor and we recommended DG that the HPCSA need to be involved because doctors protect themselves. The camp of the doctor is not easy to break. They protect themselves. So we involved the HPCSA. I counseled the doctor, but I did what many people don't do. I did home investigation, which is the strength of the employee health and wellness practitioners. And when I arrived in that home, the grass was on top of the roof. That's number one. My entrance, when I assess this place, people can't stay here. I found the helper when I arrived in the house, the table was upside down, the TV was upside down, everything was upside down. So I assessed, I interviewed the family, and then I requested that they bring the doctor to where I was, because it was somewhere in Khartsibande. When the doctor came to me, he was wearing a very neat suit with a tie clean, but the shoes were like he was digging a grave. And the suitcase that doctors carry, you see, it was like he took it out from the grave, and inside that suitcase, there were wires. And the HPCSA psychiatrist recommended that the doctor is well, he has assessed that doctor, and that doctor must go and work. I refused. So the role of employee health and wellness in public service is very critical, and hence we need to professionalize employee health and wellness DG and appoint people that know how, people who will be able to identify challenges and be able to manage them, and people who will even argue with doctors based on their experience and their knowledge. So, Batabile, issue of sangomas, if we can get a proper care coordination where managers manage leave, and when there are problems, they involve the employee health and wellness, and we start there to manage the leaves before we go and piggyback to the health risk manager, we will be able to manage the absenteeism that is there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sis Connie. Tiloshni, let me come to you, ma'am. Listening to colleagues on the ground, we have HR practitioners who we somehow expect them to be clinical in terms of understanding the recommendations of our reports and implementing them, who then, even prior to incapacity being sustained, they will receive a sick note from an employee. And because it's coming from a doctor who is qualified, so even if there's glaring patterns of a possible abuse, so this person comes with a sick note on a Monday or on a Friday, day before and day after, there is almost an expectation for them to intervene. But how do we capacitate our HR practitioners to have those conversations, to pick up the call to those doctors, to almost understand the recommendations that come from health risk manager? Because we're almost pushing a clinical skill to people who are not necessarily clinical, to even understand reasonable accommodation measures for person with a mental health or a cognitive impairment? What are we doing to empower HR practitioners to be able to respond to the issues that are coming in with the implementation of PILA? Because as I see it, even us as HRMs, health risk managers, the first thing we say is, but how could HR not see that there's an issue with this doctor? They know that a particular doctor is likely to dish out sick notes to certain people in a certain area. But who are they to pick up the call and say, the health risk manager says there is a trend? So how do we empower HR practitioners? Because I think we're almost frustrating them to assume a clinical role when they are not clinicians. Thank you.
Good afternoon, DG, all protocol observed. Thank you for raising the issue of the role of HR practitioners. But I would like to take us a step further back. It's actually not the role of the HR practitioner to manage incapacity. It is the role of the line supervisor, the first line supervisor who the employee reports to. That is the person who is supposed to identify that there is a pattern and not wait for 36 days to be up. That is the person that will be the first one to see the sick note when the person takes sick leave. That is the person that will be able to see the Monday, Friday, day after payday patterns. So that is the person that, that needs to be fully capacitated to be able to manage sick leave as an issue. And I think if that was managed and if we put some resources and be very intentional in building up the skill set of supervisors and managers across the public service, it will help a lot to correctly manage incapacity. But that said, I'm speaking about an ideal situation. In practice, and I've been in EAP even before I came to the public service in 1996 at working for Sanka and contracted to private industry and then came to the public service in 2000. And what I found is that when you have supervisors that are well capacitated, they handle things and you'll even have pillar applications being prevented. But that said, HR practitioners definitely do have a very strong role to play. Where supervisors, especially in large organizations, and you have supervisors handling a large number of staff, they might not be able to pick up patterns, but the HR practitioner can then supplement the role of the supervisor by being able to pick up patterns. There's also the EAP practitioner, and I think the EAP practitioner forms a triad, you know, with the HR practitioner as well as the supervisors. And I think from experience, one of the success factors when I was a practitioner at Correctional Services in East London was working very closely with the HR practitioners. In fact, I used to go and check on them in terms of the sick leave patterns. And I had an arrangement with them that if they had any employees that submitted sick certificates with depression or stress or PTSD, that they had to automatically make a referral to me. But this was prior to the pillar policy pilot study that we were already doing this, and it worked very well. The management area that I was in, it was compulsory actually for cases of excessive sick leave, and especially the cases where there were mental health concerns to be referred to EAP. And I think that is something that I was hoping would become institutionalized when the pillar policy was initially crafted, but somehow we seem to have missed the boat on that one. And I'm hoping moving forward, we can actually fix that and institutionalize the role of EAP as early as possible in handling cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Mokoena, I've got two questions for you.
And welcome. First question is, how do we move from pillar being a reactive policy where interventions only come in when the horse has already bolted into a proactive policy where there is proper disease management and all role players are doing what they need to do? That's my first question to you. And in the interest of time, I'm going to ask my last question, and then the doctor will respond, and we'll take rounds of comments and questions from the audience. The POPIA Act and the disclosure of the medical diagnosis on pillar. When we get pushbacks, and we do appreciate there was a KPMG exercise, I think it was around 2017, 2018, was 16, 17. Thanks, Bele, where amongst other things, I think government wanted to review the effectiveness of pillar, and I'm literally paraphrasing it. And one of the wins there was the strengthening of what we call the Part C form, where a doctor can not only disclose the diagnosis, but actually state its progression. And of course, if you're looking at pillar, we need that information, because how else do we assess appropriateness of days if the diagnosis says medical condition? How do we navigate around that within the current frameworks of the POPI Act? I hope I haven't asked you difficult questions, but you look like you can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start by saying thank you to all the members who invited us today. The DG and the new term that I've just learned, that you beg upon, that what I think it's called, what all formalities, all protocols observed. That's fantastic. I hadn't learned it, now I've learned it. All protocols have been observed. Fantastic. Okay. With regards to your first question, how do we move pillar from being a reactive type of policy to a proactive type of policy? And I think the answer, the simple answer is what is being discussed here today, the Employee Health and Wellness Program. Now, remember, when we receive applications for any incapacity or ill health retirement, usually there's been a long period of normal sick leave that have been utilized. Now, in that period, that's when we would rely on the Employee Health and Wellness Program or practitioners to identify trends, to identify problems, and then to be able to minimize the use of temporary incapacity leave. They might even, if it is done properly, minimize the number of ill health retirement applications. So involvement in the first 36 weeks is very important. We've always said it. And if we can find a way to involve the people who are in the workplace, because they are the people who come into contact first with illness and problems with health. And in this case, it would be the employee health and wellness practitioners. So that's the one answer to that one question. Involve the EHW as soon as possible. Now, notice we've said something about how the employee health and wellness practitioner, or the EAP, is very different in each department. We have, in our 20 years of practice, identified that there are problems with the uniformity of the structures of the EHW. There's a problem with uniformity of function, and problems uniformity of capacity. For instance, some of the practitioners would be professional nurses, some of them would be psychologists, some of them would be social workers. So if we can try and find a way to unify all these types of professions to one general profession for an EAP, that might be useful. Also, that might be useful in actually allowing or streamlining the service such that there can be sharing of best practices amongst the EHWs themselves, EAPs themselves. And that would make it easier for even though you are overworked and you are under pressure, that might make it easier if you have a knowledge from other of your colleagues of how to deal with certain problems within your sphere, to deal with them effectively and efficiently. Now, with regards to the second question, you say the POPI Act disclosure of the diagnosis. Now, the policy is very strange in that I think the policy is started off from the basic conditions of employment and then it was expanded from there. So it still contains the phrase that says an employee does not need to disclose the diagnosis. Having said that, the policy goes on to say that the health risk manager is obligated to validate the period of absence. Now, these two things obviously clash. But I think for best outcomes, for the health risk manager to come to a conclusion about the validity of a certain period of incapacity, there must be information that tells you what that condition is so that we can look it up and check it up against guidelines to see whether the period is valid or not. So there is a provision in the policy that says the health risk manager must be able to validate the period of absence. And the best way to validate that period is to have a diagnosis. I think that should be your answer to whoever questions that particular. Now, of course, some people will be saying that the diagnosis might be embarrassing, or they might not want to disclose this. There are other mechanisms that you can actually use to still put the process forward. For instance, there's the closed envelope system. If your employee does not want to disclose the diagnosis, they may actually get a letter from the doctor or a medical certificate with a diagnosis in a closed envelope kind of system. And then the health risk manager can receive that information in a closed, and when they write the report, they will also report it anonymously. They will just inform the employer that we have looked at the information we found inside this document is valid, and the application can then be recommended or not recommended. So there are certain structures that you can use. Of course, if all else fails, HR or whoever is dealing with pillar can contact the health risk manager and see what can be done. Perhaps the health risk manager could contact the doctor directly. I've answered your question.
Very well. Thank you, Doc. Last question, and then we take the mic. Pillar and the recently revised occupational, is it the injuries on duty policy? I think it's just been revised now in July, signed off by Minister Messi, speaks about reskilling, reintegration, and rehabilitation of sick employees, regardless of the nature and the extent of their sickness. Now, very easy, we're not always compliant, but very easy to put up a ramp, specialized bathroom, hearing and visual aids, and all of those things that are linked to physical disabilities. However, data shared today speaks of an increase in mental health conditions. How do we practically and tangibly, reasonably accommodate for people with mental health incapacities within the workplace? Because we're not going to fire them. Law says once they disclose, we must reasonably accommodate. Employment Act 55 of 1998. Dr. Nyati, I want you to wear my OT cap because I can't be a player and a referee. Guide us on how do we reasonably accommodate for someone with a psychotic disorder, anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder in the workplace, because if you remove them, you'll be left with no one. So there must be a tangible plan on reasonable accommodation of mental health. He's got the answer.
All right, it's a graveyard shift, you know, so the brains are a bit slow now. Okay, I'll answer that. I just thought, as Dr. Mokwena was answering earlier, I think the whole issue of leave management in the public service is an area of weakness, yeah, of which normal sick leave is what sets up what becomes possible abuse in terms of temporary incapacity leave. If you can tighten things on normal sick leave, then you should have relatively less of TIL or much more genuine TIL. So I just thought needed to add that. And in terms of that issue of disclosure, remember that benefit of TIL, it's not a legislated benefit. It's a benefit agreed to between the employer and the employees at the bargaining council. So the employees want something, but the employer also then must, so it's an inner in course, give and take. So if you want this benefit that is not legislated, you better be prepared to give something. Because if you don't want to give the information, then you don't have to get the benefit. So the point is, what regulates normal sick leave and the non-disclosure, which is a legislated benefit at that level, does not have to happen at TIL level. But back to my question. So you're right. I mean, the studies prior to COVID-19 were showing 1 in 4 employees in South African workplaces have got a mental health challenge. Big challenge, though, is that out of that 25%, 75% of those people do not disclose, do not come forward. And so they are at work, but they have a problem. But your question was, if they've already been diagnosed with a major mental health disorder, how do you reasonably accommodate? Obviously, this is an area that is not for medical doctors. I must start by saying that. Our duty as medical doctors or even medical specialists is to understand the nature of the illness, what we call impairment, yeah, and how that affects the person's ability to work. But when it comes to the issue of reasonable accommodation, that's where you really need your colleagues, occupational therapists. One of the things in the policy, it talks about retraining, reskilling, and all of those, interesting things. But the starting point is to understand what work does the person do. Break it down to the smallest components in terms of the tasks, physical tasks, mental tasks, and look at that residual function of the person in relation to the job demands, yeah, and see how to match. So you cannot just sit and say, okay, this is how we're going to reasonably accommodate. You call in an OT who does a work assessment, who also does a functional capacity assessment on the other side, and try and match the two, come up with clear details in terms of how that person can then be reintegrated or reasonably, accommodated in the workplace. It's not the thing that we do as doctors. We just say, this person is not ready for light. Well, this person is not ready, put them on light duty. There's nothing called light duty. You need an OT to do the hard work of analyzing the job and the functionality and match that and give clear and practical recommendations for the employer, whether it's a physical health problem or in this case, it's a mental health problem. So that's what we are doing at this moment. We're seeing a lot of those cases at the Department of Education in Gauteng and also Department of Health in Gauteng. So that is what needs to be done. Rope in an OT and let the OT do the detailed work. And if that you've done and yet it does not work out, then when it gets to a point of saying this person may have to exit on ill health grounds because cognitively they are not able to do the bare minimum of the work that they're employed to do. You've got your MOCA assessment tests and other much more detailed tests that look at, the time you take to finish an exercise, memory recall, and many other variables within that assessment. So if there is no improvement, then you can consider then, the other thing. But remember, you said, if this is somebody who has now been reclassified under the EEA, and therefore that person must be reasonably accommodated, you've got no other choice but to reasonably accommodate. And you cannot reasonably accommodate without an OT involvement. So I think that's the answer I can give to you.
Thanks, Dr. Nyati. Ladies and gentlemen, you may agree with me when I say that there's just too many questions, too many things to engage on. But in the interest of time, Sis Connie, I am going to ask Nico to assist me in getting 3 questions from I'm not even done. The hands are coming up. I'm feeling attacked. 3 questions from this side and other 3 questions from that side. And I think Sis Connie wants to clarify something quickly. So as we are noting the hands, and Sis Portia will assist us in the answering of some of the questions. You're not scot-free, Sissy. As Sis Connie wants to clarify something, let's just monitor and check the hands. Thank you very much. So I've noted the gentleman. I've noted the lady in red. I've noted the lady in a black jacket, and I've noted you, ma'am, 4. Do you have questions this side? Or let's first start with this side. So let's ask Connie quickly clarify a point briefly, Sissy. I've got the mic and Misa, and then let the gentleman at the back shoot with his first question.
I just wanted to say thank you, Dr. Nyati, because when we say as employee health and wellness practitioners to doctors, that is not your specialty, they argue. Now, the challenge that we have is that our OTs don't give us proper recommendations. They just say reasonable accommodation. They don't do proper assessment and say, because Connie's got a a neck problem, this is where you must reasonably accommodate. How do we then manage that one? We end up doing reasonable accommodation.
Thank you very much. I feel attacked as an OT, but it's okay. Please, coach, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Metis Musadi from Department of Social Development, Northwest. The issue, you asked the question with regard to the HR practitioner having to observe the patterns. Now, in most instances, even though that you realize the patterns, the question would be that this is the letter from the professional. What are you going to do? That is mostly the issue that gets raised. And now I should think one of the things is, besides that the HR practitioner can observe the patterns, systems must also be interlinked. Here is a person, the doctor reports that get analyzed by the health risk manager. This doctor gets paid by GEMS. Now, all these people are properly placed who can be able to say, there is this from the pool of employees. They go to this particular doctor, they get diagnosed in this manner. And in most instances, we are seated with challenges because of the recommendations of this doctor. So mostly it will rely also on the health risk manager. I think also with the relationship of the doctor with GEMS, that can also assist, because those are the people that will be able to say, is this person acting professionally in the manner that he prescribes? So I'm suggesting that it cannot only be left exclusively to the HR practitioner, but all systems be interlinked and all parties play a role. I may not know with regard to the health risk manager. Sometimes this is the view that I think because the doctor prescribes, a desktop analysis gets done. And then in most instances, I think party to it, we must also intensify the issue of secondary opinion on issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jodine van der Westhuizen from Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Maybe just to link to the previous speaker with the suggestions, I also strongly feel that it's quite a cumbersome task to monitor individual sick leave patterns from an HR point of view. We are in, or myself, I'm in HR administration. Leave is merely a small part of what we are responsible for. We do not focus on any specific area. Service conditions is included in the area that we have to look at. So yes, it becomes quite a bit of a challenge if for a smaller department like ourselves, with a complement of around about 1,500 people, we process 1,200 to 1,400 leave forms each month. So it becomes a challenge. So the call is actually to ask that either the PERSAL system or the IFMS, whichever we are using, can maybe assist us in some sort of a report system that might detect those type of things that deals with the systems, like for example, PowerShell, that we can pull a report and give that maybe to the Employee Health and Wellness Directorate, maybe to follow up and to work on. Because it does become a little bit of a challenge when it's isolated employees. The other thing that I wanted to say, Portia, thank you for the information about the ICD-10 code with regards to disclosing a medical condition. I think that can go a far way, and it's something that we will definitely take back to us, especially those people that are reluctant or feel uncomfortable to disclose their illnesses. Last thing, sorry.
I'm timing.
Yes, last one. The consent part of the pillar form that employees sign. Normally when a application is declined, people will come back and say, but I did sign consent for the health risk manager to further investigate. I just wanted to check on that part, because we normally say, well, in most instances, maybe the doctor, maybe they couldn't get a hold of the doctor or so, but it's quite a challenge for us to respond to, as we are not assessors of applications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that to become brief. You look tired and it's already in the afternoon. I know this is a very, maybe some of these questions we can carry them over to tomorrow. Next question, please. Ni right? Okay. This side, which one is right? Briefly say. Who's got the mic? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Colleagues, thank you very much. You just said what I wanted to ask. This matter, pillar, it's very, very crucial. So can't we refer some of these questions to start with tomorrow morning while we fresh? Because we have number of issues like the presentation, go all the speakers, so that we need to, where we need to input, ask, and so forth. I mean, I have a bucket of questions and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I will, between now and tomorrow morning, I will try and massage the DG. She is shaking her head, but we've journeyed together and I'm sure by 8 o'clock she will change her mind. Thank you very much. Next
must we
question. ma'am.
continue with
No,
the
no, no, no,
questions?
no. There's a lady.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment on the revealing the illness. I know the health risk manager indicated that to us, and we also do that as a department. If people don't want to reveal the illness, we just ask them to put the ICD-10 codes on. Then the HR practitioner wouldn't know what it's about. The other problem that we have, you ask us to be proactive when people are identified with mood disorders or depression or whatever. But the thing is, as I discussed with my partner in employee health and wellness, people are very sensitive. We found ourselves time and again in a problematic situation that people takes us on. We don't want to talk to employee health and wellness. We don't want to talk to you. So I just want to make a comment that is sometimes, and especially with that, people are very sensitive.
Thank you. Nico, please direct me. Do we seek to get responses for the 4 questions before we move to the other side? Okay. Okay, thank you. Can, by show of hands, please, this side. I think they are very. Okay, let's check questions from our virtual platforms.
Hi, I am Samora from the Northern Cape. Want to check if it's legal for a colleague who's not yet a Sangoma to burn impepo every morning in his or her office, even if such a person has the consent of the colleagues near to his office. Is a department obliged to react to a local GP stress related to diagnostic report about an employee in which they blame the employee's manager? They are complete.
Okay. I will direct the questions to the panel. I won't dictate who must answer. I know you all have answers, but in the interest of time, I want us to move very swiftly. So the gentleman, social development, I don't think there was a question, but there was a lot of comment, and the comment was around moving the burden of monitoring sick trends to HR. And we agree that it can never be the responsibility of HR, but the most immediate manager, and to also act appropriately. And also the gentleman raised a very important issue of saying that we can see that some of our colleagues are problematic in terms of their generosity in issuing out sick notes. Aren't we able then to pull in schemes? Because we've got GEMS, we've got Momentum who's paying these doctors, are we not able to pull in the schemes? It is quite interesting that within I'm a health risk manager for the South African Police Service, and sometimes we sit with PolMed and EHW component with SEPs. And it's quite interesting to see that you will see a sick note with a very serious diagnosis being issued. So Retabile is suffering from a serious bacterial infection, right? But on the other side, from the scheme side, there is no evidence of a claim for an antibiotic. So how are you managing this bacterial infection? Or there's a fracture, but there is no X-ray. So you see when everyone comes in together and work together between the scheme, the employer, and the health risk manager. And of course, the sharing in of data is done within the prescripts of the law and within the prescripts of POPI. But I want to agree with that gentleman that if you pull in all stakeholders, that you can't say, I've got this condition, and then there's no evidence of an admission. Or I've got a bacterial infection, but there's no antibiotic. Or I've got an orthopedic condition, you're diagnosing me for 3 weeks, but there is no X-ray. How did you arrive at that diagnosis? So it then becomes very critical for all role players to pull in together, but all of that process must be done within the prescripts of the law in terms of data sharing, so that then you don't get sued. And then Ms. van der Westhuizen from the Department of Energy and Minerals Resources spoke about the cumbersome issues regarding pillar. We all agree on that. And then he spoke about the issue of consent. I think it was also covered that, and I think Dr. Nyati made a very good point that says that, and I think it was my opening remark that says that pillar is granted at the discretion of the employer, right? So if you have been sick because you've exhausted your sick leave and you don't want your monies to be clawed back, then you cooperate with the process so that then I can prove that you are not abusing sick leave. But if you're not going to cooperate, my discretion, what is in my disposal, which is a sick note that just says medical condition, will be enough for me to make a decision. So I think there needs to be a lot of awareness trainings to our colleagues to say, this is what the prescripts of all of these policies that are regulating some of the work that we do, because we are working within the confines of law. And then, shucks, I'm answering these questions. People are sensitive about their medical conditions being disclosed, and it speaks to the issue of a proactive approach in terms of sick absenteeism management. Again, I'll benchmark from the South African Police Service. I think by the time you leave here, when you ever say that to steps against Zinto, guys. So I don't know if there's a law within the other state entities, but with SEPS, there must be a conversation. Brigadier Linono and Nico, order, comrades. There must be a conversation on the 12th absence on the 12th episode of absence, whether it's consecutive or whether it's a single incident. There must be that conversation even before incapacity is depleted between the employer and an EHW practitioner and their manager. Are those conversations happening? It's a rhetoric. And if not, why not? Because that's when then you can almost divert a potential incapacity or an IHR through those conversations. It is in those conversations that will pick up a possible suboptimal treatment that's being received, because someone else, now you need very qualified EHW practitioner to say, but a gynecologist should be treating this condition and not a general practitioner, so that then it's easily arrested and properly managed. Are we having those? Are they mandatory? Because I think at SEPS, they are mandatory. Are those conversations after 12 days of absences mandatory? No. Why not? Aibo. Nico, why are they not mandatory?
This is the conversation that the panel should be having. We are thinking that we have practitioners that should give us advice on how we move this forward.
And he's our boss. Seriously, help us.
Thank you for giving me the mic about because I have very strong feelings about this issue. I find it, in the workplace, we have difficulty, or we don't want to have difficult conversations. Whether it's the employee or the shop steward or the supervisor, we have also wellness practitioners that don't want to have difficult conversations. Yes, the issues are sensitive, but we as practitioners, as wellness practitioners, we can help to have the conversations. I promise you, I have even gone to the extent of writing a script and role playing with a supervisor, how we are going to have that conversation with that employee. And I think that, look, I mean, even in our personal lives, it's hard to have a difficult conversation. It's hard to correct someone. So I think we need to put a little bit more energy in helping the people in the workplace, whether it's the employee or the supervisor, or even if you have to engage with the doctor out there, you may not be, that person may be more of a subject expert than you are, but it doesn't stop you from asking the right questions, even to the employee, to say, you've been treated by this psychiatrist for the last 5 or 6 years, you've been on medication, you've been going for counseling sessions, but you have not improved in any way. Don't you think you should maybe check with
The
somebody
physician.
else? Maybe you need another practitioner because something's not working here. You know, I think it would help if we script people.
Yes.
To have those conversations, because those conversations are important. Even the case of burning people in the office. We don't need to have public service policy about that.
No.
What we need to do is have a workplace conversation to ask people, is it okay with everybody? Do you give consent to the burning of people in the office? Somebody should facilitate that discussion. So you arrive at consensus. You don't need a policy for everything.
Thank you. In the interest of time, apologies, Dr. Nyati, I'm going to ask, like I'm going to close this conversation. I'm going to ask our panelists in 2 minutes, like 2 minutes, comments, closing arguments from all of our panelists. And I know there's been a request to say that we can't discuss pillar right at the end. There's a lot of questions. Maybe DG, we can have sessions, awareness sessions where we can have these platforms, whether virtual. Us as pillar experts, we come in and we just talk about pillar because there's a lot, colleagues. But in the interest of time, I'm going to ask my panelists 1 minute closing remarks from everything that has been coming in and just sum it all. Thank you. I don't even want you to come. Hey,
Upet.
No.
Yeah.
Please, Ben, 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. So one of the comments you made earlier was that pillar is an expensive policy. I agree with you. But you must also look at it on the other hand. Properly implemented, it saves government departments a lot of money. So one must always look at the investment and the returns on investment. So, but yes, like all policies, there's a need to review from time to time. And I think we're trying to do that right now. But it's important that all role players know what their roles are and are held accountable for that. For us as health risk managers, obviously, there's penalties and everything if we don't do things on the time we're given. But there are no consequences for line managers who don't do what they are expected to do. More especially when they delay communicating back to the employee within the 30 working days as expected, which then get challenged in court, and then the departments have got no leg to stand on. So for me, everybody must play their part and be held accountable. Consequence management for everybody, that will help in making sure that they get optimal returns on investments. When I say they, the departments.
Closing remarks, literally a minute.
Thank you.
It's going down.
So strict. I think for me, the important thing is to remember that managing sick absences from the start, before you even get to 36 days, it's so important in preventing abuse. You know, you do it right for one person, it's most likely going to set an example to the rest. So, but for as long as nothing is being done, no one is going to change because there's nothing fostering that change. There's nothing encouraging people that you need to do the right thing. So it's very important to manage those absences right from the start. Don't wait at TIL stage. Okay, you can have your mic back.
And I didn't say anything. Doc, briefly.
Yes, thank you. I noticed we've been here for a long time and we're trying to find solutions to the AHW problems. Now, I'm trying to end on a more positive note here. EHW works. And that is why we're trying to improve it and get it noted by other players within the government. So it works. And we have proof of it in our statistics that if it works with regards to mental conditions, with regards to musculoskeletal conditions, even the cancers. So it is worthwhile effort to try and find shortcuts, innovation. I know everybody here will inform us that there's no money, there's no capacity for effective employee health and wellness. But with innovation and with sharing of information, we can actually make it work even better.
I think what I want to highlight is the issue of professionalizing employee wellness, especially in the public sector. And again, to emphasize the partnerships with professional bodies. And I think this message goes to the DG mainly. You know, within the employee assistance field, we have a professional body that has created 4 professional designations that map out a differentiation in the roles and job descriptions of employee assistance practitioners. And it has been approved by SAQA. So there is a clear career path with capacity development needs that is there. So I think we really do need to start making use of that and start standardizing and organizing employee wellness within the public sector. Because we've got people doing so many different things, and as a result, we're not moving forward in a significant way. So let us work together to do that.
Thank you. Let me just close by saying to Dr. Nyati, I work very closely with Charmaine. She's very helpful. But let me just say, proper comprehensive care coordination and case management system. PHS or health risk manager, GEMS, employee health and wellness practitioners, HR practitioners, let's care coordinate because there is a life at the center. Let's work together for the purpose of that person. Because if we have that person, we are saving costs for the employer and we are relieving also a burden for the very same employees. We will render a good service to our public. As a Department of Health, we are pursuing NHI, and it is an imperative for me that employee health and wellness practitioners and all the doctors that are here, we work together for government to reach that goal. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to give our panel a resounding round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We all agree that such a conversation should never be rushed. I think we all avail ourselves as experts to say that if there's any other platform, I think a need for a pillar in Indaba is very evident. We're available. We'll look at other interesting ways where we can then engage further. I do not want to close this event because I am not the program director, but I think I'd like to thank you guys for being such an amazing audience. Good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Yes. Yes, please. There are some goodies that these young chamas would like to share with you. They won't require you to declare. They are less than 250, don't worry. I just want to make some few announcements, colleagues, before we close. Tomorrow, the program says we're starting at 9. We've decided that we'll start at 8 o'clock so that we are able to have more time to have discussions. We also would like to appeal to you to really do that QR code and respond to the questions that we have put there. Those questions, colleagues, are going to inform how we come out with the terms of reference for the formal review of the pillar policy and the employee health and wellness framework, so that whatever you have decided here, whatever views you have shared here, they are codified and there's a tangible output. We don't want to have a talk shop only. All of those things that we're discussing here, they're being recorded, and we want to have something that we can take back and make sure that we try to assist at least at the policy level. I've just, DG has just confirmed that that sponsorship of an Indaba or a workshop that PHS has offered, we will take it up. Yeah, Bud Madlisa will continue being Bud Madlisa. And lastly, we will be forming a committee of some sort that will incorporate the ideas that are coming out in terms of from tomorrow, so that we develop the terms of reference in a manner that is open, is transparent, but also ensures that there's partnership with the professional bodies. The provinces make input, the major employers like SAPS also make input, so that this work is done in a manner that will have us be happy. But other than that, you have been great sports. It is lunchtime now. We can close and we'll be seeing you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.